without 'em, brother.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour, and we thank you so much for being with us today. Greg back with us in studio, so we'll have the two of us rocking kickoff hour, getting you ready for the main show, which starts in 1 hour from now. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us then. Lots of updates, and we'll get into it here. Over to my left, this at one, Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, my man? How are you?
Hey.
What's happening?
Good to go.
I see Don Day brought his peanuts to the Bible study yesterday.
You like that?
I mean, you're off in them so much, like your hands are shaking.
It's been about 2 weeks.
I know. I mean, I can't really even talk to you without you eating the whole time. There you go, eating.
What are you talking about?
Come on with it. We missed you yesterday. Glad you're back. I
appreciate y'all filling in.
Of course.
Adler stepping up.
Yeah.
We went on shout out. Lisa had a little procedure done. Everything's good.
Yeah.
But I shout out to the Oxford Surgery Center. They were a lot of fans of the show there, and they do a great job. Dr. Clark, everybody took care of her. So y'all took care of it here.
Yeah.
And now I'm back.
I got to compliment you on something because, you've gotten better over time. I mean, there's some times where you maybe leave us hanging on information. But I thought
everybody's been getting on to me about
But
that.
I thought you did pretty good yesterday on the updates. I appreciate that.
My mother said the same thing.
Yeah, I mean that was.
I've never been known for my.
Well, I think we've all made a career off low expectations. I think
that helped.
I think your updates, we have so much low expectations on them that if you give us anything, we're like, hey,
that's a good point.
He's updating us.
That's true.
But I mean, there's not much to update when you don't know. But as soon as you did know, you let us know. So I appreciate that.
So there, yeah.
And I passed that along to Terry and everything else. So all is good.
I did better at that.
Good attitude yesterday. Are you good?
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, okay.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Give a ton to everybody?
I did.
Okay.
Super nice people.
Well, look at you. You're turning into a little social butterfly.
Run across people I've known for years, didn't know they worked there. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was good. Everything went good.
You going to stare at those maybe 5-6 peanuts?
Yeah, I'm going to hold them to the break.
I've always said this. And look, you're like a dog looking at its bowl when it's got food in it. And you're like, I really want to eat it.
Yeah, I do.
Congratulations to the Jack State Gamecocks. They defeated New Mexico State in a blowout last night on ESPN2.
I had to go to bed.
54-13.
Oh.
I mean, an absolute blowout. I tried to give it a little bit. I was going between that and Hurricane Milton coverage just to kind of see how that was playing out. As landfall was a little bit earlier than expected, but I did get over there and see that Jack State took care of business and really blew away New Mexico State. So congratulations to them. And this week, we've got a very special guest on RBU this week. Dinesh D'Souza is our featured guest in this week's edition of RBU, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. He's got a new book and documentary film out with the same name, Vindicating Trump. And we'll talk to him about that. His hardcover, Vindicating Trump, but the book was just released and the film is out now. You can go to vindicatingtrump.com and then punch in where you live, your zip code or whatever, and then theaters that are playing it will come up if there's one in your area. So also Dinesh D'Souza is a good landing page for you. Everything Dinesh is there. And we'll talk to him. He'll be our featured guest in this week's edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
He's a good one, by the way.
He is, and he's got some new stuff out. So I look forward to talking to him. And, the election, Terry and I were walking last night, and we were like, the election, it's like a few weeks away. I mean, we're within a month of the election, which is insane because we've been building up to it, and then here it is. It's staring right in front of us. So it's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 3.5 weeks is the election.
That's hard to believe.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go.
I know.
It's a big one.
Hey.
Ooh, this is a big one.
So,
too close to call.
And we know, we understand that and actually it's like 1 day less than a month. But when we know in a month from now, the day after the election, there's no way we're going to know who's won.
No.
And so I wonder how long. A friend of mine that's just so nervous about it, and we all are, but he said, I think I'm just going to go vote and go home and go to bed.
And just bury your head in the pillow.
He said, because there's no sense in watching coverage because they're not going to know. And he said, I'm going to sit there and be a nervous wreck.
I'll never forget. We were at the studio when Trump won.
Yeah.
and none of us could believe it. And I stayed up and watched the entire thing.
Right.
And I had to, that means I slept like 1-2 hours maybe.
Coming all worn out.
Yes, but I couldn't quit looking.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to bury my head in the pillow and go to sleep, so I'll worry about it tomorrow.
Shout out to Jason.
That's a great idea.
He did. He's just said, I think I'm going to go vote. I'm going to come home, make something to eat. I'm going to eat and then do my evening stuff, and I'm going to bed. I'm not even going to watch because I'm just going to be a nervous wreck. Because if you turn it on and you start watching, then you're locked in. There's no way to turn it off.
Oh, no.
To what you were talking about is like, what's the latest?
And that one went so far off the rails that nobody saw it coming. You couldn't quit watching.
You couldn't believe it. You're like, is this real?
Yeah, I was wide awake. This time, I'm going to take you buddy's advice.
Just vote and go to bed.
Go to bed and worry about it tomorrow.
Vote.
Try to get a good night's sleep.
Take some Benadryl and go to sleep.
Because at that point, you actually have hope.
Yeah.
The reality is. But.
Oh, me. All right. So besides Jack State, I was looking over. Since the Braves got put out, it made me mad. I hadn't really paid attention to a whole lot. But how about the daggum Mets? They put Philly out. They are having a magical season.
They have hit it. It started off terrible.
Yeah. So they win the series 3-1. They beat the Phillies.
People joking about the Mets earlier in the year.
Yeah.
Wow, what a run!
So they are the first to move on, and so they beat the Phillies 4-1, and had a grand slam last night. Everything. So that is a big surprise. They're having such a crazy season. Tigers. They shut out the Guardians. I'm sorry, buddy. It's the Cleveland Guardians. I know.
That's terrible.
And Detroit leads that series 2-1. The Yankees in a close one. They beat the Royals 3-2. And they lead that series 2-1 in the ALDS. And then you've got the Dodgers and the Padres. The Dodgers tied the series last night 2-2. And so then they blew out the Padres like 8-0. So there's your quick update in the playoffs of Major League Baseball. And yeah, just since the Braves, who obviously we follow the most, since they were out, I was kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I do love
when it gets to the series.
I love to see the atmosphere though of everybody, and I'm sitting there looking at those stadiums, going, see those people. They're all about. Their passion and they're screaming. When the Mets hit that grand slam last night, seriously, I thought people were going to be falling over each other. They were going nuts. They were losing their minds. They couldn't believe it. But think of the season that they've had.
It's up and down.
Yes, they came out of nobody
down
gave
and
a
up.
chance.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then they split the series with the Braves for both of them to make it, and then they go off and make it to play the Phillies, and then just put the Phillies out.
All right, so I'm gonna ask a dumb question. I assume the Yankees are still in it on the other side, so you could have the Subway Series again if they both advance.
Well, yeah. You got they're in the ALDS, and they just beat the World Series. Correct. Yeah. Oh yeah. So what you have is that the Mets will now sit back and wait to see who wins the Dodgers-Padres series, which is tied 2-2. And then
Padres are pretty good, by the way.
Right, and then on the American League side, you got the Tigers and the Guardians will play.
I can't take this.
The winner of that will play the Yankees or the Royals, and then you're right.
It could be the Subway Series.
That's
happened before,
else.
I think. Not was it 80? No, it's later than that, I think. Anyway, that's happened before.
Wow.
Or I made that up. Whatever.
Yeah, that's amazing though. That would be pretty cool. That would be a ratings monster.
Oh yeah. Anyway, so like I said, you got playoff baseball going on.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are already at week 6 in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
I heard them say that this morning.
I've really been looking for college football. They just released the announcing schedule. I've been really looking for Beth's name.
Still,
I'll update.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, you've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA to handle your IRS tax problems fast. They've already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. October the 15th is days away. Schedule your free consultation. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. It's sad that we have to, when we're talking about the hurricane, we have to distinguish which one we're talking about.
Yeah.
Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton are the two that are we're discussing here. Hurricane Helene, so much cleanup as those around the country, different organizations are coming alongside those in need and trying to help. And Greg, you brought to the table about a week ago?
Couple
maybe?
weeks, maybe.
Maybe 2 weeks. I can't remember exactly when you do it because I can't remember when the Hurricane Helene hit, which is sad, but I know it's been a minute. And you said that there was an organization out of Oxford that was trying to, get things over to Hendersonville, North Carolina, because is it that his son was a pastor there? Is that what
they were using their church as a point, distributing stuff for people in the area that doesn't have anything. Anyway, had a great response. Even I can't mention them all. The individuals that have just reached out, unbelievable. And but there's one group, Smurfit Westrock Company. I think they make like corrugated boxes. Anyway, they sent. When they heard about it, he told me, he said, we heard y'all talking about it on the kickoff hour, and they wanted to help, and they had one of their suppliers donated a truck and a driver, and then the employees.
Oh, wow.
Then from the plants in Athens, Alabama, Coleman, and then Lewisburg and Gallatin, Tennessee, all the employees have donated, and they've got a truck full, and it's heading that way. And Buffalo Rock stepped up big, same thing, brought drinks out. It's just everybody's really done a lot, and I think, it's really helped. And here we go with another one. I'm sure there's people going to be needing aid. Mm-hmm. We got all the damage up from Helene, and then now just Milton deal. It's just so people helping makes a huge difference. But I can't thank everybody. There's a bunch coming from Summerall, Mississippi, First Baptist Church there. They're coming to deliver some stuff to Oxford tomorrow. So people just have really responded. And it's been really good. It's helped a lot.
That's just northwest of, I think, Hattiesburg.
Yeah,
so those of you trying to figure it out.
Again, everyone who's helped, the list is so huge. I can't list them all, but they know who they are. And like I said, that ain't why they give anyway, I'm sure.
No, but that's great though. And let's see, look at you. And I know you're like, hey, look, I'm just the mouthpiece. But if you don't do that, then they don't hear about it, and then they can't help. So
and I got one more.
Okay.
One more.
Let's go.
And this involves you.
Me?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Crap run.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was announced. The crap run this year, and I'm crediting it to the Speedy being there.
Whatever.
$51,470.52.
How about that? Good.
And they're saying Speedy being there may have had something to do with the turnout.
No. Now we gave it a ton because we were trying to figure out if we could run.
Yeah, we did. Ran yesterday, 1 mile.
And
can't even hardly walk this morning. I guess we're just old.
Well, you've got something going on.
Yeah, because the other knee's
which
fine.
I guess has to do with being old.
Yeah, true. But anyway, I tried it.
I hate being called that, but I guess it's just reality. And there was a lot of folks. I know it was awesome seeing Jason Benefield and his family.
Yeah,
his daughter came and ran, and there were so many
she was actually a true runner.
She was.
She was a lot better than her dad.
She was mad that she finished in 21 minutes or something like that. She was
disappointed.
She's like, well, I got to do better. I'm like, what? You got to do what?
But that was fun. We had a great time.
It was.
And wow, raised a lot of money. That's good.
Yeah.
And that'll do a lot of good with them and their products that they deliver to help people. That will help pay for a lot of it. So. Thank everybody that came out. Even if you came out, I think it was the Speedy effect, is what I call it. But anyway,
and then your minion came out with her shirt painted up and everything.
Denise
was all fired up about it. She had her shirt about loving you and all that.
That's funny. Yeah, Denise, she's been known for the shirts.
She had Greg just all over her shirt.
Okay,
she coming and
funny.
Didn't know she was a pilot.
I didn't either.
Yeah, got to meet a lot of folks, see a lot of folks, and I actually met someone. I didn't meet him for the first time. I saw someone that remembered back to all the remotes I did in Piedmont, Alabama when I was.
You were a staple.
Yep, we were working with the Q out of Gadsden, and I do remotes there and Fort Payne in a second.
That was what you got.
I mean, well, they were close enough on both, where the station would sell something. Factory Connection is
we'll have Speedy there Saturday, 12 to 4.
She's like, hey, last time I saw you was at a Factory Connection remote.
You gave me a Q104 shirt.
All right, so that's a good update, and this is an update on the hurricane that when the sun comes up, we'll really know. The reports are not great when it comes to Hurricane Milton, but I'm understanding there's about 3 million without power in Florida, and the weird thing is that in Orlando, I wanted to ask you about this. I guess in the main metropolitan area of Orlando, they still haven't lost power because their grid is underground. What's your comment on that?
What they're probably talking about, and don't be thinking like in your neighborhoods. I mean, we have neighborhoods that are underground, but like what they're probably, I'm assuming, like Birmingham has, the underground network system.
Okay.
And New York City has an underground network where without getting too technical, all the low sides are tied together in a grid.
Yeah.
And like if you have a problem here, it'll burn in the clear and you never miss anything. It's all tied together. And I'm not an expert on that, but anyway, like Blizzard 93 was considered a huge outage during my time. Well, the city of Birmingham never went out because underground network. I'm assuming that's probably what they're talking about. Orlando may have that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I doubt that everything that's considered in that area is underground.
Yeah. At some point, you have to be above ground, right?
Yeah. But now the network system is different.
Yeah. Okay.
And there are a lot of big cities have it.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. And for those of you that were talking about Major League Baseball and the Subway Series and the likelihood of the Mets and the Yankees meeting up again, it was the year 2000.
Subway Series.
It was the last time we had asked about that. And this texter is correct because we just don't follow them enough. But they're saying we're not giving the Detroit Tigers nearly enough. They were 10 games out at the beginning of August. And about a 2% chance to make it to the playoffs, and now they're in the ALCS.
Well, because we don't know, because we
don't
didn't pay attention.
We don't. I mean, I just be honest with you. If I paid attention, it was to the Braves.
And when they claim they're playing the Guardians, I don't feel like they're really in Major League Baseball because I just can't have a team called the Guardians in Major League Baseball.
It bothers you,
especially replacing an iconic. One of the oldest franchise in the league, the Indians. Yeah. We all grew up. They normally were bad, and then kind of in the 90s, kind of like the Braves, they got good. And now we're the Guardians.
Yeah. What's up with
Let's go
that?
Guardians. See, that don't even sound right.
Well, today, if it's
Guardians.
Thursday, August the 10th, and you're listening or watching the show, thank you. They do play on TNT.
The Guardians?
And I think Max has got them too, but there's a combination at 5:08 p.m. Central Time. The ALCS, the Guardians, and the Tigers play, and Detroit Tigers are leading that series 2-1. So Game 4 is later tonight. And then later on tonight, TBS, True TV, and Max, they've got a 7:08 p.m. Central start. The Yankees and the Royals play in Game 4, and the Yankees are leading that series 2-1. So... and then
so now you're updated,
right? And then I think today's a travel day, I guess, for the Padres and the Dodgers. They don't play again until Friday on Fox at 7:08 p.m. Central Time. The Padres are at the Dodgers in Game 5. That series tied 2-2.
Yep.
So there you go. There's your update as we kind of skim the surface of Major League Baseball playoffs. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Kickoff hour continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without a
All right, it is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And, Greg, I said something according to one of the texters at 866-932-3244, and you didn't even pick up on it.
What?
I said if you're listening today and it's August the 10th instead of October the 10th.
You said August.
Apparently I did, and I didn't even catch it.
Went back in time.
And you didn't either.
I didn't either.
Thanks, buddy.
I was worried
Appreciate
about
you having my
peanuts.
back. I know you're tearing them up. Hey, let me just tell you something. Those peanuts, they don't have little legs. They're not going to run off.
I got it.
Okay? You're grown. You
got
can
it in
just
a little
take
group
you can
right
take
here.
your time eating them, buddy. Rick's not in here. I think what it is you were so used to having to share everything. Yeah. It's just built in you, and you just try to eat them.
Eat it up real quick.
Did Rick used to take your food? Is that what it was?
Exactly. We got to fight over a piece of cornbread one time.
Did you really?
He pointed and it made me look away, and when I did, he grabbed it and shoved it in his mouth. And it was on right there in the kitchen floor. We'd get in a fight.
It worked, huh? Get your attention. Oh, we got it.
Yeah.
I do that.
Look
I do
over
that
there.
to my grandson, and he did that to you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're real young. He didn't need that.
I'll do that to River all the time. I'll be like, hey, and he knows I'm doing it, but he can't help but look.
Yeah.
He claims that him and Nan, Terry, they get the big bowl of popcorn, and they give me the little bowl. And he knows he does that because he knows it's funny because I want some popcorn, and he says I get the little bowl.
Yeah.
And then he sits right beside me and eats out of the big bowl with Nan, and I got this itty bitty one over here. But I keep telling him, oh, look at there. I didn't know Uncle JC's home. And then he looks, and he's looking at me like, I know I don't need to look.
But he can't help it.
And I grab him, and he like turns around, I put it in my mouth. He goes, Pops. And then, look, Uncle Reese is here.
They
What
fall
in the
for
world?
it every time. Well, why you do that? That's like,
Oh, my gracious, Bigfoot.
what is he doing here?
I'll say anything. Spider-Man's here. Look at that.
Spidey's over on the wall.
Hey, you don't think he likes Spidey and his
That is
friends?
man. Yeah.
He goes back and forth between Spider-Man and the Hulk. He likes to smash on my chest.
How about Pace has got some Hulk hands now.
Does he really?
Yeah, and of course now Ellis is going to marry you.
Okay.
Oh yeah. The girls, they just walk around with babies all the time. They're good.
Yeah, that's fine. See, I have no idea about girls because
you don't know nothing about that.
There is Terry. Besides Terry and Mabry, they're the only females.
Yeah.
And, we even have male dogs.
Yeah,
it's insane. And Terry laughs about that.
Yeah, you could have got a female dog.
Yeah, my neighbors are like, wait till you have a granddaughter. Your world's going to change. Because I see some of the neighbors, they've got grandbabies or daughters that are young and they're running around. I hear from Adler about Ruby, and I know your daughter and everybody else and grandchildren, and so. But I hear about it a lot. I just have never experienced it.
Oh yeah.
They're like, oh no, you just wait.
And the older they get, the more harder they are to have.
But yeah, anyway, so that's what Rick did to you. He would point you off, and then he would steal your food. And that made me think of what I do to River. But thanks for catching me saying August the 10th.
I wish
hey,
I
look,
had.
it's on me. I don't know why I did. It's one of those things we just have to write down, I guess. All right, so we on a serious note, Hurricane Milton made landfall yesterday evening, and I think it was a little earlier than they expected because at first they had expected it to maybe make landfall, in the early morning hours after midnight, but it didn't.
Here's the bad thing about it. Got hammered by tornadoes before it came in.
Yeah.
Now that's when you get, it's almost like a military move. We're going to bomb the targets and then we're going to come in.
Yeah.
So you have some big tornadoes.
Yeah.
A lot of damage, and then now here comes that. That's tough.
Yeah, sadly, 17 tornadoes ripped through Florida ahead of Milton making landfall. And
17.
Unfortunately, several fatalities from those tornadoes. And one I want to bring up here, one story is the roof of Tropicana Field, home of Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays, was ripped open from a tornado ahead of Milton making landfall. And this is where a lot of the first responders were stationed
Yeah, it was
and
going to be like a
sheltered.
staging area.
Yeah, ahead of Hurricane Milton hitting land, but they saw its roof shredded by destructive winds. Now, they say from Hurricane Milton, for what I'm hearing, is that it was a tornado prior to it making landfall. And there's some videos of the roof showing, just before it was kind of ripped open and everything. But the Rays did announce prior to the hurricane making landfall that it worked with state and local emergency management partners to aid efforts in debris removal and have a place for all the linemen and first responders to station up and get ready to go out. And so that's where they were when this happened.
Wow.
Kind
of messed them plans up.
Man, good night. But it's some pretty eerie video of that thing getting ripped open.
Yep.
So our thoughts and prayers with everybody. And yeah, I know. And the sun hadn't really even come up, so they don't know what they're dealing with. But the reports are a lot of flooding and stuff, so we'll have to see. You weren't around yesterday. We talked about Lieutenant Dan, the one-legged man that claimed he was going to stay on
One-legged.
in Tampa Bay. He was going to stay on his sailboat and ride it out.
Dan, not a great idea.
And
so he's doing just go out in it and let it do what it may.
Yep. All the authorities came out. Matter of fact, we did a story on it yesterday, and we played a little piece of him, on his sailboat saying he's going to stay and all this kind of stuff. And then towards the end,
reasoning behind that?
He's just going to stay. He's just hardened. I'm here. I'm not leaving. I don't know, Greg.
Wow.
And so at the end of the segment, we start getting reports that, hey, no, they got him up to a hotel. They've talked him up, and they've got him to a hotel. But then I wake up this morning doing show prep, and I see there's a Daily Mail story of where they checked in with Lieutenant Dan, and he's making it or something. I'm like, what is this about? So they apparently went back out there right before landfall, and all of a sudden he pokes his head up out of the sailboat, and he's still out there. Now, I don't know.
So they had him a place to go. He just chose not to.
I don't know. They were begging him to leave, and he was defiant.
Can you imagine that ride?
Golly. So, but I don't know, because it was weird, because the story was like, hey, Lieutenant Dan, he's making it. But then it says just before landfall, they went out and he poked his head out, saying, that he's gonna make it.
I'm gonna ride it out.
But we don't have a post.
We don't know how Dan fared.
No. So I don't know if any of y'all do. If so, text us 866-932-3244 on Lieutenant Dan there in Tampa Bay, wanting to stay in his sailboat and ride it out. You missed that yesterday. You would have had fun with it. It was a pretty funny little piece.
He's a crusty old guy, I guess.
He is.
Said, I'm staying, I'm riding it out.
Yeah, it's just a misleading headline. Lieutenant Dan details his wild night at sea.
Okay, so he stayed out there.
But then you start reading on it a little bit, and they're saying they're saying the storm is about an hour and a half out, and if that's the case, and I'm feeling good, then that's no problem now. So see, it's kind of weird. It's like they're saying he's riding it out, and he's. It was a wild night, but yet then it says it's about an hour out. So maybe they talked to him yesterday evening right before it came out, but we'll have to look at it. Apparently he's got a big TikTok following. So
that's
Lieutenant
funny.
Dan on TikTok,
He's going viral.
he told his followers, I'm feeling safe. I got this. The footage of him poking his little head out.
I just think the last place I'd want to be was in a boat,
Yeah.
Just saying.
He said that his
Lieutenant
boat
Dan.
was secure, so I can only go so far in the 120-mile-per-hour winds.
So he's tied her down.
Yep, yeah. I'm good. I've got everything I need, he said. I got plenty of
But
water.
why-
I got plenty of food.
But when they got you a place that's not
Right.
tied off on the dock, why would you just not go there?
Greg, he says, I got everything I need. Coffee, creamer, and everything.
Well, thank goodness. Yeah, I get that. Hey, I feel his pain there. Quick, grab the coffee and the creamer before we get out of here.
Hey, we got some. I'm going to send it to Adler. There is a guy,
Lieutenant Dan,
that was interviewing a lady that I think is from the Tampa area about evacuating, and he was asking her, "Hey, you got everything you need? What all you taking?" And she started naming some really important stuff, and she said, "And my pickleball paddle."
No, she. I'll be sure to get that.
It said, you're into pickleball if.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
On job sites, few things are more important than a solid work boot. At Boot Barn Work, we pride ourselves on knowing that no matter your trade, when there's hard work to be done, your boot should be built for non-stop protection and mobility. Thoroughgood checks all the boxes. Their Wear Anywhere boots are time-tested and crafted with the highest quality materials for relentless support. For job-fitted boots, Thoroughgood at Boot Barn Work.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour here. It's Speedy and Greg, and we're rolling through these segments, and thank all of you for your correspondence back and forth. Always fun to read your texts that are coming in at 866-932-3776. 3244. What did we do before the text, Greg?
I don't know. I can't remember. It's like it's always been there.
That's what we do. Check email. No, we have those coming in too. You can go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show, upcoming events, the store. And speaking of the text line, 866-932-3244, you can text store to that number, and in reply, you'll get a link directly to the Rick and Bubba store. Events, you can do that. You can text it to that number, and you get a direct link to upcoming events as well. This portion of the Rick and Bubba show is brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafe.com/BigVox. That's BIGVOX. And look, there's big news. Feeling secure in your place shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe is dedicating to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all the families and anywhere you have a system. Right now, you can save big, too, on this award-winning security system. We're talking about 50% off, Greg. 50% off.
Half off.
That's half. Plus, you get a free indoor security camera, too, when you order today. With exclusive live guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders, warning them that the police are on the way. And look, they have no long-term contracts or hidden fees. This level of security will earn your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked into long-term contracts. That's why it's been named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. So join the countless number of listeners and viewers from this show, and they have found peace of mind by going to simplysafe.com/BigVox and save 50% today with a new system, plus get a free indoor security camera. That's simplysafe.com/BigVox, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right, so we've hit a number of different things. We'll continue to update on Hurricane Milton and the aftermath of that. Reports are around 3 million without power. It blasts through Florida late last night into the overnight hours. And so really, as the show is live, I think we're going to kind of piece together what's happening when the sun comes up and people are able to kind of look at things. Hey, but on the Atlantic side, Daytona, Jacksonville, they're getting ripped right now. And so, because now it's back out in the Atlantic, but it's, that wind is coming back through. But flash flood warnings are in effect for Tampa. And so we'll continue to update you as all that comes through. And we'll do it really together, because as the sun comes up, we'll start to figure it out and the reports will start coming in. All right. So, Greg, I got a little piece of audio here.
All right.
I want you to tell me what you think is going on, my friend. Let's see here.
What you got?
There's another one. What is up with this? Cookie Monster bizarrely caught speeding on traffic cam.
Monster. Somebody dressed as Cookie Monster. Speeding.
Yes. All right. I'm sorry. That was just a side story. Related. What do you think is going on here?
A lot of people say your butt must burn a lot after you did that challenge.
What do you think about that?
What do you think about that, Greg? He ain't trying to light some wind.
What do you think about this, Greg?
A lot of people say your butt must burn a lot after you did that challenge, right? And
it said challenge.
Yep. What do you think?
I think he was lighting one.
What? You think that's the challenge?
Yeah. I think it
like
was
a Dumb and Dumber?
I think it was flame throwing. Yeah. Am I wrong?
Actually, never experienced burn butt before.
What is he talking about?
So that's where you landed on.
Yeah, that's
lit
where
one.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's going on.
It was a challenge, he said.
Genetic mutation, like it's like my superpower, I guess, right?
That? Am I right?
A guy from Canada broke a world record. That's him talking about it by eating 2.5 pounds of hot sauce in 3 minutes.
Now wait a minute, eating.
If you really like hot
soup,
sauce, it might not be
like soup. Just
he's chugging it
straight up. Hot sauce, nothing, not on the wing or nothing.
Well, the rules stated that he had to eat it with a teaspoon out of a bowl.
Okay. Oh, my goodness.
And so that's Mike Jack.
You're right. So now I know he's talking about his butt burning. he had to go sit in the creek while it's happening. Yeah, or in a tub.
Oh, my gracious.
I bet you couldn't touch that thing with a powder puff. Is he claiming he's not raw?
Oh, my gracious.
Is that his superpower he was talking about?
I got more.
What
if you
about his
want it.
stomach?
Hey, Mike, I can tell you it was one of the most intense 3 minutes of record breaking I've ever witnessed.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
It was a new
Thank
record
you.
title with
Yeah?
a minimum weight to beat of 300 grams. And
That's
today
terrible.
you managed a total of 1.123 kilograms of hot sauce, which is a new Guinness World Records title. Congratulations, Mike. You're officially
That
amazing.
ain't safe. Can you imagine the indigestion he's got?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh.
And he can claim he ain't got red rump. He's wrong. Flamethrower.
So, and look, he's got a headband on. It says, I'm trying to see what it says. Mike Jack eats heat.
Eats
And
heat.
Eats heat.
But it doesn't burn his rump, according to him.
Spicy speed eater Mike Jack.
You know the indigestion. Can you imagine? He'll have to have a Rolade the size of a biscuit.
But apparently he's like some Canadian YouTuber or whatever. But anyway,
Well, he's an idiot.
he broke the Guinness World Record for eating hot sauce
With a spoon out of a bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That's a record I really don't care if I ever hold.
Golly.
Good night.
Somebody said in weight, eating it, what he did, it's heavier than 2 soccer balls of hot sauce.
Good night.
That he ate.
Never heard weight compared to a
I
soccer ball.
didn't either. I don't know why.
They're not really
I
not
don't
that
know
heavy.
why.
Let's just call it. They're not that heavy.
I don't even know why. I got something else for you, too, as we're looking at some of the wacky world stories of the day. Take a listen.
The man was dressed in a banana costume. He is linked to the patrol wagon for sure, but the conspiracy charge comes in with several other people were involved too, throwing items, and in the one incident they tried to set the police car on fire.
While dressed as in a banana.
Correct. An 18-year-old man.
Look, I'm going to go out and tear up
Pennsylvania.
stuff, but first let me get my banana suit on.
You know, this story doesn't start with a Florida man. This one starts with a Pennsylvania man. He's 18, was arrested for damaging a police vehicle while dressed as a banana.
Picture him when they tackled him and put the cuffs on him and he's a banana. Okay, are you seeing it? Yes. Got his banana arms behind his back.
Oh, and hey, look, I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping.
Oh, you got more.
That wasn't slow. That was fast.
What was that? I don't
Cookie
know.
Monster caught speeding in Germany. Cops released a traffic cam photo of someone in a Cookie Monster costume
speeding,
doing 60 in a 50-mile-per-hour zone. The
That
person
ain't
could
that
face
fast.
multiple fines. We're in Germany, Greg.
Oh, you gotta go
for
speed.
speeding and driving with a mask on. That was the drop from Sesame Street about Cookie Monster going fast.
Funny. It's a picture of him come flying by.
Well, look, even if you're dressed up for something, don't you normally just take the costume or the mask where you're going and then put it on?
Yeah, or at least take the head off.
Yeah.
You know, don't
But
drive
no,
with the
I'm going to
mascot
drive.
head on.
I'm going to drive with that on.
And I'm going to get pulled over for speeding. I used to laugh. We used to hire Wacky the Clown to the kids' birthdays.
Yeah.
God rest his soul. But he would pull up in his car completely as Wacky the Clown.
Okay.
And he'd driven over all the way from wherever that, you know, when he's by people at the red light, you know, they were looking at him. I mean, he was he had the full deal on.
Good night.
He did a good job. So I'm going to take him balloon out.
Have you ever been really that into costumes or dressing up
No.
or anything? I haven't either.
No, I haven't.
I haven't either.
In fact, I kind of am the opposite.
Okay. All right.
Don't want.
Does it make you mad when you see other people?
That doesn't make me mad. It depends on how old they are.
Okay.
That's got a lot to do with it.
Yeah. I know. I understand. Like I'm mom
Children, I
and
give
dad,
a
and my
pass.
kids dressed up, so they're really wanting me to dress up. So I'm dressed up like them and walking around. You
Is
can
that
kind
what
of
you're
tell.
gonna do this
You
year?
could no, but you can kind of tell they're like, I know, but I mean, what do you do?
You gonna be a pirate? What are you gonna be?
Oh, I ought to be. You know what you could be though. You could
What?
be a Jack.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour is underway. Kickoff hour is behind us. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. And we now roll into a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new show. 45 shows left. In Rick and Bubba history, Speedy and the real Greg Burgess, who's back, they knocked out the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins us. He handles the YouTube channel as we move forward. Thank you for being with us today, however you're getting the show, live or archive. Your live options include America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. The YouTube channel has a live option, and the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app also a live option. Many of our affiliates also have their own apps, which is also an option. On the archive side, the YouTube channel gives you a daily archive of the entire show, a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers, and our podcast channel gives you daily audio archives, entire show, and also a best of hour as well. So however you're here, on whatever time frame, we're glad that you're here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into yet another edition of the long-running... Hey, that's what 2 hours sleep will get you.
Breezes and the southern wind. There they are, driving and crying.
Driving and crying.
So somebody said, I don't know if it's happened yet, you remember over in Macon, Georgia, the Black Crows and driving and crying, double bill. Woo! That'd be a good evening. Yeah. We'd like that one.
It'll be a busy one.
So, Bubba, welcome back. I know that you've had quite the schedule yesterday. Jacksonville State beating New Mexico. 54,
New Mexico State.
I get confused of which one's which. New Mexico State, 54-13.
Yeah, big win. National TV, ESPN2. So good showing last night, and it was a lot of fun. Now, for me, on the back end of it, when I looked at my CPAP machine this morning, it said 2 hours and 13 minutes of sleep, which is not it's not ideal.
No.
Did you get any in on the ride back?
I dozed a little bit. on the ride back.
I thought you might actually stay there.
It's,
it all just kind of the math works out either way.
Yeah, I had about 6 hours driving yesterday, so it was.
Lost and found and lost again. I'm a road dog.
Yeah. I felt like I needed to get on Channel 19 and check in with somebody.
I look back behind you there.
I needed a rocking chair.
But think the Lord, you're not in the path of another one of these hurricanes.
Oh gosh,
Good
I know.
gracious.
I'm looking at some of the footage
Lord,
of.
help.
Is it Tropicana Field?
Yeah.
Boy, that got shredded, didn't it?
Tornado got it. So the tornadoes.
Yeah, you have the spin-offs. Did you see the power poles all snapped in a row?
I didn't see that. I saw that a lot of tornadoes came up. Now, I will say that I know that the government shooting lasers into hurricanes to intensify their intensity. Could they not hold it at a 5? It dropped down to a 3 when it hit. I guess they weren't able to. They wanted to elevate it, but as Span had warned, and we all remembered, look, a 3. I mean, that's Katrina. So and then of course I think the last I heard it was at a 1 now, but that's horrific destruction. And hopefully the people listened on the evacuation. We were discussing those that have all the flooding that now have alligators going home to home.
Yeah,
we thought, well, hopefully the people left and they're not there fighting the alligators.
Right,
yeah, they're gone.
Sure.
I mean, you don't want alligators in your flooded home, but I'd rather not be there and hear about it than to actually be in the den trying.
I'd hate to come back and think that's their new place.
Yeah,
you don't want that. If you want to wade to the car just to get something, you don't want to look for alligators.
You don't want that.
Well, and the alligator shots will make the news. There's going to be a lot of snakes and other things that no news station's really going to cover. Just your run of the mill. Dangerous reptile in your house kind of thing.
Yeah, but like I say, hopefully you evacuated, so you're not waiting around in snakes and alligators.
Please look at that alligator in that. I'm sorry, we're showing B-roll. That's a big in there.
Oh yeah,
it looks like in somebody's kitchen.
Yeah, you don't want that.
How did he get in? You think?
Well,
just rode the water in.
Swam on in.
He knew the code.
Good night.
That's a big old gator.
That's your big boy right there.
That's a salty dog right there.
How about when he's got his mouth open going, don't do it. Don't do it.
That's your big boy right there.
Wow.
So anyway, horrible devastation again, and we'll discuss some of that.
There's been loss of life.
Unfortunately.
You knew you were going to have some of that. We were talking in the break. We've got footage today of Anderson Cooper getting hit in the head with some flying debris. And it brings up this question of all of the people are telling, the weather people tell you to leave, and then they go stand in it down there. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Over the years, this phenomenon...
That shot's overdone, I think.
Well, it is, and Bubba and I were discussing it, and he's telling you now when we were starting, we've talked about it before. We don't understand it. I understand that I'm trying to get clicks and ratings. I got that. But the point Bubba just made, though, does anybody ever think about that? That all we've done is tell people run for your lives.
Yeah.
Then I'll look up and Anderson Cooper's hanging out, showing me about the wind blowing or some Weather Channel person, and now I'm going, well, what message is it? Why aren't you leaving?
Yeah.
And then why are we putting anyone at unnecessary risk? Even though I may not agree with Anderson Cooper, I don't want him to get hit with debris.
No, I don't want him to be killed
that's what it's going to
in the process.
You're right.
It's the footage of trees and things flying is, it makes the point well enough. I don't think you have to be out in it, getting your clothes blown off. And it's, I for the life of me, I don't get it. It's unsafe and it's unneeded. And really, I think it's just self-centered promotion, really.
And it sends a bad message.
Yeah, it does. Because if he can get out and do it, why can't I get out and ride around in my four-wheel drive? Yeah. Why can't I go live on Facebook, show everybody?
No, exactly.
And then before you know it, I'm hung up in water with power lines all over me, Then what do you do?
We'll be back. We'll talk more about that today, of course. Very interesting Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Dinesh D'Souza back. He's got a new project getting folks hopefully informed before the election, which is a few weeks away. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is Larry Blackman from Cameo.
My favorite word is the word.
We were headed to go eat at a restaurant that my mother thought was a little too upscale for a hat. because my dad wears a hat all the time.
Right.
So he's got the Rick and Bubba hat on, and he's got a red golf shirt and some shorts, and he says, well, honey, we're at the beach. Nobody cares what you got on in any restaurant. And I was airing to him. I said, Mom, we all have on, like, khaki shorts and shirts. And I mean, it's a pretty nice restaurant, but it's the beach.
Right.
So they get into this debate about hats. And so she says, well, you're not wearing a hat. And he says, no, I am. And I'm like, oh, no. So we start walking to the restaurant.
How long have they been married?
47 years. So they're in this discussion, so much so they separate from the group.
All right.
As we're walking to the restaurant.
It's getting a little exciting.
Yeah, restaurant walking distance from the beach house. So it's a classic setup where you try to eat somewhere that's within walking distance. You have to park and like that.
Right.
Got us reservations, so it's all good. And now they begin to distance themselves from the crowd. And I'm like, wow, I'm real uncomfortable. And then there's that look of your kids like, can Nan and Pop get in arguments? And you're like, yeah. And he said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm wearing a hat. And of course, at this point, I know that he's not going to win because he's dealing with a woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. And she's going to eventually let him know that you may wear that hat, but you're going to wear it and be miserable. You know, to that point. So keep in mind, I mean, Delilah got Samson to tell her to cut all his hair off because she just wouldn't leave him alone. You know what I mean? She wouldn't be quiet about it. We always look at that. You realize everything he kept telling her would work, they tried. Right. And she still was able to nag it out of it. You know what I mean? So they're on there. So finally, he goes to remove the hat, and I look, and he's got the cardboard still in it that you have when you buy a hat.
No, in the front?
Yeah, and I said, Dad, what are you doing with the cardboard still in that? He goes, oh, you're supposed to keep cardboard in it. Now, keep in mind, let me tell you about my dad. Let me tell you about my dad.
What are y'all talking about? I agree.
Listen, back.
I agree, Coach.
When cigarettes first had a warning on them, the first time they've made cigarette owners put on there, hey, these could kill you.
Mm-hmm.
He was smoking in those days, and he doesn't smoke anymore. And he got a pack of cigarettes. Now that my grandmother's gone into heaven, I think I can say that now. So anyway, he and he said, well, look at that. They got a warning on the side saying these things are bad for you, to which my mother replied, they all have that, Bill. That's my dad's name. He said, no, they don't. She said, it's on all of them. He said, no, that's not true. And she said, you mean to tell me you think only certain cigarette packs have that warning on it? He said, no, I know they don't. And this is another beach outing, by the way. They all ended up loading up in a car and going to a store that sold cigarettes to show him that it was on all cigarettes. Okay?
And when they found it on all cigarettes, he said,
but that's just a store. So, I mean,
just his store.
So anyway, I made the mistake of saying, Dad, you're not supposed to wear the cardboard in the hat. He said, no, yes, you are too if you want to look right. He said it keeps the shape that way it doesn't get all flat.
I've always thought your dad's hats look good.
Yeah, he knows how to do a hat.
Yeah.
And I said, so you think that cardboard is in it, and that's the only way the hat will stay in shape. So that's how they make hats.
So you got like trucker hat top.
Yeah. Oh, that's why he wants it.
Yeah, you want so you can read the logo. You don't want it all
mashed. Now I will
down.
say this: in his defense, his hat was perfect. Okay.
Yeah. And he had it like he liked.
And then he gets my hat. And he goes, look at this ratty hat. He said, you done got yours all ratty. I said, but Dad, when you sweat, does it not get on the cardboard? I mean,
what did he say?
Yeah, he goes, no, it don't bother me. That's why you wear a hat. You're supposed to keep the cardboard in.
I bet he don't like them flat bills either, does he?
So then, no. Oh gosh, no. So then, they get in such an argument on the way to the restaurant. He stops at a tree.
At a tree.
A tree that is lining the sidewalk we're walking on. Removes his hat. Okay. Puts it in a tree, stuffs it in between some limbs, and says, well, it better be there when I get back. If I lose my hat over this. And he said, and so then we.
Wait a minute. Okay, stop.
And I said, Dad, you're just going to leave it in a tree? He goes, I do stuff like that. I'll leave stuff. I come back and pick it up on the way back.
In a tree.
In a tree. and Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, we finished chapter 2 of the book of Daniel. That's available now on the YouTube and podcast channel. As I mentioned, another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Vindicating Trump is the new project from Dinesh D'Souza. We'll talk to him about that as we get ready for the upcoming election, which is going to be a biggie. And this weather that we've been talking about has kind of been a focal point with the election on who's doing what. Biden and Harris can't seem to get on the same page on what's going on, and you know, one like Speedy mentioned, one moment Kamala Harris tells us that, you know, DeSantis won't take her call, and then Biden tells people, yeah, I've been talking with DeSantis. I mean, everything's moving. DeSantis said, I've been talking to Biden. I've done this before. So now even the weather is part of November. So and then, you know, the government's intensifying hurricanes to try to keep, you know, rural areas for voting for Trump, and there's just all kinds of stuff going on. But you mentioned this Anderson Cooper thing.
Yeah.
And this has been an ongoing topic.
Hey, I'm out here. Look at me.
I don't know. There's no need to do this. You mentioned that. We have, I mean, Adler sent us 4 different live cams yesterday to watch if we wanted to. As you mentioned, all the damage, all the winds we can see on various cameras, various weather cameras. We don't need any human beings standing in it.
There's nothing to gain by me being out with flying debris going, the wind's blowing, we got a hurricane.
Right, and remember this. I saw this yesterday. Now, this is more the hyperbole headline stuff that we have. You know, the one that we had one yesterday that named James Spann unable to speak, talking about Nadine, which he said shouldn't even have a name yet because it's not even where it is, and he called it a junk storm. And then we've got a headline saying that Milton's where Milton's gone, this one's coming right behind it. But anyway, when people said this, now think about this, and we've got Anderson Cooper right now. We were told this phrase was used, unsurvivable hurricane. That phrase was in headlines.
Yes.
Unsurvivable. And then we have weather people and Anderson Cooper out in it. That just sends a real confusing message.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the weather person's version of sideline reporter.
Right.
You know, I'm close to the action. I got to tell you. I got to show you.
Of course, nobody told us standing on the sideline was unsurvivable.
No.
Okay,
no,
all right.
They didn't. And by the way, Lieutenant Dan, he said he's fine. He did make it. Just a real quick update.
Is that him right there? And that's Greg. I'm
no,
sorry.
that's Greg.
Anyway, so,
but I found a story. He says he's fine.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, here is Anderson.
And the water now is really starting to pour over. If you look at the graph, whoa.
There it is, right in the face.
And the water now is really starting to pour over. If you look at the graph, whoa.
Oh.
Okay. And the water now is really starting to pour
like
over.
a piece of foam.
If you look at the graph, whoa.
I think the cameraman.
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah. I
want to get out of that.
We're all thinking it. Everybody's thinking it.
I know the joke you're wanting to say.
Not going to say it. Not going to say it.
Yeah, the cameraman.
I'm just taking Greg's mic down because
that's not what Rick's thinking.
Here,
I know what he's saying.
I'm going to take Greg's mic down.
It didn't look like it was that rough where it was.
And here we go.
Did y'all?
It looked like styrofoam.
I'm like Speedy. I think the cameraman threw it to make it look like
that's what I'm saying.
Something was happening.
Yeah.
Or he wanted to get out of the rain. The cameraman did.
Yeah.
That is not beyond the realm of possibility.
No.
The cameraman tossed something in the face.
The way it came from, it looked like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
You're
where
right.
a camera guy would be standing.
Yep.
It did kind of look like that.
Yeah. I mean,
Nothing's real anymore.
Yeah.
No.
You're right. It
is
has to come from the camera guy.
The show must go on. I mean, this is.
Yeah, it's
he seemed to take it all in stride.
He threw it.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, he's
I
tough.
think he threw it.
You know why? Because he knew it was
one
coming.
tough cookie.
Yeah.
He's known for that.
He's going to get some award for it now, and the cameraman threw it.
213.
He compared.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if I go real slow. Can you see a hand?
Yeah,
can you
let's
see a
see.
hand? You
What
know.
is that in slow motion?
Let's see.
Stop it.
Is that
Let's
a
I mean, he
You're
reaches
baiting the field
down.
right now. Please stop.
Look, he
baiting the
reaches
field.
down.
He does reach down. It's almost like he threw it to
It's
him.
like he bends over and says, "Hit me."
He
right
reaches down.
Oh, Bubba.
There it
Yeah.
is. There it is.
He's going off 2 hours sleep, y'all. Watch out.
There it is.
Yeah, that was
Right
complete
to the face.
setup. Complete setup.
Right in the face.
All right, that's a setup.
In the face.
That's a setup.
It obviously wasn't hard debris of any kind, because if it would have hit him in the face like that, it would have like cut him up.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit soft. But he took it in stride. He's a tough guy.
Yes, he did.
Like a man.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Gosh, where's that
Hurricane
break when you
Milton.
need it?
Oh, goodness. All right. So, by the way, but here's what I love. Here's the headline again. I wish I could read this one to span. Terrifying moment. Anderson Cooper hit by flying debris. Live.
Terrifying.
While covering Hurricane Milton. Terrifying.
Well, first of all,
did that look terrifying?
Nobody forced him to go out there. He
Well,
went on his own.
back to the original point.
Second of all, I thought it looked like he got hit by like a bag, like a grocery bag.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It wasn't like I'm saying it wasn't anything.
There's 3 whole minutes left. There's nothing I can do. All right, so give me something else to talk about.
Lieutenant Dan.
It wasn't like a
You know,
piece of
we
the
have
di-
power
the day.
flashes sometime when there's not even a storm going on. I wish you had one right now.
Yeah, you want me to go out?
Well, let's go to Tropicana Field. You want to go to Tropicana
How
Field?
about Tropicana
Let's go to
Field?
Tropicana
Look at
Field.
Lieutenant Dan.
No,
Take the lid off of
All right,
it.
so Lieutenant Dan
Didn't make it, Rick.
I am reading a story here.
That is a wedge. No, he made it
Well,
right.
see, I don't know where it
That
is.
was Lieutenant
I
Dan's
don't
body
think-
that hit Anderson Cooper.
That was his leg.
News.
There he is.
A reporter with News
Right
Nation
there he is.
went to where Lieutenant Dan was. I'm trying. And checked on him really late Wednesday night after the storm had swept through, and he said, "I'm fine." He
No,
stuck,
he's acting like
he
a
stuck
dog.
his head
So-
out. He stuck his head out and
See,
said, "I'm fine."
Did he
These
ride
sto-
it out on that boat?
That
Yes.
story is going to get somebody killed.
That's what I'm
because
saying.
They're
Yeah.
thinking, hey, this was a Category 5. It always, goes down a level or two when it hits land. A guy in a sailboat made it. I can make it here
No,
at the
you're
house.
right.
Yeah, see,
I
that
mean-
makes, they had him a place to go, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why would you stay in the boat?
Because
Why?
because it
Because
all
he's
goes
Lieutenant
back
Dan,
to,
I
Rick.
guess that's it.
to TikTok followers.
Yes, and
Oh,
here
okay.
here he is on
good for
Aiden
him.
Ross is a famous streamer of some kind.
You
some-
reckon Dan will take a bump?
And oh my goodness, he does have a criminal history, which is not a surprise at
Take
all.
him a
but,
drink, dude.
then you have like famous streamers like this Aiden Ross guy offering Lieutenant Dan like $100,000 to get a new boat. This is absolutely going to encourage bad behavior.
Oh yeah, if he gets a new boat out of it.
Yes.
It doesn't even look like the boat's rocking.
Something's wrong.
Something about that doesn't make
Something's
sense,
not
guys.
right.
Dan's full.
I
of
think he
it.
took
you
his boat, and
conspiracy
that's actually
people.
floating down
What's
the middle of that city in Disney World.
What's the guy's name that would go out and into the wild, and we found out he was staying in hotel rooms?
Oh, yeah,
Bear Grylls?
Bear Grylls, yeah. You think so? Y'all think he ran up to the hotel
No,
room and they went back out? What's
I
y'all's
don't
allegation?
know. I don't know. Something looks strange about that because you would think if he was being tossed about that he, the internet picture would be coming and going, and
Right,
you know what I
yeah.
mean. It looked.
How could he even get a signal?
All of
Who
y'all
would
that
think
think,
Dan
hey,
would
if you
pull
thought the moon landing was fake, you got to be on this one. You
That's
know what
right,
I mean?
sure.
Come on.
Too many flags.
That's right.
I'm not saying he didn't, but it just looked a little strange.
The fact he survived it makes me feel like it's a lie. Yeah. Come on.
Well, it looks like everybody's rushing to the coast to help. There's a story today in Daily Mail. Meet the escort, 61, rushing to Tampa to soothe hurricane evacuees. I will bring my rain boots, she says.
Who is
Wait a
this
minute.
person?
That's Bubba
It's in
Reed.
the,
We got bottled water here. Now over here.
With the rain boots on.
Where the rain boots on, if you. There that
Did you
is.
say she's 61?
that's what she said.
As if
That's
these
the
people
story.
haven't been through enough.
Yeah, that's all you can send us.
Golden Bachelor.
61?
We've been. What next? Outdated drinks? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so he
well, you
let.
Burgesses.
I
said-
bet he don't like them flat bills either, does he?
So then, no. Oh gosh, no. So then, they get in such an argument on the way to the restaurant. He stops at a tree
At a tree.
that is lining the sidewalk we're walking on. Removes his hat, okay. Puts it in a tree, stuffs it in between some limbs, and says, "Oh, it better be there when I get back. If I lose my hat over this." And he said, and so then we.
Wait a minute. Okay, stop.
And I said, Dad, you're just gonna leave it in a tree? He goes, I do stuff like I'll leave stuff. I come back and pick it up on the way back.
In a tree.
In a tree. And so
he
well, you
let
Burgesses
he
something
let
up.
the art he
he
let
gave in.
he let your mom make the
Right.
call.
Now keep in mind.
Now your hair usually looks good.
Now
after
listen
you've had it.
about his hair though. Don't miss this. Okay. I think I said this the other day. Did I talk about on the air when he'd found himself his own shower at the beach house and nobody else could use it?
Yeah,
And it's because he has to set his stuff up in a certain area.
Yeah.
Because he does everything the same since the 60s. Okay, everything the same.
And what's wrong with that?
So look, I go in there and I sneak in to use that shower because I had the best water pressure.
Right.
And he don't know I'm in there. And I get out and I look, and he has the same brush that from when I was a kid. I mean, I can document
hairbrush.
I can document the hairbrush 40 years. I can document 40 to 45 years. I can document.
Wow.
That. The handle broke on it, and he wouldn't replace it because it makes his hair the way he wants it. Then he puts a hat on top of the hair, so I don't know why it matters. So we walk into the restaurant. So he's got his hair with his.
I was going to say he's got hat head.
First thing you see is the guy's got a hat on in the restaurant. And he just looks at my mother and says, and I look, he's got the most disgusting look. And I said, if we don't stop him, he'll go back to the tree. Okay.
I started to say, but
I mean,
here's the only question. Why don't you stash it in a bush at the place? Right. Then if you see that you're wrong, you run out there and get it.
Yeah, let's not forget the hat's in the tree.
Now, my mother's been married to him for nearly 50 years, so she was strategic in trying to turn up her disagreement where he would leave it far enough away he couldn't go back and get it. And now my mother didn't even check up when he put it in the tree like that happens all the time.
I hate to say, I think I'm more shocked that he leaves a hat in a tree than the cardboard in the hat. I'm amazed that he left the hat in the tree.
Now, I'll tell you what you missed was us trying to find it because it was dark when we came out of the restaurant now. On the way back to the restaurant, here I am climbing in trees.
What was he saying about it?
He said, I tell you what, my hat better be here. If my hat's gone, he said, I'm going to be furious. And I said, Dad, I think I can get you another Rick and Bubba hat. He goes, no, I want that hat. That's my hat. And
with the cardboard in it.
Praise God we found it. In a tree.
Rick and Bubba.
I was in the kitchen, and Greg said, you care if I do a little PSA on the phone?
Well, you know how when we have a problem with stuff at home,
public service announcement.
If we'll mention it, somebody will usually take care of it.
That's right.
Right?
Absolutely.
Well, this little shout-out's going to everybody, my neighbors.
Oh, here we go.
Your neighbors. Shout out to your
I want
neighbors.
them to know this, if they're listening, and I love all y'all, both of you.
Both of you?
But if any of you own a little, he's almost a Jack Russell / Beagle / Rat Terrier.
Wow.
I don't know what he is.
Something from the
He
terrier.
barks a lot. Look, no, that don't bother me.
He's got
took
an
up at the
iPhone
house
on his collar.
He's took up at the house, and other day, Saturday when it stormed, he showed up in the middle of the storm. Okay, and he belongs to somebody because you can tell he ain't young. Well, I got that stray that had a puppy in the garage. All right, she's still there. I don't think she can go back and heat quite yet. I checked with the vet.
I don't know.
And the puppy's 4 months old. That little Jack Russell's trying to hump everything out there, and he has got. And he's fixing to. Seriously, when I seen all that, you got today to come get him. If it belongs to any of my neighbors, this is true. I'm not being funny at all. You've got today.
No, that's
or
what's
me and
funny
Jack.
about it. You are serious.
And I don't know what he is. He ain't really a Jack Russell, but he's from that. I think a Beagle and Jack Russell hooked up or something.
Okay, all right.
But he is fixing to
he's
take
got it in him.
I'm giving him today.
How long? Till what time today?
Till dark. No, wait a minute. I may give him through the night. Just depends on if he's still cutting up.
Well, you know what's going to happen when it turns dark, though. You need.
But listen, but here's the deal. Me and him, we're going to take a long ride, and you're not going to see him. So if you want him, you need to come get him.
Oh, Greg, go give him to somebody.
Well, no.
Go give him to Patty and Sean or somebody.
I can't have any more puppies at the house.
So you're saying if this dog does not stop humping your dog,
yes,
that he's going for the long ride.
And I don't know what he's doing because the puppies.
Greg, how are you going to monitor that activity?
Like 4 months.
Hey,
Dogs can't come in the heat that early.
The puppy look at you like, could you get this thing off me?
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, do you think that a dog comprehends? I mean, you're acting like he has the ability to reason.
No, Rick. No, they have the ability. They know when that's on and when it's not.
Right, but they still, but they
a
all.
4-month-old dog ain't in heat.
I know, but Greg, they also know.
Help me out.
He also knows that somebody's leg's not in heat.
Well,
Moving ahead, 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us on another Rick and Bubba show. So here's a tough question. Do you owe taxes? Got back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget about that extension? Here it comes. You realize the 15th of October that's next week. FYI. Now, once that hits, the IRS can garnish wages at that point. So Tax Network USA is standing by ready to be an advocate for you. And, if you don't have somebody between you and the IRS, you can get your bank account frozen. They could go as far as to seize your property. So you need Tax Network USA now. They'll handle your IRS tax problems fast. Their attorneys, strategists, expert negotiators employ the brilliant strategies that they have known for years, and they're designed to solve your IRS problem quickly, but also in your favor. They also have a preferred direct line to the IRS, so they're accustomed to working with them. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. They're the team that you need between you and the IRS. They're not going after the uber rich. No matter how many times the government may demonize the uber wealthy, they don't go after them when it comes revenuing time, because they know between them and the IRS, they have brilliant lawyers. So why don't you get some too? October the 15th is Tuesday, FYI. So go to tnusa.com/bigvox or call 1-800-780-8888. Also, you'll find the link that you need at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and all that information is there too. So, Bubba, we got an update.
Rick, look at that artwork. I didn't know Glenn Beck was at the game. That is something.
That's something. Look, the
sorry,
things,
little inside there.
I know we're looking at the text line, and we have people that put what is it? These AI images they create and Photoshop and all kinds of stuff all throughout the show. So we did see also a screenshot of an actual press conference. And the Tampa police said that Lieutenant Dan was actually rescued and put in a shelter. He did not ride the storm out in the boat. We all found that to be hard to believe. They rescued him, and the point was the police chief had a funny statement saying, if we can get this guy in a shelter, then everybody should have been able to go to a shelter, because he's a tough one to get. But they said they took him out of the boat in a shelter. That's how he survived the storm. He was not out in the boat.
So the interview we just saw with the influencer, and I don't know who that guy was.
Right.
That was fake, or did it happen before
Probably,
they got him off?
I think our timeline would be off. Yeah, he probably was talking to him and he was saying he was going to ride out the storm. What the Tampa Bay police is saying, that did not happen. So anyone like News Nation reporting that he did, now that's a fabricated false story.
Right. It sure is, because I'm sitting here reading it, and y'all have got it printed out. The guy clearly said he went out Wednesday night after the storm passed, and he said he was fine.
Right.
So they just lied. They just absolutely lied.
Well, it's accurate to say he survived the storm. That what's not accurate, he was not on his boat. So they're kind of playing games with you a little bit. But they did put on his boat in the article. So that's horribly misleading, which is once again another example of how difficult it is to do this job now, because misinformation and disinformation is at an all-time high. We have access to a lot of stuff, but it doesn't mean it's accurate.
Also, from the curious on this, we do have some other numbers. They're saying right now 3.3 million people without power. That may even go up more as we go along here. There's a Daily Mail story of a guy who is attempting to save his house by strapping it down with ratchet straps. Have y'all seen this?
You told me about it in the break. I have not seen it.
It looks like he's got 5 or 6 straps that he's buried anchors in the yard, and it looks like one in the driveway.
I see it now.
And he has strapped his entire house to the ground like you would strap a sofa you were moving in a truck. Other than Greg.
Any update on how this went?
Yeah, I mean, did this make it? Does anybody know where this is
People are
at?
trying to get updates on the strapped down house. There's another lady that refused to leave because she said her husband is a builder and he built their house at commercial grade. So they're looking for the strapped down house person, Lieutenant Dan, the commercial grade house lady. And I think it's just as the sun comes up, we'll be able to get more answers on these cases.
Yeah,
now,
you'll see a lot more.
If you'll follow up on the press conference from Tampa Bay Police, they say they actually strapped Dan down with the straps just like this.
Good move.
And that he, the wind was rough on him, but it didn't move him.
Did y'all see the New York Post story that says Lieutenant Dan did brave Milton on his sailboat and he emerged unscathed?
Yeah, somebody's got their facts wrong.
Somebody's wrong. This thing we just saw was the actual press conference from a TV station there, and they put underneath, this is what the Tampa Bay police chief is saying. So I don't know.
Speaking of Lieutenant Dan and police, we were talking about he probably has a criminal history. He does. He had a physical assault case against him on a law enforcement officer and an EMT.
Very good.
Lieutenant Dan.
So I don't know what the truth is because we have conflicting stories. So there you go.
Somebody's wrong. I mean, bad wrong.
Because even though it went a little below Tampa Bay, that still would have been too much for him out there.
Can you imagine 20-foot boat out in those waves?
Yeah, Bubba. I mean, no, not Bubba,
good
but
night.
Greg. I don't know if you've seen the full. It was only like this little bitty sailboat. I thought it before we saw it. It was this big old long, huge sailboat. No, it's a tiny little thing.
Tiny.
Yeah,
What's
it's
the
a
point?
sailboat, not much bigger than most bass boats.
So we got you a shelter you can go to, or you can stay in this.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make sense.
No. And again,
See, okay, so this is a video that people are saying, okay, see, look, he's okay, but this was posted at 10 or 11 o'clock last night, so that wouldn't have been before the worst had happened yet.
that is before, yeah, because I know that Span
They're
said
trying to act like that's after.
They're trying to act like this is after.
no. Span said it would have been overnight in the wee hours of Thursday morning.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it made landfall earlier than they thought. It made landfall like last night, maybe
Before midnight.
Yeah, it was before midnight. So if that was at 11 p.m. local time, then it had already made landfall.
Okay.
But why is the weather so clear? This doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. I don't think that's accurate.
not accurate. There's no way that's accurate.
Somebody's playing with us.
Yeah.
Something doesn't look right.
Lieutenant Dan.
Something stinks.
Who would have thought people put out misinformation?
For real.
You got to be kidding me. Next thing you'll tell me is people think the Earth is flat now.
So I don't know, guys. I just don't think it's smart. What we can take away from this is that I don't think it's smart to stay in a 20-foot boat during a hurricane.
No, that's not smart.
No,
In fact,
and-
it's the opposite.
And I think that's a bad example to
Yeah.
be because people will go, well, if he made it, I can make it here at the house. It ain't gonna be that bad.
So now here's
And then
Fox
they'll find
13.
them in another county somewhere.
Right.
All right, here's Fox 13. Now, this was 16 hours ago. A man, Lieutenant Dan, remains on the boat despite the mayor saying he was in a shelter.
Yeah, see, that's
mean,
insane.
It's
just
Lieutenant Dan won't leave his boat. Talking to police. Refuses rescue from Milton's path. Still not evacuated. So I don't know.
Okay, I look at this damage inland, and I mean, there's no way a 20-foot boat made that.
I wouldn't.
Look, so he was in, what was it, Tampa Harbor or whatever?
yeah.
You can see the water at
That's
this
not-
point of
there's
this
no
video. The water is receded. The water's way down. So he's way down. So at what point did the water, I know it got all sucked out at one point. When did that happen? Because that's when this video was taken. The one that people are claiming, see, he's fine, he wrote it out. Do y'all know when that happened?
No.
Okay, I'll look that up.
It looks awful calm.
Yeah, it does.
And which could have been after. I don't know. So we've got stories. So now we're into another conspiracy theory. Local officials are wanting everyone to believe that they got him in a shelter so they won't look bad. And they're saying now he's claiming he's in a shelter. He was offered the shelter but refused. We don't know what's true.
Yeah.
And
the exact time was 8:30 p.m. local time that it made landfall.
And
that was hours earlier than they said.
Did the strap down house make it?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm really more interested in that.
I'm about
at
to say
this
I'm
point.
ready to transition from Lieutenant Dan to strap down house.
Right.
Yep.
Right. That's
All right. When in doubt, I always go to the YouTube comments on our channel, so I'm gonna go check those out.
Oh,
That is
sure.
a fountain of
Those
knowledge.
are always
You will
great.
definitely get to the
I've never
bottom
seen any misinformation there, and or disinformation. I've seen both.
Sorry, gang. I apologize, y'all. Sorry.
The other is, well, maybe the strap down house. If it survived, that might be a headquarters for the 61-year-old escort.
Oh,
Maybe
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
So there you go.
It's big gun.
So
Never mind.
so we'll be back.
She's got her rain boots on, ready to go.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll continue, and if we get updates on these stories that seem somewhat accurate, we'll pass them along to you.
Has anybody seen the strap down house?
We'll be right
Is it
back.
still with us?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was the big year-ender, the big end-of-the-year party for the Mighty Mini Colts. We decided we would have it down at our family farm because big open areas for everybody to run. Talked to Gerald at Fun Source, who, by the way, is with his children in Disney World, and he and I talked on the phone yesterday. God love him. And I kept hanging up going, well, Gerald, you have a magical time. Because there's just something magical about being at Disney. If you've never done, I tell you what's magical when that van's driving away and you finally have pulled it off.
Wow, that's magical.
But anyway, so we got a bunch of jumpy stuff down there, which, the forecast, we looked at it. We knew that for where we live, rain was coming today and tomorrow, which we desperately need, and we're getting that now. And so, but there was about 30% chance on Sunday. But I thought, well, we've got the barn. That's where we're doing the trophies. That's where we'll do the food. So I'm grilling the hot dogs, outside, and it wasn't but like 5 to 7 minutes. Okay. Right when I've got about half the hot dogs done, I got just enough fire because I'm charcoaling down there. I'm not cooking with gas like I prefer, and so I'm got just enough fire to finish the last plate of hot dogs, just enough. And here it comes. About 20 minutes before the team's going to arrive, I mean, it starts raining hard. And it's cold too. It's kind of a cold day, temperature dropping a little bit, and it starts raining on. And is there any greater feeling, Bubba, to be? I don't know when the last time you did charcoal. When the rain is hitting the charcoal and now throwing white dust up on all the hot dogs, and you're trying to run, and you're trying to, and have you ever thought about yourself? All right, I don't know what to do with this situation. The hot dogs are getting soaked. You look over at all the jumpy stuff; they're getting rained on. It didn't rain long, but it rained a lot for a short period of time. So now I look at Sherry. I said, I got no fire left, and it'll take a long time to get the fire back where it needs to be. So she's running into that little farmhouse to try to boil the rest of the hot dogs. So now you got a pile of grilled, you can have a pile of boiled ones. Guess which one everybody picked? So you got that going on, and then just when I was uttering to the first dad who arrived, there was my son and one other kid that was there. My son has his football jersey on from the season, blue jeans, and brand new tennis shoes.
Rick,
but which we had bought on the way because he left his tennis shoes at home because we came straight from church. So, but they were, thankfully not very expensive. They're just, when they're growing out of them at this point, why spend a lot of money?
You're right.
So, before I can say, let's get a broom and get the water off of the big slide, I hear a splashing sound, and I look up, and number 25, my son, has come down the slide into a pool of water at the bottom of the slide, soaking himself from head to toe,
and everyone within 2 feet of him.
Right, and then of course here comes his buddy, right into the water.
Because Rick, now they're going into the pool. That's great.
So what was supposed to be this very wonderful celebration of a Little League football season has now turned into kids dressed in jeans and jerseys diving into water on jumpies,
soaking wet with it, getting a little chilly.
I mean, and they're soaking wet.
Soaky.
Soaking wet, and it's not warm.
No, because I know the day you're talking about. It just get a little breezy, So now, but I'm going to give all the parents credit. It's like I turned even to my wife and now everybody's showing up, and before I can stop them, they're jumping in the water. I mean, they're getting on the tub. They're all jumping, they're tackling, and of course I know this was shocking. You got a big slide, you got a big obstacle course, and then there was one thing which I'll get Gerald for this at Fun Source. That was the thing where you get the big thing like you remember when Gomer Pyle had to get in there with a football helmet off in the Marines, and they knocked each other off.
Yeah, the jousting.
He gave me this big arena with 2 little platforms and giant blown-up sticks.
Foam sticks.
For them to knock each other off. Well, they did that for some time. Then it just turned into, I don't know what it was, just a free-for-all of everybody trying to knock each other out of it, diving on top of each other.
Soaking wet.
As water comes up, in the middle. And I just looked at the parents, and I said, guys, I got no plan for this. Don't know what to do. It's not raining anymore. And everybody just looked around and said, let it ride. Just let it ride.
But here's what's so funny about kids. This is what they'll remember about the season.
You're right.
Right. the fun party, the end of the year. You remember jumping in the water? And
I mean,
that's what they'll remember.
To tell you how into
I wish they cared more.
But that would be something great if it was summer.
Yeah.
But it was, and then one of them actually brought up, are we going to ride 4-wheelers? I said, no. Fool me once with your water stuff. The only thing worse than y'all being soaking wet is driving in cold air soaking. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. All right, so I'm ready to move off the Lieutenant Dan thing because I don't think we're going to get the real answer. In the break, literally, there are stories that say Lieutenant Dan rode the boat. Lieutenant Dan was going to ride the boat, changed his mind at the last minute, went into a shelter. The city says he was in a shelter. Others are saying the city's pretending he was in a shelter, but he really wasn't. So I don't know what happened to Lieutenant Dan, and I'm starting to lose interest in it. So because there's there's just no way. I mean, I don't know what to do when I'm looking at sources that tell me two mutually exclusive answers.
Yeah. Somebody knows the truth about Lieutenant Dan. Somebody.
Yeah. I'm going to say that if I looked at the probability of the right narrative, it's a shame I have to do this, just using logic, to me, it would be that he said he was going to stay. They pleaded with him to get to a shelter. He ain't going to do it. And then when he realized some kind of awareness might have hit, what in the world am I doing? Mm-hmm. And at the last minute, he gave in and went into a shelter. Yeah. I think that's probably a logical narrative, and there is stories that say that, but then there's other stories that say, no way, he stayed out there and he's still alive and ain't nothing to it.
So the texters are saying, hi, Rick and Bubba. We got one that says, I'm Lieutenant Dan. I chose not to stay on my boat, and I took shelter at my brother's house. He had strapped it down with a ratchet strap.
And I saw the other one that says he's on the boat, and strangely, there's a 61-year-old woman on it with him.
Yeah.
What is that?
And she's got her rain boots on.
I tell you. So who cares? I mean, I'm now moving off. I now want to know about the strap down house.
Speedy, there was one more. Can you scroll back up? It said the true story is that Lieutenant Dan is a CIA agent, and the sailboat was actually the boat used to carry the weather machine out that guided the hurricane.
I got it.
So, there you go.
Get out
another take.
There you go. No, well, the whole thing with yesterday is two different things. I mean, cloud seeding in places that need rain and getting some productivity out of that is one thing. Manipulating hurricanes to make them stronger so they can keep people from voting for Trump, that's a different. Those are two completely different narratives.
Yeah, and I did some more research on cloud seeding, guys, and I found that 60% of the time it works every time.
You got to pick it back up.
You did. Just like Sex Panther.
You found it.
That's good. What about you? So, is there anything else we need to discuss on this? Because I had something I want to ask you about that has nothing to do with any of this.
Lieutenant Dan?
I mean, it's just one of those things that we'll randomly think about off the top of our heads. So, and I bet we have the answer because this is just a category we do really well in. So, I was sitting at a red light, and I was looking at a property that is a hotel that's been a hotel for a long, long time. And you know how something just comes out of your mouth, and then it starts you down a road that you're just chasing a rabbit going, hey, you know what?
Yep.
I said this to my wife. I was looking at the location. I said, you know, that thing's been there a while. And I said, I think at one time, you see right there where that Wings place is? I think this hotel at one time, and then it came out, was a Howard Johnson's. And that was a Howard, and she said, Howard Johnson's. And I said, whatever happened? All right, so first of all, take me to the restaurant part. Because I know at one time it was a hotel.
Great ice cream.
It was a hotel restaurant combination, right? Mm-hmm. And then it just went to restaurants and got out of the hotel stuff, right?
I remember us staying at the one in Atlanta to go to Remember, we'd go to Six Flags, spend the night, and then go to Lion Country Safari the next day. And I remember it had the restaurant and the building.
So now I want to get into the restaurant only. What was it like? Was it like a Shoney's? That's how I remember.
I think so.
What was like their fare?
Like a Denny's or
No,
something.
where did
Denny's.
you see this at?
Well, it was a place in Birmingham, and I was talking to my wife. I said at one time I think that property right there was a Howard Johnson's, and then she looked at me and said, Howard Johnson. I said, I can't believe I just remembered Howard Johnson's. I don't know if they exist anymore. I don't think they do. And I tried to remember what it was like.
Hojo?
What it was like. What the restaurant was like. Was it a Denny's type thing? Was it a Shoney's kind of thing? I'm trying to think of the menu.
Howard Johnson by Wyndham currently commonly referred to as Howard Johnson's, is a hotel chain with 200 hotels in 15 countries.
So it's Wyndham now? They're not called Howard Johnson's
No, it's
anymore?
Howard Johnson by Wyndham.
Okay. Are the restaurants still around?
It
Howard
says here,
Johnson's restaurants.
A CNN story from 2022 said the last surviving Howard Johnson's restaurant closed.
Okay, so what was the
had
menu? Does anybody remember the menu? Somebody pull up, see if you can find the menu.
Okay.
I remember eating there.
Yeah, I do too, but I can't remember what it was like. I don't remember what they served. It feels like it was a Denny's kind of shoney thing.
Yeah.
Like you said, the ice cream.
Didn't it have like a
Did you ever
had
eat
regular
one?
seating, but
Oh,
then you
yeah.
had the bar area where you could sit. Not that it was
Rick,
food,
we
but
wasn't
they had
uppity. We didn't get to go to town.
the
like
round
that.
seats.
Right, but you remember when Howard
I just
Johnson
remember
restaurants?
something about
started?
ice
All
cream
right.
there. I always liked their ice cream.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I got the menu. Let's see if we can get this pulled
I'll tell you
up.
where it is. It's right there at the. Well, I won't tell you, but I'll tell you in the break. But the because it's too local. But I was. You can even see down the side of the restaurant. I used to combine the restaurant with the hotel, and I could. But now it's like a wings place or
Right.
something.
Rick, here's the menu here.
All right, so see if Bubba, you never ate at the Howard Johnson's.
I don't recall.
I only
either.
remember
I knew the
Atlanta.
restaurant. I knew
Birmingham had one, and Greg said Atlanta had one, which I don't remember.
Oh yeah, right.
I think
Not
that-
far from Six Flags.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like got hamburgers. We got hamburgers. We got sandwiches.
Known for their ice cream too.
Yeah, the ice cream is big.
And they start in
No,
Massachusetts.
it doesn't really look like Shoney's. I mean, Shoney's never had a crab cake.
Didn't they hip it up to Hojo?
Yeah, they did. They tried to make it hip for a while. You got you a broiled steak. Here.
Hojo
We got
Motor
Bubba,
Lodge.
Bubba, we got some clams.
Clams.
Fisherman's platter.
Mm-hmm.
Over here now, we've got blueberry ice cream shortcake. We got some really good fudge layer cake.
Ooh.
That's where the Shoney thing came in.
Yeah.
And
Hot fudge cake.
Oh yeah, ice cream cake. Oh, with chocolate sauce. Ice cream puff, hot fudge, and
Hojo.
butterscotch sauce, chocolate brownie. Okay, so it's all coming back to me now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I just remember those,
I
and
remember eating
and
it at
it was
Howard
kind of a
Johnson's.
orange.
Yeah, it was orange was the
aqua
color. Yeah.
Wasn't
Yeah.
that
Oh,
it?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was it.
Guys, I know we're so done with this.
Please,
no,
you're not
you're not
cutting
going
it.
I think Lieutenant Dan stayed in his boat the whole time and he's fine. So I found the original post of the video where he's checked in. Checked
Howard
on.
Johnson's.
Yeah, checked on. Brian Enton is a senior national correspondent from News Nation.
That's the story we have.
Yes, and he in the clip he says, Lieutenant Dan, are you okay? I think you've made it through the worst of it.
But couldn't he have just gone back to his boat after he left the shelter when the storm was gone?
That's a great point too. But his boat survived.
Pretty good point.
His boat survived. His
Right,
boat is
right.
intact.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe he stayed in it.
By the way, more
man.
importantly, somebody says Dothan still has a Howard Johnson's hotel.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Team building.
Joe.
Yeah. So I just couldn't remember the menu.
Couldn't be any hungrier right now.
I know I'm starving after reading that menu. So anyway, so the Lieutenant Dan thing, but you do see though that we could just be talking to him returning to the boat.
Yes.
Right.
But the boat looks in good shape.
Maybe Anderson Cooper maybe could have got on the boat, rode it out with him. Then we would have known more.
Yeah, that still doesn't make sense.
No.
If that sailboat can survive that, then nobody should have left.
How's his good leg?
His good leg is doing good.
Okay.
His bad leg is looking a little rough.
Top of the hour. When he said that he swims in circles, that was hilarious.
Good. That's
a good one.
More Rick and Bubba coming back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
AI might be the most important new computer technology ever. It is storming every industry, and literally billions of dollars are being invested. So buckle up. Now, the problem is that AI needs a lot of speed and processing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs. OCI has 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other clouds, offers one consistent price instead of variable regional pricing, and of course, nobody does data better than Oracle. So you can train your AI models at twice the speed and less than half the cost of the other clouds. So make a note of that. If you want to do more and spend less like Uber, 8x8, and Databricks Mosaic, take a free test drive at OCI, a free test drive of OCI at oracle.com/Bubba. That's oracle.com/Bubba, oracle.com/Bubba. You got to love this opening paragraph.
Bunga.
In her 88 years, Florence Siegel has learned how to relax. Now, picture this.
88 years old?
Picture your Meemaw. She's 88.
She gets a glass of red wine, a crisp copy of the New York Times, if she can wrestle it away from her husband, some classical music, preferably Bach, and every night, like clockwork, she lifts a pipe to her lips and smokes marijuana.
Meemaw is tearing one down.
Nana Big Chief.
Long a fixture among young people, use of the country's most popular illicit drug is now growing among the AARP set, as a massive generation of baby boomers who came of age in the 60s and 70s now are growing older. The number of people age 50 and older reporting marijuana use in the prior year went up from 1.9% to 2.9% from 2002 to 2008, according to surveys from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Do you think there's any connection why they have those two groups together? The most dramatic rise was among people 55 to 59 years old, Greg, who reported marijuana use more than tripled from 1.6% to 5.1%. Wow. How about that?
Rick, I need you two as old men. Hey, Rick, hold on. Give me some room music, Rick. Here's some room music for you.
I'm not ready for that. Meemaw twisted.
Here's some classical music like she puts on.
You know, it's just something about this Bach makes me want to twist one.
Pass the peace pipe.
Bubba! Did you eat the pictures of my grandchildren?
Hey, Rick, what's a grandchild?
Am I the only one that wishes Bach would have written some Pink Floyd?
This Bach's a little slow. Needs a little kick in the pants.
Yeah.
Time to pass it.
Quit bogarting that.
Shotgun.
But I'm going to get over here.
Rick, are you a moron or are you an Albert Goer? What y'all laughing at? Hey, buddy, let me ask you a question.
What?
Who am I?
I don't know, but you're bogarting.
I don't know what this salad is, but it's good.
My grandchildren smell like hemp.
Hey, Rick. What's hemp? Pass the chips.
Huh?
That's a sad story.
I'd love to get down there to play bingo, but I can't get motivated.
What's bingo?
All right. Or maybe that fake bingo with the arm on it.
But it don't hurt anybody.
Look, I know what we need is a bunch of senior citizens, twisting fat ones. That's all we need.
Yeah. Burning down some good ones.
Right. Your mom and daddy's moving back home and everybody gets arrested.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's good.
Yeah, what if the cops came because your grandparents were partying?
Yeah. I got something.
Grandma, come on.
Let me tell you what we don't need: unmotivated, paranoid grandparents.
If you're driving Papa around and you get pulled over and he looks, be cool. Hey, be cool.
Son, pull over, but be cool.
Rick, tell about 5-0s here.
Hey, guys, y'all gonna have to go in the kitchen. I hear 5-0.
Sorry, officer, I don't know if I have any of that or not. I really don't know if I have it or not. If I did, I don't know where I put it.
I don't know where it came from. It's not mine.
It's my grandbabies.
Grandparents asking their grandkids.
I think I've been kidnapped. I don't know who that guy is driving.
Hey, son, come here and sit on Granddaddy's knee. You know where Pawpaw can get some good ganja?
Oh,
Greg.
gosh.
Anyway.
Oh, man.
So it says, Bubba, here's a quote from Meemaw, who's
How about this? If your throat's sore, that'll hurt to do that.
How about, it does,
Oh,
Bubba.
how funny.
How about this? It is 6 minutes past the hour. Hello from the Big Boy Studio. Brand new hour. Thank you for being with us as we roll through another Rick and Bubba show. Somebody say. The gang is all here. Greg is back and got a good report on Lisa. So, Greg, that was good news. And I know that you now can return. Will you now be taking on the responsibility for the victims of Milton like you did Helene?
I don't know, Rick. I don't have a lot of connections in Milton.
Okay. I mean, the Greg Burgess hurricane relief for the Carolinas has been well
Yeah,
documented.
where do we drop stuff off?
Oh, yeah. I mean, good
Just
night.
here at
I mean,
work,
good
or
work,
what?
buddy. You and then $51,000 for Venice's
How'd
Foundation.
you like that? That's a Speedy right there.
Did
It's
you-
his first year involved.
Did you ever think that when you look over to our charity department, Greg would be running it?
No, I really didn't.
I mean,
I've had a good.
You know, everybody wears a lot of hats around
mean,
here.
that's-
That's not one I would see on him. Usually.
Well, we've always had a
look that guy on one.
Oh, come
Good
on, man.
night. Give me a break.
I know. Well, we've all had a reputation for over 30 years that we assign the most unlikely person responsibilities.
Right.
You know, it was
Right.
we've been known to do that. But anyway, well done, Greg, and thanks to all the help. And I know everybody will go and they'll help with what when we figure out all the needs. We don't know whether Strap Down House needs anything or not, and clearly Lieutenant Dan is fine.
We think he's good.
So we move on. I will tell you, and we'll update things as we get them.
There is a news package from the Strap Down House people, if you guys want that.
Like post, or is this pre?
It's pre.
Oh.
But it talks about how they did it.
What good's pre gonna
Well,
do?
let's take a look at it because it is interesting.
Okay.
He doesn't look like I thought he would.
He's
Plus, we'll get video to see what it looks like, and then we'll compare it.
There
when
you
we
go.
get-
Okay.
Anybody?
Straps
You want me to take
and
this?
hooks. Pedro
What
Massaro
is-
is
translate?
showing us
You want me to
his
translate?
unconventional
Would you?
approach to keeping his Orlando
I'll
home
translate.
intact through Hurricane Milton.
Preparing my house for the hurricane.
Never- oh, never
right now,
mind.
as you
There's
can see,
English.
the hooks on the floor, they're 8 feet deep of cement. They have rods in between, and it's to hold the friction of the roof from lifting.
His daughter explains the unique idea was born from experience more than 2 decades ago while Pedro and his family lived in Puerto Rico.
We had a hurricane that we went through, and the back of our roof lifted a little bit. It was aluminum.
Now,
I'm
going to
show you this back here.
$2,000 in for the cement, anchors, and made-to-order
See, I really got it
straps from
down good,
Idaho
really
that
good.
cover the front, back, and sides of the home.
They hold about 5,400 pounds of weight and wind.
Hang on.
So, yeah, we're giving it a test.
They're hoping it's enough
Look at the
to
car.
withstand Milton.
Definitely just stay tuned for the aftermath. We shall see.
We want to see it. Where are you? Where
We
are
need
you?
the update.
Yeah, so we're not. Are we gonna ignore the car he strapped down, or he's covered up?
Covered up, yeah.
Did you
Wrapped
see
it
that?
up like a-
Yeah.
Yeah, that tarp should do it.
It looks like
Yeah, that'll do it.
it's like he wrapped a
All right.
present and it's his car.
Bubba, this is your area,
Ain't got
so
plans.
forgive me for weighing in, but tell me about this. I'm getting out the pointer. So it looks to me, and you know,
he's just trying to strap the roof down.
Yeah,
right?
he's got the roof.
But it looks like to me, won't it just simply tear in between the
Well,
straps? I mean,
there was some comments on the story from one building engineer.
won't it just pull down
Oh, my
through
gosh.
there?
Kind of like that roof.
Sorry about that. Look how good that would
the-
do. Wouldn't even strap.
The construction engineer said you can accomplish the same thing with hurricane straps on the inside of the roof.
Right.
Maybe you can.
It just
You
seems
know
like
what-
it'll
you know
just
what?
tear away, and the straps will just go down through the
I
house.
think this is a great experiment. It's a real life experiment, and let's see if it works. If it works, you're going to see people putting Anchors in the yard.
I
all
didn't
over
get the
place.
straps out.
Now, I know that, Greg, you tend to not use straps when you probably should, but those of us looking at these straps, did you find yourself going, now those show enough good ones?
Yeah, now that
those
show enough good
And if
straps
they said their
right there.
anchors are 8 feet in the ground, cement?
Was it really 8 feet, you think?
Probably not.
He spared no expense.
Oh, weather machine guys questioning this.
What?
Unbelievable.
8 feet is a lot.
Unbelievable. Suddenly
this.
there's a conspiracy about this.
I have read that these straps work 60% of the time, every time.
Every time.
Yeah, 8 feet is deep.
8 feet's real deep.
It is.
Obviously, he had this before. You know what I'm saying? He didn't, hey, here comes a hurricane, let me do this real quick. He obviously had this design before.
Well, they said it came from Puerto Rico when they were.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
experienced
And he had
it.
already put it in the yard because you can't get them 8 feet deep with concrete and dried that quick.
The hurricane straps inside the house certainly would not be as noticeable.
No, they would
Is that a thing? I didn't even know that was a thing. They have that?
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that. Wow. So this guy's on top of it, and he's from Puerto Riqueña.
So, you know,
I don't know what that
anytime
is.
you have
Puerto
two
Rico.
boards
Okay.
that come together, they're usually nailed.
Right.
And in some of these attics, they're not nailed really good because they're stick
Yes.
roofs. They
Oh,
call it.
yeah.
They have to kind of build it as they go.
Oh, I've seen nails just that miss the stud.
Yeah,
And the hurricane strap's a piece of metal that you put 3 screws in each side on both sides of the board. So it increases the strength of that joint, 3, 4, 5 fold. So
Bubba, you are intelligent.
thank you.
Nice.
Is this
That's
what
a
you did?
Shatner there, buddy.
Yeah, we
what
did. We built back under the hurricane code from Florida.
Nice.
What was the name of it? I forgot what the name of it
Hurricane
was.
code from Florida.
Yeah, it had
that'll work.
some other name. To
They
it.
call
I
it the
can't remember.
DeSanto.
Well, you do that, and you use shingles that are much heavier than the normal shingles, and you also put, instead of tar paper, you put a physical waterproof barrier down, almost like a
rubber
yeah,
sheet
like
of rubber.
a big rubber shoe over the whole house. And if the shingles fly off, it's still supposed to be waterproof.
Nice.
But we also put straps in the wall, aircraft cables that were holding the top of the walls down into the ground.
That's fantastic.
So we built back with about everything you could to do that. So we'll see.
You actually built back better.
Yes, we did.
Unlike Joe
And look,
Biden.
you can't defeat Mother Nature, but you can give her a better fight.
At least give her a better opponent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we looked like a homecoming game last time. So, see, right there's one of them. That's a good picture of it. See the strap up here, the textures have sent in.
But wouldn't the house still just come apart?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, you think about how does a house come apart? Well, you have the pieces start flying off of it. So if you keep the pieces held down better, you're not going to have as much damage.
So we'll see.
Yep.
But
I mean, you think about this too. I mean, we've all had things in our truck blow out. No offense, Greg.
Yeah.
But the ones that had straps over it were a whole lot less likely to blow out.
Yep, they were. Greg knows that firsthand, as you said.
I hope when they build all this back, they put the power underground.
Flip that switch.
We were talking about Orlando. And a lot of folks still had power there because their grid was underground.
Well, that's in the city. Just Birmingham, the same way.
Yeah, he kind of talked down to me.
Oh yeah, don't go down that road with him. What if they went back?
If you want 7 to 10 times the cost, then that's your thing.
Then do it. What if they came back for the update and Lieutenant Dan was sitting on the roof and the house was intact?
Right.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
What if we found out the thing that hit Cooper in the face was actually part of Lieutenant Dan's boat?
That's the top of his cooler.
I believe that was a bit of the sail there.
Hey, sorry, Coop.
We'll be back. Phone calls.
Is that a mask?
Are next. America, you can weigh in on anything that we've talked about or whatever you would like to talk about. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess is back. He'll roll in there to take your phone calls. We look forward to hearing what is on your mind when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But notice that Bruiser got a massage.
There he is.
Was that your first massage ever?
Bruiser, come here. Come here. I want to talk to you
You-
about.
oh, okay. I got another part of that story.
What happened?
Bruiser went to high school with the massage lady.
Really?
What?
Right or wrong?
Are
See,
you serious?
Bruiser's experiencing life on a whole new level since he's joined the show.
No, there's no question. Is that his first day?
There you go.
His first massage? We're
going to conquer that one before it's over.
Come on, Bruiser. Rick, you really struggling over that cake, man.
I can't get off of it.
Did you not get cake through your
It's
nose?
so bad, I'm choked now.
Are you all
Listen
right?
to you.
He was
Rick,
snorting the
you
cake.
drink. I've got to lead.
Go ahead.
Bruiser,
Yeah.
tell us about your first massage in the massage chair.
It was great. I mean, I feel so like loose now and stuff.
I haven't seen you this happy since you come in on the Monday morning after your day.
Oh, my goodness.
But Bruiser,
Well, I mean,
nobody else took their shirt off. I don't know. Why'd you take your shirt off? You don't have
I
to do
didn't.
that.
I don't know where you were looking. But anyway, like I've always wanted one, but I never had the chance to actually get one.
Right.
And I knew it must have been great because everyone says like they want to get one all the time.
Right.
But I mean, I feel so refreshed now and just like revitalized and stuff.
A little blood flow works wonders.
And
I know now why you have these guys in so much. I mean, because
What about the fact that you went to high school with the massage therapist?
I
didn't know that.
Yeah, Marianne and I went to the same school, Jefferson Christian.
And you told
Academy.
me y'all went out, but she said you didn't.
No.
I asked her. She said that's not true.
You came up with that yourself.
I don't know about that.
Have you?
Because he's never been on a date, Greg. So
That's true. I'm sorry.
They might
Maybe
have
I
walked down
made
the
that
hall
up.
together.
Maybe I made that up to make the story better.
Yeah.
Will this be your
Listen,
last?
y'all quit raining on Bruiser's parade.
Yeah, man, let me tell you something.
This is Bruiser, the new Bruiser.
When he came to this show,
NB.
life changed.
Yeah.
Life changed instantly. So, did you? Will you be partaking of the massage therapy from now on?
I don't know. I might.
Why don't we get Bruiser a gift certificate? Let him go and get the full works.
But he can't take that.
Bubba, no. He'd have to call
well,
800
I mean,
number.
this is he's done well with the chair.
Can we call him a cab to take him home after?
He can't.
I mean,
let's stick with chair.
Well, whatever. I mean, it's
Right.
it's
I
good.
I put a cup up on him.
laying-
He's slobbering some of it.
Right.
Well,
that towel laying across him.
Yeah, I just can't quite picture that.
so you think you need a designated driver? After all
Yeah,
was
no
done?
doubt.
I thought the roof was leaking from all the rain and just him slobbering.
Look, I'm saying nothing. I get pretty
By the way-
relaxed too in that
Oh
chair.
yeah, that's why you take it.
Yep.
By the way, I've wanted to tell you that I talked to my mom and she says we're going to start practicing driving on the interstate.
Fantastic.
Okay, all right.
At 22, you're going to
All
finally
right.
take that leap. I'm glad to hear
Awesome, man.
That's great.
That's great. Just get a massage beforehand so you're real relaxed.
You're right.
Bruiser, how much longer do you have left in college?
Like 1-2 semesters, something.
And you'll
like
be
that.
out of college?
Yeah.
And you're going to start practicing driving on the interstate?
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to rush into it.
Do you
don't
feel
wanna do it all at
like
once.
do you feel like being on the show has been a positive growth?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
time for you?
actually, I mean, so many things have happened in so little time. It's like,
There's two
what
things.
else is going to happen?
Two things I'd still like to see Bruiser do. That is take a tennis lesson and go hunting.
Yes. Yes.
I tell you what, I'm not getting anywhere near
Buddy, you're going
him
too
with
fast.
firearms. I'm sorry.
Well, start bow hunting.
Yeah.
Yeah, safer.
Well,
know,
before
Bubba,
I go anywhere with him with a weapon, I must know his attachment to Jodie Foster.
Right, right.
I want to see him hunting so bad.
We'll
wanna
put
see
him
that.
We'll
I
put
wanna
him
see
in
the
a
re-
valley that nobody else is around.
Bruiser, before I hand you this
wanna say-
high-powered weapon, how you feel about Jodie Foster?
Have you ever written her?
Right.
No.
Okay, good.
I want to see him take that recoil
Yeah.
one time.
I want to see him use a climbing stand and get up in the tree.
I'll be
Now,
careful
Greg,
of
so
that
you just
thing.
want him? Okay.
When I was in Scouts, we did
Oh,
go
my
to.
goodness.
Oh,
He's
boy.
an Eagle
No,
Scout. Y'all forgot
no.
about
Hey, get
that.
up in that mic, Eagle Scout. There you go.
We did
I'm
go
gonna
to a
check that
camp
wall.
that had an archery range and it had a rifle range.
Okay.
So I've handled those types of.
Let me ask you
We're
a
not talking
question.
about a BB gun.
Yeah.
No,
Look, my kid shot at a camp thing.
no,
one time,
they
a BB
had
gun.
like the
Paintball.
bullets that you had to load and cock it and everything.
Well, what size were they?
About like somewhere around in there.
Do you know what it was called?
It's a couple inches, y'all.
No, I just know it was a rifle. I'm not sure like the grade or the model or what.
Okay, I'm going down here to look and see if your name is on the Eagle Scout is a hard thing to achieve, and you.
It's your turn, America. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us. Text option 866-932-3244. Normal data rates apply. Let's start with Brady in Opelika, Alabama. Brady, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, listening to I-92. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
We're great. We're great.
Good, man. Hey, I just want to go on about the guy that put straps on his house regarding that hurricane.
Yep.
Whenever he strapped it down, do you think he popped that strap and said, "Yep, I ain't going nowhere"?
You have to, right? Every time you have to do that.
You know, and they were talking about 8-foot anchors concreted in. I've seen 8-foot anchors that's concreted in be jerked out like toothpicks.
Have
you
you?
know?
You have?
Oh yeah, with just holding down a shooting house.
Oh yeah, well that's true.
They wasn't 8; they were probably 6 foot.
Yeah, but
still.
still.
I mean, the force of the wind. That's nothing.
Robert, Birmingham, Alabama. Robert, go ahead. Listening on ZZK.
Good morning. About 1964, I was 3. Our family was traveling. We were at a Howard Johnson's. My dad was ordering our breakfast, tried to explain to the server how they needed to cook my eggs, and she didn't get it. And he said, "Well, how about I go back in the kitchen and cook the eggs for him?" And she said, "Okay."
No way.
So he goes back to Howard Johnson's kitchen and cooks my eggs.
No, that didn't happen. Are you serious?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were they? I'd like to know how you like your eggs.
That's legendary story in my family.
I bet it is. How do you?
I am holding down some stuff.
Good
We're
stuff.
moving.
How do you like your eggs?
Well, back then there was a special way Mom cooked them, and I was about 3, so he was just like, you got to do this and do that, and she just wasn't getting it. So
that's funny.
They said it's all right.
What a great story.
That is.
What a great story.
You think you can do it better? Well, yeah, I do.
We continue. Anonymous out of Huntsville, Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead. Huntsville, Anonymous.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we
yes, sir.
hear
You
you. Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Okay, last night I was at the Dean Dillon concert, and Tommy Timberville was there, and he was getting his picture made with people, and I snuck up behind his back, and I said, "Hey, you don't know Rick and Bubba, do you?" And he started laughing so hard that he couldn't even, he had to make the people wait to get his picture made.
Where was this at?
At the Dean Dillon concert in Huntsville, Alabama last night.
Okay.
Dale Strong and Tommy Tuberville was there, and lots of musicians, and it's going to be televised. And then on the sailboat, I got a 28-foot sailboat, and I can tell you it's got a kilt underneath where it won't turn over.
Yeah.
But you can take an old flat bottom fishing boat with a 15-horse Evinrude and come by about 5 miles an hour. And you go down the inside of them, and they got bathrooms and beds and, little small sink and all that. And even that 28-foot sailboat, like I said, a flat bottom boat with a 15-horse Mercury on it, come by our Evinrude, and it'll rock you so hard you better be holding on.
I know. So that just seems impossible. Thanks for doing that to Tuberville.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That is.
We continue.
We had Senator Katie Britt at our game last night, I understand.
Oh, really?
I didn't get a chance to speak with her.
Okay.
But,
Debbie, also in Huntsville. Debbie, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Yes. Hey, Rick, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So yesterday when y'all talking about songs, and then a couple of weeks ago you were talking about that you were playing in a band and you wrote songs.
Yep.
So I was wondering, had you ever patented those songs, and had you ever heard of the poor man's patent?
The poor man's patent.
That's where you mail it to yourself and get a stamp.
Oh, is that
to show the date that it went through the post office, so you can claim I had it before they did.
Oh, okay. Well, I never. Yeah, Bubba knows that. I didn't. The only thing was what we did, because Ryan Greenwood and I, when we put out the Fat Chance CD, I know that we put together Mr. Lucky Music and patented those. And like I say, I wrote probably half of those, and then Ryan wrote the other half. And some of those from way back in the day, when Greg and I and friend, we were in bands and co-wrote all those songs. So there's about maybe 4 or 5 of those on that CD. But so I did that, but there's still some others that we wrote as Mr. Lucky originals that we still haven't recorded that we used to play live. So that might be a good idea on those. So I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, my husband wrote like 20, and he told me about the poor man's patent, and he went ahead and did it, and then he passed away. So I didn't know, and I still have that.
Huh.
So I didn't know if that was a real thing.
Is that real, Bubba? Is that legit?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of people doing that many times. I don't know if it would stand up in court or whatever, but you would have documented proof from the post office that you had done something at a certain date.
How about that? Well, Debbie, thanks. That's a great topic. Appreciate that. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Lisa. Lisa, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
I finally got in to talk to you. I'm so glad.
We're glad you did too.
Gonna miss you guys. But Rick, you were talking about B's restaurant that you went to the other night.
Oh, yeah, man.
45 years ago, when I was a little girl, we used to go there after church on Sundays. I just wonder, is it worth a 2-hour trip or however long it takes from Coleman to go back?
You know, let me. Coleman, it wouldn't take that long. You'd be a little closer. But let me go back to this. You know, remember, you heard me talking to Bubba about it. I don't know your situation, but I really found myself not in that kind of eating shape like I used to be. You know, I used to be able to go into good old Southern cooking and soul food, and most of it, if not all of it, be fried and do just fine.
Yeah.
But you know, but I've kind of, as I've gotten older and a little bit doing a little bit better, you know, I wasn't prepared that I couldn't attack like I once could, and I had to kind of monitor myself a little bit so that I could enjoy the rest of the day. But the food, as far as you talking about good Southern soul food, delicious. And all you can stand, absolutely, it's worth it.
Well, I appreciate it. I've just been thinking about it. It was weird that you said that, and I thought, well, I'm going to call and ask if it's worth the trip.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a fried chicken prude because I've had ladies in my life that have cooked some of the best fried chicken the world has ever known, and their fried chicken, their fried chicken is fantastic. And I wouldn't say that about
That's what I remember.
Yeah, it was really good.
You were there for something else and ate there, but what's the furthest either one of you have ever driven just to eat?
Lisa.
Just to eat.
Oh.
Like, in other words, there's a place, and all we're doing is going and eating.
But now, see, I was going to talk about going to Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta from Jacksonville, from me, which would be close to 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that would be it. We went to Nikolai's Wallet.
Yep.
No, I think the official name was Nikolai's Roof, but we called it Nikolai's Wallet.
So probably, I'm with you, Bubba.
Have you ever had French Russian, Speedy? I don't know if you've ever had that.
Yeah. They're proud of it.
Yeah.
I would say probably same. Probably 2.5.
Yeah, over 2 hours, it's like vacation. I don't want to go that
Yeah.
far.
Nothing
but
else.
If you have good company, you can go 2 hours. It passes pretty quick.
Yeah. I don't know that we have time, but Greg is telling me it's a must.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he is waving.
He's even doing the take the break and come back.
Okay.
So we have someone that I think has written a poem about the storms.
Okay.
And Greg is like about to, I mean, I hope his wrist is okay. He's been waving at us so hard for us to take line 7. But I look and I see the hard break approaching, so I don't want to get in it.
Yeah,
and then have to go to the break.
That's smart.
Well, Greg, I mean, you think his poem's going to last 20 seconds? Probably not. All right, so we'll come back. So John from Georgia, who's written the poem about the storms, we'll come back and we'll take your call when the show continues. So, 866 We Be Big is the number. Bottom of the hour. Also, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Dinesh D'Souza, the new documentary film, Vindicating Trump. We'll talk to him about that this weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Headline says it all. South African couple drives 170 kilometers with spitting cobra in car.
No.
That is what we call, Rick, the worst case scenario. The couple drove 170 kilometers, about 100 miles from South Africa's famous Kruger National Park with a highly venomous spitting cobra in the car. And as you can see, these young men are upset about it, and their numbers are growing. By the way,
on the end, Rick. Yeah. All right, wait a minute. Let's talk again. We have to interrupt.
Oh boy.
We have to interrupt. Now, see, this is better. We have a fat guy now.
Sure, you got to have that.
And
he's not sure.
And
It's easier to read the writing. Yeah.
Now, a lot of you have no idea what we're talking about, and you think, what's this got to do with spitting cobras? There's a group of shirtless guys who come to the broadcast plaza window periodically, and they bounce around. Again today, they've let it get a little too warm for it.
Yeah.
There's usually a bunch of skinny guys, but this time they have added one slightly overweight kid.
No, we did have one slip and fall
There
the
they
last
go.
time they were here.
Yeah.
All right, shirtless guys. Have a nice day.
All right, big guy too. We're gonna have to work on his.
I like
running.
the numbers are growing up.
His running.
There's more of it, and they run. But our big guy he's got to be a little more edgy.
Yeah,
that's a subdued big guy. He needs to be screaming.
What was his first time, Rick?
Right,
He
I
wasn't
understand.
sure. He
I
didn't
got
know
you.
where to jump,
Right.
where to run.
He ran without bending his knee.
Yeah, and let's pump our arms when we run.
Yeah.
You know, let's pump our arms.
That's all right. He'll get it. He'll
Right.
Get it.
Yeah, he'll get it. You're right. It's first time out.
And I think they misspelled Davis Cup.
They did.
I'm not sure.
You're right.
I knew you would notice that.
Rick, this couple drove 170 kilometers, about 100 miles, from South Africa's famous Kruger National Park with a highly venomous spitting cobra in their car.
A spitting one, too.
According to the newspaper, Gordon Parrott, 69, felt the 85-centimeter snake, which is about 33 inches long, about a yard long, wind itself around his leg while he was driving. At first, he thought an insect had brushed his leg, and he swapped it away. But when he looked down, he saw the snake next to his left foot, according to published reports. Fortunately, I'm not the panicky type. My wife immediately put her feet up on the dashboard. Rick, that is about the time I turn a hard left and go airborne in the automobile over a ravine, in a ditch.
A ravine.
Yeah, a ravine. That's it.
Use ditch.
The snake got me.
Culvert.
Hey, listen, let me tell you, I don't know how you define whether you're a panicky type. I didn't know the standard was a spitting cobra's wrapped around my leg while I'm driving. I didn't know that was the test to see if you're the panicky type.
Now, get this. After all of this, the couple made several stops to remove the snake, but could not find it until it wrapped itself around the driver's leg. Its head came up to my knee, he said. Finally, the couple managed to call a snake expert to remove the cobra. Now, what I get from this story, Rick, is they went to this national park and it got in their car.
Yeah.
I mean, now how does that happen?
A dang spitting cobra.
You open the door.
Do you just leave it open and it jumps in? I mean,
they're snakes, Bubba. They can come up through the engine.
Yeah, anything.
They can come through your air conditioning vent.
You got one wrapped around your leg?
And
spitting cobra, not a garter snake.
It's 36 inches long. It's a foot long, spitting cobra, and his head is up about your knees while you're driving.
I wonder if he fanned it out and had a look at you. If it's a cobra, you know, that old fan they do their head.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, that'll.
Boy, I don't know. Don't panic. They just use their tongue for smelling. Yeah, but no, he's flipping it out there for some reason.
Yeah.
He's trying to smell where to bite.
I'm like
He bites you, did.
Or how about spitting? How about blind you, Speedy?
Yeah.
You know, most people don't drive with goggles anymore since we got Brewster cars.
Right. Windshield did away with that.
Yeah.
It goes.
How about him saying he's not the panicky type? You know what? I'm not. I wouldn't be either, but that would be a time for dramatic action.
Again, I don't think spitting cobra around my leg is what we measure whether you're a panicky.
No,
It's not the
no,
benchmark for
no.
that. To me, a panicky type's a person who's got some anxiety about driving home.
Yeah. Or how about this? I can't find the exit.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I'm panicked.
Spitting cobra wrapped around my leg going 65. Huh? How about this? I think you get a pass. Be panicky.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you something. This is a wide open panicky situation. No, you know, you can always say, man, we are so panicked about it. What is a spitting cobra wrapped around my leg when I was driving? Oh, my gosh.
You know, at that
People join
moment, I would have to review my plan for opening the door and falling out rolling.
Oh. This is one of those things that when I tried to tell it, I think I would be crying.
Yeah. Oh, I know. How about it? It's made my stomach hurt just reading it.
Yeah, that is and here what these stories don't give you all the details. This thing of the couple finally managed to call a snake expert. What I just go get my cell phone when it's wrapped around my leg. Man, I got to call somebody. To me, I go run like Bub. I go rolling out the car, and forget. Oh, my wife's in the passenger seat. 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us as we make our way back. So John's been kind enough to hold during the break. He has written a poem about the storms. So John, is it about both storms or just the latest storm, or the first storm, or both combined?
It's about all of the storms.
Okay, all right. So John, you have the floor, and you go when you're ready.
Okay, and here we go. The eye of the storm. It goes like this. In the midst of the storm is the center of calm. For the roar of the wind is the sound of a psalm. Be glad and serene while the tempest clouds form. God smiles on his child through the eye of the storm.
Is that all of it?
Oh, that's good.
That's very good, John.
That's all of it, yeah.
Very good.
Was that a haiku or what was that?
Background noise hurt.
Great question.
A lot of background
Sorry,
noise.
sounds like you're in
Do you
the
have a
shower.
choir singing behind you? What is that?
Well, when I was in the school in the 10th grade, I was in Putnam County High School, and I was asked to compose a poem, and I received an A+ for it.
Oh, yes.
And it was called The Eye of the Storm.
Oh, so you wrote this
So I
years
took a
ago.
creative writing class.
So this has been a long time ago. This is not a fresh one you just came up
42
with.
years ago.
Nice.
42 years ago. I graduated Putnam County High School 42 years ago.
How many years ago?
Matter of fact, next Saturday, 42.
All right.
What high school
years
was it?
ago.
What high school?
I was Putnam County High School here in Eatonton, Georgia.
Oh, okay. Okay, about 40 years ago.
There's been a lot of storms since then.
42 years ago.
Oh, 42. Okay, got it.
Oh, yes, they have. But you know what? God knows how to ride them out, and the only thing you got to do is allow the peace of God to override those storms.
Amen. Amen,
like
John.
In the eye of the storm.
Thank you. That's good.
That's right. He wrote it 42 years ago.
42 years ago.
Still
He
relevant
wrote that
today.
when Mike Parrish was still undoing mic cables. You know, that was a long time ago.
That's good. And watching this, and we've talked about this a lot on the text option. I don't know. There's just no ability for barriers anymore. People now send me all their neighbors' Halloween decorations. And remember, we've always said be leery of any neighbor that goes more all in on Halloween than they do on Christmas. Just always be a little bit leery of those people. And are those that have had it up since September, be a little leery, and they leave it up, till the new year. But people have been sending me all kinds of what they're seeing. This one
takes care.
Halloween in the graveyard?
They've gone to the graveyard there near where everyone lives, and they've put stuff, severed limbs and stuff, and decorated around tombstones, Halloween stuff.
Oh, that's good. That's
I think
great.
I'd keep that at the house.
Everything. You've been in a home improvement store lately?
Down.
Up front, it scares me to death.
I can't go in.
Why does everything turn so dark?
The big giant skeletons. There's a house
Yeah.
on the way home's got 4 of them.
Four.
Four.
Everything's just turned.
And those things are huge.
I mean, whatever
I'm scared.
happened,
Rick, if there is a silver lining to the hurricane, think how many giant skeletons got blown away.
There is some good.
You know what?
That's a big old skeleton.
For all-
I imagine it ain't cheap either.
Strap that one down.
No, just
how do you store 4 of them things?
We've got a house that I have to travel by a lot on my different routes. That it's not in my complete neighborhood, but it's around my neighborhood and another neighborhood. And those people, man, they are out there.
Oh wow!
There's no doubt that they're in the occult. I mean,
It just screams at
Yeah,
that.
no, don't see right now what you're thinking.
This ain't some silly little witch.
Did you hear me? It's whatever you're thinking. Please, it's more.
Right.
I've seen them.
It's outrageous. I mean, it just. I don't get it. I don't understand it. You take kids dressed up, as little princesses, and they're superheroes and coming around getting candy. Can we not just hold right there? I don't know why we have to do all this. I don't. No, And how do you even walk around in your yard and it not bother you?
Yeah, it's hard to weed eat around that. I bet.
I know. Oh boy.
You know, I do, and we've talked about it many times. Our neighborhood used to have a big cookout. We made a big deal out of it. It wasn't,
social event.
Yeah, it really was. Hot dogs.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
And
that?
as opposed to now worshiping the devil.
Yeah, and we did that to some degree, not near the level we used to do growing up, but. I'm kind of realizing now, hey, I'm going to kind of miss that this year. We're not going to have a big Halloween. Yeah, well, I miss the old one we had. It was a giant bonfire. It was a big one.
Yeah.
Did you? I don't
feel the heat.
And you saw a lot of people. Really, you didn't see any other time of year.
But you know how these things keep ramping up. With the evil and the darkness of it all. Unlike what you used to do with a nice bonfire and some neighbors and let's cook out.
Yeah, good
but
chili.
But
Get a good
Adler,
old bowl of chili
Adler, you
out
may.
of it.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. You're younger, so maybe you're hip to these things. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's anybody on the show that goes to horror pictures. Anybody go to horror?
No, but have you seen Adler's paintings?
Yeah, right.
Those are old, Greg.
Yeah,
it was a dark time in my life.
I know.
Scared me to death.
I know before you were
it was
redeemed.
a reflection of how I was feeling on the inside.
Yeah, I know before you were redeemed, you used to go and watch all that.
It's called art, Greg.
But I
That's
saw
true.
I saw a article, and I'm not familiar with this franchise of horror because I don't watch them.
No,
and I think it was called Terrified. And they said that the latest one was so grotesque.
Terrifier.
And yeah, that's it. So over the top that people were leaving the theater and I won't use the word.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
And getting so nauseous they were actually what happens when you
That's
get nauseous
good
was
entertaining.
happening out in the lobby and outside. People were running out of the theaters because it was so grotesque.
Yeah, that's horrible.
That must take
But you see what that
special
is.
effects to a new level.
That's that we numb ourselves and it gets a little darker, and then we numb ourselves, and it gets a little darker. And I know, Bubba, we've said this, and I know absolutely people should be held accountable for their actions, 100%. Ultimately, you're the blame when you do something. But when you start talking about, like, we try to have a conversation, but we can't get anybody to join us, that as a society, we also have to look at what we're doing that perpetuates these evil people. And I got to say that one thing, and we've said it, when you're numbing people to the reality of death and evil and wickedness and human life, that has to have a bad result. When you just get to the point that this doesn't, it's all, you've seen so many grotesque things that you're just now numb to it. And franchises like, the Saw movies and the whatever this Terrifier thing is, these things just cannot be good for your psyche.
Absolutely.
And you know what it is now? What can we do? Now we take it to the level people are getting physically sick.
I know. And when I was a lot younger, I went to some of them and enjoyed them. The Friday the 13th,
there was nothing
Freddy
like this
Krueger,
and some of that stuff. But I kind of, as I got a little older, I'm like, this is really ridiculous. And when you're a teenager dating, and your date's gonna, grab you up and hold you.
Sure,
I'll go to that.
Well, yeah,
and
that was a whole different motive.
Yeah, the motive was different.
But consuming this kind of stuff, and I know, and we've said this 1,000 times, but I know that it don't matter. It's just it's just entertainment. We know it don't matter. But then you have to go back to that thing that we can't get around, and that's the Super Bowl analogy. $7 million was the latest price for a 30-second ad on the Super Bowl, and you're going to tell me we're not impacted by what we see in here? $7 million for 30 seconds of your time, and they're not even going to get the full 30 seconds because you may be getting up getting wings. Yeah. But they'll still drop $7 million just for 30 seconds on that screen and in those ears.
Right.
And you're going to say we're not impacted by what we see in here? That's hogwash.
Well, somebody thinks we are because they're paying it.
That's right. Yeah. I'm not a horror movie guy. I never have been. It's just I remember seeing Scream, the first one, as a kid, and I'm like, that was my first real one to ever see. And I'm like, I don't want any part of this. This is terrible. This is showing the worst of humanity, and I don't like this. I don't want this. But you talk about money. These horror movies keep getting made because they're so cheap. Because all you have to have is a shaky camera, a couple of gory scenes, and your budget is maybe $5 million, and maybe you'll make 20 or 30, or if it goes nuts, you'll make $100 million. So these tacky, horrible, evil horror movies keep getting made because the studios know, hey, maybe one of these will hit. They're cheap to make. Let's keep cranking them out. And I do think it's desensitizing people to evil and horror and death and violence. And I don't think it's good at all.
Well, also, I do believe that one thing you have to be careful of, too, and this is just something that I dealt with in my own life. This is me talking about me, and if it applies out there, then fine, is you also have to wonder why it's not bothering you. Because if we have the Holy Spirit and these things don't bother us, maybe that claim is unfounded. Why doesn't it bother you? Because it does me. And at one time it didn't, but it does. It does me. I just don't even like to be around it. Too uncomfortable. Yeah. Because it's wicked. It's evil. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Springfield, Massachusetts, a former Postal Service employee has pled guilty to stealing more than 30,000 DVDs that moved through a Western Massachusetts post office. Miles Weathers, which right there he should have been a suspect, formerly of Springfield, took DVDs that were mailed by Netflix to customers for a year beginning in January of 2007. Federal prosecutors say the movie rental company alerted Springfield's post office officials that a suspicious number of DVDs were disappearing on their route to their area. As many as 100 movies a week had been vanishing.
Well, Miles, he like your movies.
He had him a little deal going.
I mean, 100
Weathers was arrested in February 2008 after investigators filmed him taking DVDs from packages and slipping them into his backpack. He faces 10 months to 16 months in prison, a restitution cost of about $38,000 at his December 23rd sentencing.
Well, I bet the things like the
Now, Rick, they also said he owed them 3 railroad cars full of popcorn.
Could you imagine? Do you think he got caught up in things like trilogies? Man, I do not have Empire Strikes Back.
I mean,
I've got the others.
What was he thinking? I mean, because usually people who work together, you know, they may not socialize a lot, but I mean, they get together for, you know, events, Super Bowls or whatever, and you know, you're at his house and he's got, you know, this large TV and,
where do you
and
put
drawers and drawers of like 30,000 DVDs.
30,000?
My goodness, the rental place doesn't have that much.
Yeah, don't you know it became almost like a collector to him, though? I do not have Last Crusade. And you keep looking for it. There it is.
I must have Horse Whisperer.
Yeah, I do not.
I must.
I don't have it.
Must.
How about, don't you know when he had a date, he panicked. He just ripping through them. I've got to find out some romantic comedy.
Do you think
Where is Harry Met Sally?
Do you think he had them broke down by, you know, sections?
I'm sure he did. You know, I wonder what the ones he rejected. Don't you know there's some people that got packages that had a tear in it? You know what that means? Miles rejected your movie. He didn't think it was any good.
What did Miles Weathers, first off, wouldn't it be funny? Miles Weathers, please come to the office. You've been caught stealing DVDs.
I tell you one. That's not worth serving time over. If you ever pulled out that stupid Tom Hanks Terminal movie,
I know,
where he's trapped in the airport, and that's the whole movie.
Right.
Good gosh, that's one of the few movies that I had to do one of those checks. Hey, this is free time I had, and I am blowing it.
I'm never going to get it back.
You know what I mean? And I got up and left. I just walked out of the movie.
So what was Miles' plan? I mean, did he not think these people would call the company that they ordered it from and go, hey, I'm not getting your DVDs? And then when that company gets a whole lot of complaints from a single area, I mean, did he not kind of in his mind think that, maybe 30,000 is going to red flag this area?
Bub, I got to tell you, in defense of Miles, though, once I'm at 15,000 and they hadn't touched me,
right?
I probably start getting a little confidence.
Sure,
you know it. I mean, you know, I ain't saying it's right, but I'm just saying if you pulled it off that long,
and like computer crime, he got away with it that long. Shouldn't they hire him to help with security?
Absolutely.
You know?
He now has a new role at the post office, looking for other employees that are stealing things out of packages.
Right.
Don't you know Netflix has said, I'll tell you one thing, you send a movie to Springfield, that baby is gone.
I'll tell you one thing you do not dare say around Miles Weathers, and that's video on demand.
No,
he will have none of that.
Let me ask you this: do you think he'll become a law-abiding citizen? Yeah, he has to kind of think Netflix is a pretty cool thing now.
Well, I don't know how cool it'll be in the big
the old slammer,
in the big lockup.
Yeah,
that's a pretty tough gig right there.
Well, let's hope that he did grab at least 100 movies about prison.
Right. Right. The Shawshank Redemption. You think that's big on movie nuts?
That's a pretty good movie.
Unfortunately, the last thing he saw, Green Mile.
Yes.
But, Rick.
I know. I'm in a Tom Hanks mood. I don't know what's up with me.
Oh.
I forgot about the terminal, by the way.
But some of these
Did
things...
you ever see
never
that?
saw it.
Greg, please.
I didn't
beg
see it
you.
either. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I hope I saved some people.
I mean,
Now,
this guy's
sometimes
won
you go,
Academy Awards. Why would he
let
make
my
that?
suffering help others. I hope the fact that I saw the terminal and dogged it on this air, that a lot of you were saved from it. I mean, guys, you realize how few times in my life I've actually got up and said, I'm leaving. This is not.
Are you serious?
I left the movie. I was just like, this is, and not because I was offended by it. It was so boring in such a way. Look, when you're a grown man and you got children and responsibilities and a job, and all of a sudden a pocket of free time lands in your lap and you blow it. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to do something.
Yeah.
We're back. MyPillow.com/bigbox. Right now, what a great opportunity. Well, Mike Lindell, the left's been after him, hasn't they? An attempt to cancel this guy just because they disagree with him politically. That's really not the kind of country we need to be hoping for. And you know what, though? He's always finding a way. He's a great American company, and once again, MyPillow stepping up to help the nation. I'm sure you haven't seen it reported anywhere in the national media, but Mike Lindell has dispatched a truck from their Minnesota headquarters, 14,000 MyPillows headed to North Carolina, and I'm sure they're going to load up another one and send it to Florida once we have a better idea of the needs there after the latest hurricane. And if you are looking to make a move and get one of their outstanding pillows that have changed the way we all sleep, boy, there's never been a better time right now. For a limited time, now the standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but now for a limited time, you get one for $14.98. Now the queens are $18.98, and the king size MyPillow $19.98. A limit of 10 on this offer. That's $30 to $50 of savings. Okay, so here's how they respond to the attempt to cancel them, doubling down. So use that promo code BIGVOX at MyPillow.com. Go to rickandbubba.com. If your order exceeds $75, you get free shipping. The link is available there under sponsors. So there you go. All right, so as we continue, I do have an update. Bubba, yesterday, I told you we were having Wi-Fi trouble down at Camp House, and
Yep.
I was trying to get to the bottom of it. We talked about, hunting season, it's here, buddy. We've planted fields. Hey, we need some rain. And I'm like, well, you don't want to wish for that when you see all these people struggling. But it's hey, it's as dry as a mummy's pocket. And,
could you order some cloud seating over the farm?
Maybe I could get Adler's Bunch to come over and do some cloud seeding.
Yeah,
right there. But anyway,
some dry something.
But the bottom line is, hey, the guns have been sighted in, the camo has been washed in scent removal detergent, all folded inside their scent lock cases. We're ready to go. And I started thinking to myself, after spending the part of the weekend down there last week, I'm like, guys, we can't go into hunting season and Camp House not have Wi-Fi.
No.
Now that we've got it just smoking down there in rural Alabama, what's wrong? So the wonderful people, of course, that provide that, they too have been all about it. And so, they thought they had it fixed. They said, we did find a problem on our end. We've repaired it. You ought to be smoking. And so on the little white farmhouse, it was smoking again. But then for some reason, that house has never had a TV. And so when y'all made fun of my TV at Camp House, I went and got a bigger one so I would not be ridiculed. And
it was tiny. It was almost like a monitor.
Yeah, and my sons were mocking me, and Greg's mocking me. And so I moved that smaller TV and told Sherry, I said, hey, if we ever wanted to have a TV here, we've never had one here, I think this would work now that we have Wi-Fi. you know, and so, but for some reason, even the Wi-Fi smoking that TV and the Wi-Fi, you'd keep putting in the password and it wouldn't connect. So I thought we're going to have a person from the wireless provider on site. And there's a young man that works for them named Chris, and he is a hoss. And so Chris said, let's meet you on the ground with me, and we will not leave until TV and the She Shack is operating and Camp House Wi-Fi is smoking. I said, okay, he's on the case. So I can't even technically tell you how but he did agree that at the She Shack in the White House that he said, I see what you see. It sees the network. It even acknowledges the network. And then when we put in the right password, it won't connect. And so then he got on the horn with somebody back at Master Control. And then all of a sudden he goes, there we go. Now,
there it is. There we go.
He made an attempt and not, he knows what he's dealing with me to some degree. Now, what you knew would happen, Bubba, without me even saying it, by some miracle, Gary apparently was aware that I would be there. And he comes walking in. Hey, what are y'all doing? I said, well, we just, Chris here is trying to get away. Hey, Chris. Hey. Have you tried? And I said, hey, Gary, you don't need to. I don't think you need to chime in on this. Hey, let me tell you what I got down there at Lake Mitchell. You got that Roku? And I said, no, they weren't doing Roku.
Roku.
Well, I like that because I watch like old westerns and things like that. That's what I watch in them Andy Griffiths. That's all you need. And I said, no, we want we want to be able to,
I mean, what else you need, right?
Hey, is that
planning his next salad?
Hey, that's one of them Samsungs, isn't it? I said, Samsung? Yes, that's what the TV is.
Samsung.
So, well, that's one of them TVs that ought to do it. Right. That's why we're here, because it should be doing it. You're right.
Yeah,
Thank you,
sure.
Gary.
Thanks, Gary. Go back out.
Did you bring you bush hogging? Yeah, here in a minute. I'm going to stand here and see if Chris can get this worked out. And I was like, so anyway, so now I've got Gary chiming, which Chris really appreciated. Since the only thing worse than one person not knowing what he's talking about is now having two. But there was a moment, and this is where I probably needed y'all, when Chris wanted to explain to me what happened and how he got the TV working, and it just turned into Charlie Brown and adults. Womp, 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 womp.
Did you at least stop him? Or did he waste his breath?
He was such a nice young man. I listened, and I just said, so it works now? And he goes, well, yeah, but
if you don't know why it quit working, what are you going to do when it does it?
And he said
it will,
and that's what he said.
Yeah.
But you kind of need to know what we did. Now I heard something that sounded like
you just hardwire it.
That we had to give the TV its own network. I think I don't know what that means.
Okay.
And
its own network.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
Its own Wi-Fi network or its own subnet.
I'm sorry, but you're wasting energy on
maybe
this one,
that.
Bubba.
I don't know. And then to make the Camp House was no big
deal. If it
deal.
has its own subnet, it'll be harder to hack. Because I know that's a big problem down there.
Yes, of course. Hey, you just put one of them Roku's on there. That's all you need. Cher won't see more than westerns, probably. Well, you get all them old westerns. I got that. What about YouTube? Well, you need Wi-Fi for that. All that's going to require some kind of Wi-Fi.
Rick, did he say anything about 10.1.1, anything like that?
No, he didn't.
What about 198.1, 168.1?
It works now. Okay. And then Camp House was no problem at all. As soon as Chris rounded the corner, he said, yeah, there's a problem right there. That router's bad. He said, every time I walk in, that's them old routers we started with. Those things ain't no good. I'm going to go truck, get a new router. We'll be wall to wall and treetop tall.
Got it.
And so he put a new router on it, and Camp House picked right up.
So is it working wirelessly?
Wide open. Now at Camp House, we can go either way. We can go satellite or we can go Wi-Fi. But White House just Wi-Fi only. So it had an old dish on it.
All right, be honest. Was it even plugged in at the Camp House?
Yes.
Was it?
Yes. It was the router.
Was there wires?
I'm just a little concerned about how hard you look.
No, the router was bad. He replaced the router.
Okay.
Hey, let me tell you, part of your problem is when Tommy wired this place, he thought he could do it by himself. I mean, you can't even have proper wiring. I said that is a router. Well, that breaker's going to have to be.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Adams story.
Well, we mentioned it right out of the gate this morning. Did any of y'all see the footage? Did y'all see the footage of this?
Unfortunately,
the owner
of the Tennessee Titans.
Owner of the Tennessee Titans has been fined $250,000.
$250,000 for making obscene hand gestures at Buffalo fans while celebrating Tennessee's 41-17 win over the Bills. I know it's been a tough season.
There's just something about watching a very old man.
He's 86 years old.
I mean, and he's not just giving you like one little passing birdie. He's gone. He went rapid fire.
No, yeah, he did. In a big way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was in a league of its own. I mean, that may coin the phrase "you went Bud Adams on somebody."
Yeah, I mean,
it may.
I call it the machine gun. I mean, it was like he was firing them before you could even recover from the first one he threw at you.
And
it seemed to be. I mean
$250,000. Now, Roger Goodell notified Adams of the fine Monday, less than 24 hours after the 86-year-old owner said he got caught up in the excitement of the win. The Titans declined comment after the fine was issued, but Adams did issue an apology earlier Monday, saying, "I do realize those type of things shouldn't happen. I need to specifically apologize to the Bills, their fans, our fans, and the NFL. I obviously have a great deal of respect for the Bills' owner, Ralph Wilson, and the history we share."
It doesn't look like it.
Now, players have also been fined for making this same gesture. San Francisco kicker Joe Nedney, who, by the way, was a Titan at one time.
Yeah, I know.
All this seems to keep going back to Nashville. Fined $7,500 in October of 2007. Michael Vick was fined $10,000 and donated $10,000 to charity in 2006 while playing for Atlanta. The league holds us as players to higher standards, so do the owners. They have to be held to a higher standard, too. The NFL fined former 49er owner Eddie DeBartolo $1 million after he pleaded guilty to a felony and suspended him for the 1999 season. This is not quite up to that level. The biggest fine handed out to an individual was $500,000 to New England coach Bill Belichick for the Spygate scandal.
I got to tell you, of all the things that the NFL is going to really crack down on, stopping an 86-year-old Bud Adams from giving the fans.
Again, though, it's so funny if you were invited to sit in a luxury box at an NFL game, you had a friend, you go, be on your best behavior. Don't embarrass me in here. If you were in the owner's box, you go, for crying out loud, put a coat and tie on.
Yeah.
Don't say nothing, and don't keep going back and helping yourself to the all-you-can-eat buffet right there.
Matter of fact, that's the exact speech you gave me.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, that's funny.
And let me just tell you right now, too,
look,
I can't find a blurred out video of this.
Yeah, they just know what
and let me just tell you, Rick, it's not just a little one.
Oh, no, I saw it.
I mean, it's Tweety Bird.
I saw it last night.
It's not Tweety Bird.
As a matter of fact,
Bird.
the man has enormous fingers.
Yeah. Oh, I know it. I'm glad he's not a proctologist.
At one time, I thought he was holding up a corn dog.
Yeah,
I was like, man, he's got some fingers.
Try, Chris.
He's got some fingers on him.
I mean, he was bringing those from Cool Springs Mall. I mean, that was incredible.
I can't do it.
No, you don't need to do it. He's saying we're number one. I wouldn't show that.
I mean, why he's got long fingers?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got like Arsenio Hall would be jealous.
And you know how sometimes the sign, what it's supposed to stand for, and it's horrifying. But there's those people too that give you the movement of the hand too to almost act out what they want. I mean, it's awful. He's not just letting it be stand alone either.
Listen to this too. What is still even odder about this? It probably didn't help Adams that the commissioner, Roger Goodell, was at Sunday's game. He had breakfast with Adams. The league said that Roger Goodell left Adams' suite at the end of the third quarter, then spent time in the fourth quarter with fans down in the end zone.
So what you're saying is he was in his box for a while.
Yeah, he was there. As soon as he left, he went wild.
And I'll tell you what, it's been funny.
You know what? This is going to be video of owners gone wild.
Let me tell you what's funny, too, is the fact that if Mike Keith
doesn't take advantage of this, I'll be disappointed. All the footage shows him doing this, standing right over the name Frank Watchett.
Oh, I know it. I know it. When they retired his number. Oh gosh.
So I mean, it's not. I'm counting. By the way, I'm counting 6 of them.
Yeah, I mean,
it was.
It's machine gun.
There's nothing like an angry old man.
It looks like he's doing it to a beat too, Rick. Like he's dancing a little bit.
There'll be a video. There'll be a video.
Don't you know whoever was with him go, what's he doing? Well, I love the one guy that's got one of the YouTube videos. He goes, who is that?
How about if I'm the owner of the team? I think I don't know if I'm hanging out shooting a bird. You know? I mean, if they're yaying at me, I'm going, hey, I'm on the team.
Look,
Go ahead,
look, this is their 3rd win in a row. It's been a long season.
Right.
And you know what? They were happy. Now, you know, maybe you should have got a shaker.
Or hold your car keys up, tell them to crank the bus.
Buy one of those stuffed raccoons with the Titans jersey.
Right.
Maybe hey, throw it up in there.
Hey, and he should. I mean, he's double barreling too. I mean, he's not just one.
There's different forms of the bird, and he had a pretty good one. You got the lazy one. You know, you just throw it, but then you got that where the fingers are perfect.
As the kids listen to school.
Well, there's different, you know.
I think
techniques.
he started with the bicentennial like you, Bubba, and broke them apart.
Yeah.
What I think.
Yeah. I'm just glad he's not the doctor testing my prostate, because I tell you, he'd touch my tonsils.
Yeah,
someone got a long finger.
He does. He got some hands on it.
So you're aware if he's shooting you a bird.
We're back. Thanks for being with us. Coming to you from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. As you heard, the gang is all here for another hour. And we'll continue to update you on any more updates from the aftermath of now the second Hurricane Milton that has gone through Florida overnight. So we gave some of those reports early, but we'll update you if anything else comes in that we need to pass along, because like some of them have to assess.
Yeah, we'll know more when the lights come on, and everybody can see what's happening. Rick, scanning the cuts for the day, anytime I see Scott Jennings, it always stands out.
Well, we love Scott Jennings.
And I think he makes a great point here that a lot of people don't want to hear.
Well, Scott Jennings, I don't know. He must be in good with those who write the checks, because
I think he's got pictures of somebody.
Can you imagine being the person in charge that has to handle all the whining of everybody that's working at CNN with Scott Jennings?
But I bet their ratings are better than they've ever been because he's on there.
Well, we're playing more clips from them than we have in a long time.
Yeah.
So Scott Jennings is going to force the panel to admit something involving Elon Musk. So this is a blast. Here's courtesy of CNN.
This kind of rhetoric that makes politicians something less than what they are, which is human beings.
I appreciate your saying that, Scott. I think where the Democrats started to lose Elon was actually personal. We should have celebrated his contributions to electric vehicles, even though he was against unionization and stood up to unions. We should have said, look, Starlink, great product. That needs to be used. We should celebrate the fact that he's had the first commercial success of private people in space. And I think a lot of it was that we didn't celebrate it, and he felt offended.
He does get a lot of attention. I'm genuinely curious. I mean, was there something, do you think, that Democrats did? What was the thing? What was the thing that they did
I got a call from him about it when he wasn't invited to that EV summit. He should have been invited. I called the White House. I never call the White House.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why didn't you invite him? He's very angry. And in fact, I had an interview with Pete Buttigieg at the time, who also was a little bit glib about it. And I was like, he's critically important in this sector. I think the union thing was the big deal of why they didn't invite him, and they should have. He deserved that credit for
and then
what he's
people were
doing.
tweeting out about his private flights and him taking a private plane.
I don't think Democrats get blamed for that.
No, I'm just saying that, look, and I think he should stay off Twitter. I certainly think he shouldn't be making jokes about the vice president. But I think with the Democrats, remember, he was a supporter of Obama. Bill Clinton, Obama had this. And we are the party that is John F. Kennedy, that is about innovation, that is about entrepreneurship.
They didn't initially give him the tax credit.
We should be celebrating that part of it.
There's a weird...
So there it is.
A lot of that was not necessarily Scott Jennings. He started the conversation.
Yep,
but
he did.
The people you heard giving most of that were elected Democrats from California.
Well, and finally, because one of them did not want to be lectured on this, but then finally the others who actually had more information than apparently she did, one of them saying, look, not having him at the electric vehicle summit.
Well, we said that.
Yeah,
that
we
was
did
ridiculous.
on there. It was ridiculous.
How can you have an electric vehicle summit without the guy who has 60% of the international market?
Right.
I mean, that doesn't even make sense.
No. All because of this, this is where we get into that one issue thing. He's not for the union, so we can't invite him. But
Well,
you're going to have a summit without the number one guy?
Union or not has nothing to do with the topic.
Right.
Okay? The organized labor, work-free state, whatever, that's a totally different issue. They were talking about the technology. They were talking about how EVs could make a difference. Now, I don't agree with all their premise on that either.
Right.
But he should have been in the conversation. He's an incredible American entrepreneur who has done some incredible things. I was having a conversation about him last night with somebody. I mean, he looks at a situation and says, well, how can we make this cheaper? Well, why don't we reuse the booster stage of the rocket? It's the most expensive part.
Right.
Well, we can't do that. We dump them in the ocean. Well, why don't we land it and reuse it? Well, nobody's ever done that. Well, why not? Let's try it. Let's do it. I mean, he was always just, well, why not? Let's do that. Let's try something different.
It would
and
be,
it worked.
it would be like the conservatives and Republicans holding a summit on how we can use the technology that's been created through smartphones and not inviting Apple because we disagree with them politically.
Right.
I mean, it would be stupid.
I can disagree with them, but they've
course.
got to be part of that conversation.
Absolutely.
Or you're being intellectually dishonest.
That's right.
And when it comes to Eli, another thing, and I don't think everybody really appreciates what he has done with this Starlink. And the key to it is this receiving platform, or it's technically a phased array.
Mm-hmm.
But normally, I know this is going to be. You might as well just keep your finger on that one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you have to pick up a signal that weak from space, and it's moving in low Earth orbit like a bullet, you have to track it. You can't just say, "I'll take whatever comes down," without a gain antenna that is following that. It won't work. Well, the problem is you got stuff moving then, right? That's how we do it. That's how the hams do it when we track satellites. We have things that move. Well, a phased array is electronically moving it, not physically moving it. So that satellite receiver is locking onto a satellite. It is following it without moving, electronically following it, and then locking on to the next one, and you never know the difference. It's an incredible leap forward in antenna design and the way we do stuff. I mean, it's people don't appreciate what a jump forward it is. Plus, now they have the mini, like you saw the police officers using, they stuck in their windshield, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you have to calculate all that with you moving, and it still works.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Well, that one goes to Elon. I'm
Or
afraid.
as you call him, Eli, because
Did I say Eli?
You did. You know what I took that
I'm
as?
sorry.
That you're so chummy with him now. Because I mean, that'd be cool to call him Eli.
I would like to meet him though.
Yeah.
That's one person I'd like to meet.
Sure.
I never got to meet Ronald Reagan. I was kind of down about that one, but I'd like to meet Elon.
We did it again. That was a joke. Eli's coming. But he might be. I bet his closest friends might call him Eli.
They might, or Big E.
That was another.
I think I'd nickname him Big E.
That was
he's kind
another.
of tall.
That was another uncomfortable moment
I'd
yesterday.
like to. Hey, what's up, Big E? How about that phased array satellite? Ooh, good thinking.
I like how you're looking up.
You know how we have.
Well, I'm tall. He's a lot taller than I am.
That was another uncomfortable moment yesterday when I was trying to get everything working for Camp House for hunting season. And Central Access is the one that we use there with just the co-ops, and it's outstanding. But that's not Starlink.
No.
So when Gary busts up in there, we have somebody there getting the job
He's
done.
bragging about his Starlink.
He starts saying, "Well, I'm kind of surprised this has happened because Elon Musk, it's a good product." I said, "That's not different people, not the same people."
Oompa Loompa.
As a matter of fact, we're gonna book Elon Musk for an interview.
Right.
Hey, they'll probably get him or Leon Musk, either one.
Hey, Leon Musk he's something. I mean, he's a smart fella. He is, but this isn't his company. So thank you for that. Bush hog. Where is it? Right here. The noise won't bother us.
Yeah, get on out there.
I'm gonna stay here and see if we can get this done. Yeah, but probably not. I bet the only thing worse than one here is two. I'm just standing here awkwardly. I wish you would give me. I think I've been released, but I'm afraid to walk outside.
Has Gary examined your green fields if y'all rode through them too much with your four-wheelers?
I saw that game picture of that guy over there, the Nephilim, pulling through us. You can't even have a green field.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We talk about things that went on over the weekend too, and since we're on Sunday, we had football practice Sunday afternoon, very hot, and the way things have worked out, I'm coaching Brody, but I'm not coaching Brooks this year. So Big Love is on his own now. He's playing for somebody else, and I don't get to see his practices because we practice the same day. Thankfully, I will get to see all of his games. So the way the schedule worked out, and that was a blessing. But I was going over to pick him up after his practice because he practiced on a field over from us. So we're practicing over here, and he's over there on another field. So I thought I would ease over and pick him up from practice, and we're talking. The coach comes over to me, and we're talking a little bit. So I noticed that Big Love is coming over to me, asked me what the coach and I are talking about.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, we're just talking about stuff, son. Let's go get in the truck. And I'm like, why should? And he said, Brooks said the prayer for us today, wrapping up practice. And he said you might want to discuss some of his topics. And then there's just a feeling that comes over you. You know what I mean? And
you're real hot while you're having this conversation.
Yeah, he said, and I'm real sweaty, and I have them here if you'd like to hear them. He chronicled for me in an email. I talked to Big Love about it, and it starts off really good. He said he started off very spiritual at the beginning, which I was very glad to hear that. And then he said, thanks for letting the weather hold off so that we could make it through practice because there were some storms coming in.
Yeah. Right.
Lord, all I'm asking is that we make the semifinals of the playoffs. Okay, maybe the championship too.
Yeah.
Please help us to never cuss someone in a game.
Well, Rick, you've been in a lot of football games. That's legitimate.
Right.
That's a legitimate request.
Right, they've seen Daddy play.
Right.
Well, I mean, you know how it is out there.
Right.
That's legit.
And then the one that
was that us or the coach? What it is?
And then the one that will have him go back to the team today and apologize to the team.
Uh-oh.
Please help there to be less farting on the team.
That's my boy. That's my boy.
In a team prayer?
Yeah.
Hey, I tell you what, there must be a lot going on if he felt he needed to ask God for relief.
Right.
So that must be a gassy team.
So you can see how it kind of deteriorates as you go.
Well, Rick, it's on his mind, that whole chili thing the other day.
Right.
You know, he was excusing himself the whole practice.
He said, give me your burdens, Rick.
Right. So,
Rick, he's bothered by it.
As the coach said, it was honest and funny for a 10, 11-year-old, and I thanked him for his heartfelt remarks. He said which were more toward the beginning of the prayer. But I also reminded him of the importance of being reverent and respectful when praying. And
I bet you the team got a little giggle going when he said that.
What do you
think?
mean?
Right.
What do you think?
A good thing I wasn't coaching because I'd have been laughing hard at all of it.
Well, Uncle Greg, I know that.
So I get into the car and I shut the door and I said, all right.
I think the first line he was asking for was directed at you, Greg.
Which one?
Thanks for letting the weather. Oh no, his third one. Please help us to never cuss someone.
Right, that's it.
So no cussing and no farting. We're all that.
Well, let's just never.
What are we supposed to do?
Never to cuss someone.
It's like he works at Dreamland.
Right. Yeah. Matter of fact, this has asked Greg not to exist in his prayer.
Uncle Greg cannot come to practice anymore.
Right. By the way, based on this prayer, if he listens, Greg will be struck by lightning.
If he puts spitting in there, he's got the trifecta.
Right. He said. He said, from what I can gather, we have other teams that practice near us from different leagues, and most of them that confirmed to me why I'm playing in the league I'm playing in and not that league. But I said they'd heard one of the coaches was lighting up a little kid with cussing or something.
Oh, good gracious!
Right, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
But anyway, so
you get in the car and what happens?
And I said, so I shut the door and I said, and Big Love's, Taz is gone. He went to spend the night with a buddy after practice, and I said, go, you want to come on out? What's going on here? And why were you so concerned about me talking to the coach? Well, I said the prayer today for the team. I said, well, that's great, man. I'm glad you stepped up. That's awesome. And then he was kind of, and I said, what did you do? Well, I said. Here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Oh, the text line is just great. A couple of things to share with you tonight down in Crestview, Florida.
Look at that.
I know, I was laughing. Crestview, Florida tonight, Tony Cooper. The Coop is loose, Bubba. He'll be there for Man Church at First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, as they continue through the discipleship strategy. Also tonight in Birmingham, Lakeside Baptist Church, Steve Shaw. Yes, we'll be speaking tonight. It's not the time to talk to Steve about officiating. That'll be tonight at their next Man Church. Saturday night, it's a standalone men's event. I'm excited to be at Providence Baptist Church in Tallapoosa, Georgia. Men, looking forward to that. If you still want a ticket to that, you can get one. Scott Gorosky, Sunday night, Man Church, Twickenham Church of Christ. So find out what's eating Scott Gorosky there. If any of those appeal to you or they're near you, you can plug in by going to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, we think, now earlier in the program, way back, we got into this Lieutenant Dan thing. This is that character that is well known by the people of Tampa. He lives on a 20-foot sailboat. He claimed he has one leg. He's nicknamed Lieutenant Dan.
We've seen the pictures. I think that's legit.
Yeah, that he was going to ride out Milton in his 20-foot sailboat. Apparently, Adler claims he has an update from Lieutenant Dan. Adler, what's about to happen here?
Yeah, supposedly this is an update from this morning. Lieutenant Dan stayed in his boat the whole time. There's footage of a boat getting smashed around, and the mast is broken off of that boat, and it's to the side. Here's Lieutenant Dan's boat, and the mast is still up, so that was not real. That footage that's been pushed around. There's been so much, and plus there's been 2 hurricanes to kind of come back to back here, and so I'm like, was this after the last one? But they are saying that this is a post-Milton update from Lieutenant Dan from this morning, and he's going to talk about how his night went, and I'm going to cut it before he starts cussing.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
We got the boat here, and Lieutenant Dan here. How did it go? How'd the night go?
It was a little rough till about 11:30. I repositioned the boat, and I was heading into the wind, and I slept like a baby from 12:30 to 5 o'clock this morning. I woke up twice to pee, that was it. But other than that, it's been a great night. I just smoked half a joint.
So he seems like he's okay.
I still don't believe he stayed in the boat.
Well, I need an update then, because, all right, now let's go back to this. How exactly the track of the storm coming in, did the severity for Tampa lessen? And so is it possible he didn't have to ride out the intensity? I know it was still intense, but the intensity dropped off for that particular area because of the positioning of the storm? Did he?
That's my thoughts too.
It did go in south of Tampa, and that was good for Tampa.
I just can't believe you could be in that size boat out in the water and see the top of Tropicana Field ripped off and the damage in that stadium and think that was an easy night to sleep through. I don't know.
Well, you wonder, because you keep getting, like you said, mixed stories. I don't think he is. I don't think to myself, whatever Lieutenant Dan says, take that to the bank.
Yeah.
But for all the various obvious reasons.
Couldn't burn him one.
But but
do you think he burnt one and thought he was on the boat?
Or where he, like you said, Rick, where he's at, didn't get that back.
Well, if you look at where he's at, go back to
Did
look.
he have one of them left-handed cigarettes?
Apparently he just did.
I want to know what he took to go to sleep.
Does that look like Tampa's devastated? Look,
No.
I mean, there's some water right there. It's not
think
flood.
it went more below him.
Maybe he just didn't have all that much.
Yeah, that's it.
Compared to other places.
He did say that the water was up to here, but he added his own colorful language. So, that's the part I can't play. But you can see he's going to put his hand up and mention the water was up to blanking here.
By the way, and that was posted this morning.
That was posted this. They're saying that was this morning.
Okay.
The person that posted this is a relatively well-known podcaster.
I notice he hasn't gone with any kind of prosthetic. He just gives us the bare cut off leg.
Rick, that's the part of the story he didn't mention. It actually blew away.
So the peg is gone.
Yeah. Listen, I'd get me one of them blades.
There you go.
Those guys on those blades is incredible.
Yeah. Here's his hand right here. That's what he's saying. The water was up to that level right there.
That level where?
If that sailboat
where he's sitting
survived the hurricane, the intensity in Tampa in that particular location had to have been reduced.
And I thought it was going to be hitting at midnight, from midnight to like 3 is what the whole story.
It came in early.
When I watched, and I didn't get to watch a lot of it, but when I turned it on, it was hitting at I think 8:30ish Eastern time last night is when it made landfall south of Tampa.
So that's like 3
But now
hours
Tampa was
before
getting
I thought it was.
right. Tampa was getting hit hard with rain and stuff, and the wind and the rain.
Apparently, again though, we have two stories. Other people are saying it again that one of them is a complete lie. Now, if you think about city officials,
right,
and the police, you want to think trustworthy, not so much maybe city officials.
Oh, I was going to say the opposite.
Yeah, but so they're claiming
that was Adler today
right.
when you pull him over and pistol whip him.
Yeah, that's right.
City officials, I think even the police would tell us now. City officials, the mayor. You think the mayor might want to? So the mayor and I thought the chief of police, they're saying that they talked Dan out of the boat, put him in a shelter, then he went back to the boat. Dan just told us, we can't deny that he rode the storm out. Somebody's lied.
Yeah.
Now if I were sitting here and I had the chief of police, I'm gonna take the mayor out because I think mayors lie. Okay. But if someone from the police.
Sorry, Johnny.
Well, not all mayors.
Right.
Right. But would you? We've all seen the lampooning of the mayor of the town.
Look, it's not like the mayor of New York's not under indictment. Okay, so
let's go to the movie.
We'll just leave it at that.
Let's go to the movie Jaws. Who was telling us the truth?
Yeah,
it wasn't the mayor.
Right.
Okay, and so
no, Rick.
I know that's a movie, but it does.
This is no boating accident.
Right. So, but if the police said, we finally talked Dan into going to a shelter, and Dan saying, I never went to a shelter, I think I probably believe the police.
I agree.
I don't know how credible Dan is.
Right. So
Dan does not seem to be overly credible.
But also, I'm seeing a problem with the video that I just showed, and that is his hair length. Because in the video,
some people are saying that's from the last hurricane,
right? Which Tampa didn't get hit hard on that one at all, and Helene.
His hair is
except
long.
For some flood.
His hair is like an inch or so long here. In the video that we showed yesterday, where he talked about I'm going to write it out, it was a straight up buzz cut.
Yeah,
like
and this
all
is
the way down to the skin.
It is so hard to find video that's accurate, but we are getting multiple texts.
I don't think Dan rode out the storm that hit last night. There it is. I said
it was posted. That was posted 9/27.
He might have rode out what happened with Helene
from Helene,
but I don't think he rode out Milton.
Okay, that was my worry.
That's it.
It might have been from the other one. Yeah,
and it's hard to tell. It really is, but we're getting multiple texts saying that was from Helene.
You got to watch these TikTokers, Adler.
That's why I prefaced it.
I know
you did. You did.
These TikTokers.
And look, here's a definite. Here's a shot. He's buzzed up.
Yeah,
he's totally buzzed down.
Hey, y'all.
Everybody said that's an old video.
That's why I prefaced it with that.
Look, you just need to back off, Dan. I mean, it's too much.
Look, I don't want to cause controversy, but everybody's saying that's old video.
I think that's from Helene, not Milton.
We got to ask Elon Musk.
I said it.
Where's Eli when you need him?
Where is he?
Clear buzz cut here. In that video, he had an inch and a half, 2 inches of hair.
Yeah,
Adler, that's a good catch.
That is a good catch, buddy.
I'm trying to find the truth of that.
Don't you wish we didn't have?
Tell you, watching Monk has really helped you out.
Well,
But aren't y'all tired of us having to go through all of this?
Yes.
I mean, so much misinformation.
It's
and
ridiculous.
Disinformation, and then in there somewhere a nugget or two. It's just it's a hard road.
It's a hard one.
And now, Bubba, as you said, now believing's no longer seeing.
Yeah.
Seeing and believing.
Yeah.
That don't even go together
Deep
anymore.
fake.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, I know that.
So I get into the car and I shut the door and I said, "All right."
I think the first line that he was asking for was directed at you, Greg.
Which one? Thanks for letting the weather. Oh no, that was his third one. Please help us to never cuss someone.
Right, that's it.
So no cussing and no farting. We want all that.
Well, let's just never.
What are we supposed to do?
Never to cuss someone.
It's like he works at Dreamland.
Right. Yeah. Matter of fact, this has asked Greg not to exist in his prayer.
Uncle Greg cannot come to practice anymore.
Right. By the way, based on this prayer, if he listens, Greg will be struck by lightning.
If he puts spitting in there, he's got the trifecta.
Right. He said. He said, from what I can gather, we have other teams that practice near us from different leagues, and most of them that confirmed to me why I'm playing in the league I'm playing in, and not that league. But I said they'd heard one of the coaches. Was lighting up a little kid with cussing or something.
Oh, good gracious!
Right, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
But anyway, so
you get in the car and what happens?
And I said, so I shut the door and I said, and Big Love's, Taz is gone. He went to spend the night with a buddy after practice, and I said, go, you won't come on out. What's going on here? And why were you so concerned about me talking to the coach? Well, I said the prayer today for the team. I said, well, that's great, man. I'm glad you stepped up. That's awesome. And then he was kind of, and I said, what did you do? Well, I said something in it I shouldn't have said. And I said, would you want to share with me what that is? And he said, I prayed that there not be so much farting. And I said, hey, buddy. I said, well, you trying to be funny, man, on that one?
That's what I was fixing to
ask. And he said, well, we do have an issue of it, but it probably shouldn't have been included in the prayer. And I said, yeah. I said, there's a certain
You think he elbowed somebody before he said
yeah,
something?
there's a certain amount of reverence. If you want to do a comedy routine, that's not the place for it. And and then I thought on a brilliant move on his part, and this was brilliant. He said, I don't think we need to tell Mom about it.
No, Rick.
And he said, it's her birthday this weekend. And
I hope you agreed.
Yeah, and I said, well, we're not going to. And I said, but what we're going to do, I said, we're going back before the team tomorrow, and we're going to tell everybody why that was inappropriate. And we're going to apologize to the coach and apologize to the team, and we're going to talk about that when we pray, that's a holy time and a big responsibility for you to be the spiritual leader at that moment for a team, and you're going to apologize to everybody for probably adding some stuff in the prayer that shouldn't have been there. And so that's today. But
you know, Rick, seriously.
Will you record
that? He went for the laugh at the end. He did good after that. He went out. He went for the home run at the end. You cut him a little slack, but he's good.
Right.
Wonder where he gets that, right?
You know what? I'm kind of digging that he went ahead and asked to make the playoffs, and then he realized, look, if I'm going to ask for the playoffs, let's ask for the championship.
Yeah, I like that, though.
Yeah, why stop short?
Rick, it reminds me a lot of something his dad would have done at that age, I'll be honest with you. That just sounds very, very familiar.
Or more his uncle.
No, at that age, Rick, that would have been your prayer all day long. Going for the laugh.
You try so hard for them not to be like you. You really do. You try to change things.
I think Big Love, in his defense, he needs to be able to throw up, hey, Dad, that's something you would have done.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
There's
I'm telling him next time I see him.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot out there. You can gather it. Just search the Rick and Bubba Show Best of Moments everywhere. All right, so once again, we go down the Lieutenant Dan Update Road, and it turns into a dead end. So, everybody say, who knows? With disaster. So, Bubba, do want everybody out there, if you don't already have the buyraycon.com, you don't have their everyday earbuds yet, you're really missing out. I love getting these emails for those of you who say, hey, love them, and you should. Now, they've always been great, and they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. But right now, they have made them even better. If you have been putting this off, now is the time to do it. 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity, lets you pair with 2 devices at once. They're available in a variety of new colors to complement, whatever style you prefer. They sound great, but the facts are the Raycons sound even better than ever now. The quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio for about half the price. 30-day happiness guarantee. Now, if you need to make a return, easy. But go right now to get yours at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's going to get you 20 to 50% off site-wide. Right. The whole site there has some other great products too. So the lowest you're going to save is 20%. Could be all the way up to 50%. So you get up to 50% off everything on the website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigvox. So not only are they about half the price of the competitors, now we're getting you even more savings because you listen to the show. That link is also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So get yours if you haven't already. And if you already have some, get some more. They make great gifts too. All right. So, Speedy, I know you have a story, as we talk about all the different phases of life. And now those of us that have adult children, and it is a different world with the adult children because they're on their own. Some of them are transitioning to be completely independent. But things are different when they're no longer living at home. And I understand that 2 of your sons now found themselves in a bit of an adventure.
Yeah, I guess this would kind of fall into out-of-town adult kids, parent at home gets a call.
Anytime they call you, they just don't check in.
No, they don't.
So a call is always something.
Yeah, especially if it's a time where they should either be working in class, whatever, and then the phone rings. You almost just answer what's wrong, not even hello. And I got a call back Monday. I don't know what y'all were doing at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon on Monday, but I'm sitting there and my day changed because I saw on the caller ID one Reese Wilburn.
Oh, and that's your youngest son.
Yes, and he is an electrician apprentice, 3rd year, and he is working up in Huntsville.
How old now?
3rd year apprentice.
No, how old?
No,
is
he's
he?
20.
Yeah, 20.
He's 20.
Okay.
And so he's living with my parents, which I love because he got moved up to Huntsville to work on this big job up there, and so and then JC at UAH, so they're both up there, like you said, and. I get a call, and when the phone rings, I know he's got 2 hours from when he gets off work. And I go, hello, what's up, bud? And he goes, hey, Daddy. And I'm like, oh, no. And he goes into trying to tell me the story, and I just stopped him. And I said, stop, are you okay? Let's just get right to that first.
Before we get to what happened.
Then you can tell me the story, but I need to know, are you all right? Did you get, when you work in that line of work and some of the stuff they have to do, you worry about injuries and different things.
Bubba showed me a video yesterday of when you're dealing with electricity.
Yeah, and I'm like, are you, and they're off in trenches and stuff. And I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
I'm like, okay, well, where are you?
I'm back at the truck.
And I'm like, I said, you're back at the truck. I said, so you're okay, but you're back at the truck.
And you don't sound okay.
Right. And I said, so I'm trying to figure it all out. And I won't get into any gory details, but let's just say he had symptoms of what maybe a stomach virus or food poisoning, the reaction to that.
Double thumbs down.
And on this job site, if you walk out, and it's massive, it's almost a 1 million square foot facility that they're building, and there was a call out for almost 100 electricians, and so he was moved up there, and so this facility is so large, they all move around on side by sides. I mean, because you can't just walk. I'm gonna walk over there. You have to be taken to different areas. And so his journeyman, which I really appreciate, saw what was happening and said, "I'm gonna get you to your truck, and then you can get home and deal with whatever's going on." But Reese started having reactions to something, and I don't know, but it was right after lunch. And a big thing that they do there on that job site is they'll all walk out to different food trucks. And
watch that food truck.
and it's normally a home run for him because he talks about the good food and everything. But he's almost whimpering on the phone, like, I'm not really sure what to do. Don't even really know why I called you, but I'm in a handle. And I'm like, okay, well, let's talk through it. I said, where are you? And he told me what he had been doing, and I won't gross everybody out. And I said, well, why don't you just do a standard move that I've done, and that is turn the truck on, get in the AC, lean the seat back, and see if it'll settle. And then don't drive this way, because he said, I don't know what to do, really. And I'm like, okay, well, just do that, and let me check back in with you in 15 minutes. And so I said, hey, by the way, what'd you have for lunch? Chicken fingers.
Okay.
And I said, okay.
He didn't even want to think of it.
No, food truck chicken fingers. and I said, okay. I'm like, well, and so I'm like, okay, well, I'll call you back. Let's just see if maybe you start to feel better, and then get to a Walgreens, a CVS or something, get some Pepto or something to see if you can settle your stomach. I'm coming up with anything. So then I hang up with him. I call JC, who I knew was out of class in baseball and all
he's
this.
getting pulled in
Again.
He can't believe
and
it.
I said, hey, bud, your brother's 10 minutes north of town. He's in a bind. I don't even know if you're going to be needed, but I just want to see if you are, could you help? And I don't really know what I'm asking, to be honest with you. I just need you to be aware. He goes, yes, sir, whatever. So I call JC Reese back. Hello. And I'm like, hey, son, where are you? In the back seat. Laying down. And I'm like, okay. Well, I said, where are you as far as severity here? I mean, I need to know what we're dealing with.
And let's face it, you can speak to this with some
I can. And he has no control. Let's say this: if it was a road, it's not a one-way road. It's a two-lane road going both ways.
Got it.
No.
And
which is never good.
No. And, I mean, it's opened the car.
What you got is worst case scenario.
It's opened the truck door every now and then.
He'll never eat chicken fingers out of a truck again.
No. And I said, well, just sit there and a little bit longer for some ridiculous reason. I'm thinking that. And so I start looking at iMaps like I can help. And it says, because of traffic, 3 hours away. And I said, well, buddy, I'm no help to you. I don't even know why I looked at that map, because I mean, you're on your own on this one. And so can you drive? I'm going to try in a second. I'm like, okay. So I said, well, I'm going to jump out. I had some yard work to do. And I said, I got the phone with me. Let me know. So I'm cutting the yard, and here comes Mama Bear. She pulls up. And she had been at work.
Boy, this whole dynamic is about to change.
3 hours in nothing.
And so I'm cutting the grass. I'm like, vroom, cut the lawnmower off.
So you're out cutting grass.
Yeah.
I bet she loves
Well,
that.
but I mean, I'm monitoring. I mean, it's nothing I can either sit on the couch and wait or mow the grass and wait.
Sure.
I don't know what to do. And so I'm like, hey, let me bring you up to speed on something. What's wrong? Reese called. Is he okay? I'm like, well, hang on. I don't know.
Flipped.
I don't know. I was like, but I'm out here cutting. What you want to call him and see what you think, because I'm feeling that he's in a bind, but I'm not really sure. Get a read on it. So she's like, okay, I'll call him. So I go back to mowing. I get about 4 lanes in, and all of a sudden she comes out and she is waving at me. Get in here. I'm like, oh no. So I come running. I laid the lawnmower in the middle of the yard, and I'm running in. What's up?
You fell down that hill.
What's up? He tried to drive, and he thinks he might pass out, and he's pulled over on the side of the road.
Driving, you don't want to pass out.
No, and I said, are you serious? We're in that big of a bind? Yes, and JC's on his way to get him, and he's grabbed a teammate to get his truck.
Who wants to touch that wheel?
I don't know what's up. And I'm like, well, okay. And I said, well, let me start Googling the first urgent care emergency room or something. She said, yeah, we're at that level right now. She's panicking.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, well, all right, well, we definitely don't need our son passed out. He pulled over, just didn't feel safe driving. He was just in a bind. And plus he had to relieve himself too from the side effects of whatever he's got. So I'm like, okay. So I call JC, and he's like, hey, Dad, I got so-and-so with me. We're headed that way. And I was like, okay. I said, I don't know what you're dealing with, but we're going to send you the address to the Huntsville Hospital now has an urgent care facility in Huntsville off Bob Wallace, and he had rave reviews. And so we're like, this is the closest one, head there now. And so when I get back, I'll finish out, but it was a mess, no pun intended.
Hey.
Well, no, I mean just the whole the ordeal was a mess.
The ordeal.
Yeah. So now JC's involved. He pulls up on site, trying to get Reese into his car, and Reese's truck back to his house.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I understand that there is some very controversial headlines today involving NASA and aliens.
NASA seizes a few microbes they get all excited about.
Understood.
Disclosure.
Do you think this is it? You've been telling us, Greg.
According to George Norrie, disclosure.
What is it? Disclosure of what?
All the stuff they've been covering up all these years.
Well, they seem like they've picked just a strange time to put it out. Why now?
It's for the holidays.
You know why they're telling us now, don't you?
For the holidays.
You know why they're telling us now?
Why?
Because they want everything to be clear and for the game Saturday.
Is that
That's
it? Terrestrial life. Now, what does that mean? There are many guesses out there, much speculation. Many are hoping that NASA will announce that extraterrestrial life has been discovered. This seems like a stretch and a big hop, and almost a near impossibility. If that were the case, the best prospect might be from Mars, where the rover Spirit has been stationary for about a year after getting stuck in some soft sand. It would have given an opportunity to study that patch of sand over a long period of time during seasonal changes, which might perceive chemical changes with attributes to the life process. It's a long shot at best, but remember that in that spot where it is stuck, Spirit is looking at layered sulfate salts associated with ancient thermal vents that could have been a prime location for bacterial life at some point on Mars.
Now, so we're waiting on this announcement. It's going to be about we got some bacteria.
So what they're saying,
I gotta have arms and legs.
So what they're saying,
I gotta have arms and legs.
I want an alien looking in that camera.
So let me decode this to everyday speak. The rover Spirit is stuck in a sand pit that is near the closest thing to Yellowstone National Park they got on Mars. And we think we might find some molecules in it. Is that
yeah, hey, we found some bacteria growing. Well, whoop-de-doo.
It is more likely that the group of NASA astrobiologists have discovered a chemical model for life based on something other than oxygen and water. Such a discovery might open up a number of potential sites where extraterrestrial life might be found and would be a major breakthrough in the field of astrobiology. Looking at the team of scientists that NASA lists as attending the press conference, perhaps we can gain further insight. And they list these guys. One of them's he teaches at Arizona State University. One of them's from the University of Florida. One of them is co-authored the book, The Breadcrumb Trail, The Distribution of Organic Chemical Biosignatures and Cryptodiathyllic Communities on the Surface of Antarctica and the Antarctic Sandstone Rocks.
Good, great.
How about that?
All right. Well,
don't you know they're fun to hang out with during Thanksgiving?
Hang on just a minute, Bubba, and I'll pot it up. Here's an actual statement about what we're going to hear. And it is for a lot of you, it is Thursday. And here is an actual statement from NASA. Here it is.
This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair. I come out here and rough talked him and run him off. And I said, get away from here. Get. And he went right back out that path again. He looked like he had 6 fingers on each hand.
And that's Doctor Who in the press conference.
That guy's not from Huntsville. He's actually from over the Kennedy Station.
So, Greg, what you would like to see, you would like to see footage from the rover, much like in the movie Transformers.
I'm going to be honest.
You know
with
where the shadow comes up and something looks into it and then crushes it? Which I thought that was pretty cool scene.
I'm going to be honest with you. I know scientifically it's a big deal, but I don't give a crap if there's bacteria on other planets. You know what? In my mind, that's I'm sure there is. How's there not? What's that got to do with an alien?
All that means is something else we got to clean.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, hey, we found, you know what? They found that one time we made a big deal. Hey, might have been some water. Found some H2O. Well, whoop-de-doo.
You know what?
You know, hey, you think there might be water on other planets, man? I hope, shoot, what's that? I mean, you know what I'm talking about? We're going to call a press conference. It's going to be something like this. I'm not watching it.
Well, let me say this. How dumb would we feel if
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, we're back. Life with adult children. They're either in college or they're out on their own. And then they start learning those little moments in life. Things like possible food poisoning from a food truck. So, Speedy, you've got Mama's now involved. Older brother is en route with a teammate.
Yep.
Your youngest son has had some sort of violent attack, either a virus of some kind, or it feels a little bit more like food poisoning because it was so quick and so violent.
Right.
He's now worried about driving because the body is turned on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can tell just from what you've already described, probably needs to get to some sort of liquids pretty quick.
Yeah.
Dehydration is now becoming a player.
Right.
And now you are coordinating this, and what happens next?
Well, we're trying to coordinate it with Mom, who is upset that we're not there. And I've tried to tell her it's not really our fault we're not there. I don't know what to do.
Right.
You know, because you know she
Get
wants
the time machine
she
out.
wants to be on site, and so do I. But it's just some things you got to battle, and we're just not there. So we're gonna have to make the most of it. We're blessed to have at least JC is there. My parents are there.
Of course, I'm not sure how much help they can be.
No,
right
and they're not. But I did let them know,
Right.
hey, this is what's going on. He probably won't return home like he normally does at the time he does.
Because if it is a virus, you don't want to bring it in there on them.
You don't. Now, I'm never thinking during this virus, ever. But I'm just not, because Reese had come home that weekend, and Monday morning, instead of driving back Saturday night, he woke up about 2:50, left out at 3 to get to work by 5, and I saw him. And he was fine. And he was fine all morning. It was after lunch at the food truck. Then all of a sudden, violently, he just turns for the worse. And so that was screaming food poisoning to me. So this whole time, I'm never thinking anything else. So he pulls over, and he made it to like a CVS. He can't get out of the car. He's kind of worried and probably a little scared of what's going on, and he's just in a bind. So JC pulls up, and they had coordinated, hey, let's not leave your truck here. You just take it back to my house, because it was only 10 minutes away. So he brought one of his teammates with him, and he drives his truck back, and he gets Reese in his car. And they're going to the urgent care, Huntsville Hospital or urgent care. So we go ahead and call ahead to the urgent care, and they said, hey, the fast track way is to go online right now and start filling everything out.
Oh,
okay.
no.
His insurance is primary, ours is secondary, and all this kind of stuff. So he goes in, and we get an update from JC, which is like talking to Greg.
Yes.
Like, hey, can we have any update? It's been 30 minutes. Oh yeah, he's back there. He's getting an IV. Well, why don't you tell us that?
We don't get the IV.
Come
waiting
on.
through the final verdict.
They gave him
a full report.
They gave him a shot for nausea. And
that's big.
And then they gave him an IV because he had lost so many fluids.
Of course.
So now JC snuck a picture and showed him laying there, and I showed y'all, and I can't.
That's like a good brother.
I'm not going to do that.
As a brother's not going to miss that opportunity.
No.
It's a good one.
So
it's a good one.
Got his flagging vest.
So then the nurse comes back and says, from the signs here, it looks like this is a major stomach virus, and you probably have it. And pointed at JC.
JC said, I just showed up just now.
And JC's like, what? See, the whole time I'm thinking food poisoning. So then I start thinking, oh my gosh, Pete, who's the teammate, he drove Reese's truck back
all over the steering wheel,
and Reese from the bed, probably got the whole team sick, and we're like, no,
call practice off.
Let's not put that into motion. We don't know. They're going off symptoms. I'm sorry, Reese. and he's got a throw up bag. He's like,
nothing better than no.
I'm so smooth. And so, all right, so then trying to hurry up here, they finally get out of there. He gets an IV. He gets something for nausea. JC's now moved to the truck. Now he's scared to death.
Now they all think they're sick. Yeah.
The lady said this isn't airborne. It's surface touching of, whatever. So,
How do you know?
and JC's like, well, held his wallet. I'm like, well, he didn't. I don't know if you've got it. You probably just wash your hands. This was Monday late afternoon. So then they're like, he can't drive. He's out of it. And I'm like, okay, well, he can't go back to your house. He's definitely not going back to my parents' house. Honey, let's start looking for hotels. And so we find a hotel by UAH in the Rocket Center there, book him a hotel, and he goes in there, and JC drops him off. The plan would be checkouts at 11 a.m. JC's baseball finishes around 10:30 the next morning. JC would go get him, see how he feels, and him come home for a day or two if he can make it. So his phone dies and it goes dark on us. So Terry calls me and goes, man, I don't know what to do. I can't get him. I said, well, call the hotel and ring his room. So we do.
Old school. I forgot about that.
They got phones.
We do the next morning, and the hotel says he doesn't answer the phone, so they're going to do a wellness check at the door.
Oh my gosh.
So they go and knock on the door. I'm coming. And here comes.
So he can't hear the phone, but I heard that.
Yeah, right. He said he was in the bathroom.
Okay.
I get it.
All right.
And so JC shows up. He's there. JC shows up, and he opens the door, and he goes, I don't have any clothes. And I'm like, he said, you don't have any clothes? He said, no, they're a mess from yesterday. And I don't have anything on me. And so JC was like, well, I've got shorts and some tights on from baseball, the athletic tights or whatever. He goes, I'll just take my shorts off and walk out in tights, I guess. I don't know what to do.
Okay, so now JC's going to leave pants.
So now JC's, wait a minute, I have a blanket in the car. So he runs out to his car, comes back, and Reese walks out of the hotel room in a blanket.
No, he does not.
Yes, like he's a lady. Like he's a lady at the pool.
No, he does not.
Yes.
Buddy.
So he gets in the truck, and his phone's still dead. So we're calling JC, and he's giving us updates, and he says, hey, he sounds a lot better. He's back at the truck, and he claims he's going to come home. And I'm like, well, can he make it home? I don't know if he can. Finally, his battery comes alive, and I talked to him, and I said, first thing to do is you stop and get Imodium AD and anything else that can get you home. So he makes
it. He's still wearing the blanket?
Yeah, no, he had actually from the weekend still in his truck. He had a basket full of clean clothes.
Oh,
So now JC won't let him come in. So he's changing in the front yard of JC's house
because he's afraid he's contagious.
Because now he thinks everybody's going to get
open
sick.
the door and
the clock.
Get the whole team sick. Yeah, get the whole team sick.
And so the whole time the clock is ticking on the teammate and on JC on if they will get it.
Yeah.
And I am proud to report, as of now, if you're listening live, it's about 3 days later.
Okay.
They are not sick.
I think they're
which I'm leaning more towards food poisoning because he went from I'm fine to just violently I'm not okay.
But it doesn't happen that quick usually, does it?
With food poisoning, I don't really know. I have
think
no
it takes
idea.
a little time for it to kick in.
Whatever it was, it wasn't pleasant.
I've had both happen.
Yeah. I don't know, but he's home now, going to return to work tomorrow. He finally was able to hold something down last night. But we just gave him the upstairs and said, you battle, don't come down. It's almost like we treat him like he's in prison. We're sitting food, like water at the door.
Old COVID plan.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
I bet that was a dark night.
Last night we decided.
That was a virus.
Last night we decided to take a stroll. He's like, I just got to get some fresh air. So we took a walk around the block, and he looked over at me. He goes, Dad, that hotel room, it was like a dark dream.
Okay.
And I said, what
Nothing
do you mean?
good
He said, Dad, the battle I was in that hotel room. He said, I took, I don't know how many showers. I took about 4 showers. And
feel
he
bad
said,
for the maid.
No. And I said, I asked him about that. He goes, no, I didn't leave anything.
She earned her money that day.
And he's like, but I just threw away things that I probably needed to keep.
No, just get rid of them. You don't want to remember them.
He said,
let her have all your loose change.
And I was like, well, son, I think the reason why stories like this are so popular is because if you've lived long enough, everybody's experienced something like this.
Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Get everyone agreeing with me here. I feel like that ESPN has kind of started down kind of plays of the day have been affected by it. And I mean, we're living in a time now
where, I mean, we've got a premature balding man in Prague diving for a Frisbee, and we're peeing on ourselves. I just think we're just dumbing everything down. I mean, sure, it's a nice little Frisbee catch, but is it top 10 plays of the day of all sports? I mean, a premature balding man in Prague diving for a floating Frisbee?
I think where we need to go here, Rick, for you is what Bubba said is, what do you think they should be choosing from?
Okay, Bubba. Well, I'll listen. Now you interview me, and I'll answer.
Here's what I think their problem is. You have so many good diving catches in baseball. They show them every day. I think they get tired of seeing them. I think
some of them are not even good.
I think they get tired of seeing people reaching over the wall. I think they get tired. There's just so many of them day in, day out. All right, Rick, here's my question for you. The world according to Rick.
Okay.
ESPN,
if I was dictator of all sports.
Which is about sports. Now, they have the NFL network. You won't have that over there.
Right.
That's fine. Would you think that football should be shown on ESPN?
Absolutely, all the time.
Basketball?
Yeah. Yes.
Baseball?
Some good highlights in
baseball, yes.
What about golf?
No.
Golf shouldn't be on there
hole
at
in
all.
one?
No.
Not even a hole in one.
Hold on. Are you making
golf
not on ESPN?
I don't want to. It better be a really good shot.
A real long putt.
Hole in one is a good shot.
Or when you back one up.
No, you can't go back and put it on the play of the days. You either got to say yay or no.
No golf. No.
Really?
What about tennis?
No.
No tennis. What about ping pong?
Absolutely not.
All right. What about racquetball?
Absolutely not.
Handball?
No.
Cricket?
No.
Equestrian?
No.
NASCAR?
What if it's a good crash in equestrian?
No.
No NASCAR?
NASCAR I will take, but boy, I don't want to see the last lap. It better be a close finish at the wire or an upside down crash with fire.
What about card playing of any type?
No card playing. That's something.
What about pool?
No.
Rick.
What about cricket?
No. You've already asked me that one.
What about bike riding?
No.
What
What about
that fight?
What about kayaking?
Absolutely not. That's something you do at day camp.
Wait a minute.
What about any Olympic type activity? Track and field?
Yes.
Track and field, yes. But now, any of the other Olympics, or are you separating track and field?
What about X Games?
No.
Oh,
no,
X Games is full of highlights.
No skateboard.
How about every event's a highlight?
I don't want to see anybody doing anything in a suit made out of hemp. No.
Shuffleboard, curling,
no.
skiing.
Here's one we don't know.
X Games, the entire thing is a highlight film.
How about this? H no.
Soccer, I knew you were going to say no, and I agree.
Soccer's a sin.
I thought I
the only play of the day is somebody scores.
Here's one that we don't talk about.
So no frisbee sports
and
of
never
any type.
shows up.
What?
What if Michael Waddell is making an unbelievable shot out of a tree stand to kill a big buck?
No.
Hunting or fishing?
No. What about hockey?
Neither one.
Oh yeah.
What am I going to see?
Well,
an
play of the day.
unbelievable shot.
You won't take a hole in one.
No, I'll take a fight. That's all. And chat.
Well, you can't. I'm afraid you can't separate out elements of the sport. You have to say
broke the rules.
Then no on hockey.
Okay.
Are you serious?
If I can't pick and choose what I want to see, no.
So
there's not enough there to
there's
keep the
only
whole thing.
5 highlights you will accept. That's football, basketball, baseball, NASCAR, and track and field.
What about beach volleyball?
Oh my, no, absolutely not. That's something fraternity people get together and play. That ain't sport. The
badminton.
No. Dang. Anything I've played with my grandmother, no.
Archery. So it could be ESPN 5.
Well, and let me be clear.
Dodgeball.
Now, this is where I want y'all.
I'd like to see dodgeball.
I want y'all to understand where I'm coming from.
That and kickball.
Downhill skiing.
I want you to understand where I'm coming from.
Wow.
I'm not saying ESPN can't cover these sports other than soccer.
Right.
I'm not saying they can't cover them. I just don't want them in plays of the day. I'm very specific on my plays of the day.
Here's what you got to understand. You've got to come up with plays of the day. Is that
so
every
what,
day?
Greg? So
what?
what?
That's hard to come up with.
Greg, my gosh, when the NFL's playing, we got how many games a week?
I'm kind of with Bubba, though. I mean, how many times are
hockey and football are not going on right now?
But you excited about a guy diving catching the frisbee?
No, I didn't want to say that.
Okay, Greg.
So you're telling me if
somebody's going to dive and catch something, it's got to be the big three.
If hockey cuts through 2 or 3 defenders and makes an amazing goal, that's not play of the day.
No. I don't really like to watch the puck move around. I like fights and I like body checks.
Now I have to disagree with you on X Games. I mean,
I don't care. I mean, this wasn't. Greg's got to agree if you get to do it.
Well, do you want to fight me about it? We can do that.
I would. How about this?
Okay, I'll whoop your butt. X Games.
What about boxing? What about boxing?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't realize you had such an attitude about it. Boy, he's kind of elitist about this.
I will tell you.
Yeah, y'all talking about the iPhone.
I was gonna say he and this is like Bubba with iPhone.
Right. So
or anything Mac.
So there's only 6 sports that you allow on ESPN.
No, that I allow on Plays of the Day.
No, the question was sports on ESPN.
No, the question was what you allow for Plays of the Day.
No, y'all changed that after we're about halfway through it.
Oh, I thought it was Plays of the Day.
That's what I thought. Then.
I did too.
But did you not hear me just say I don't care if they cover the sports?
No,
I just don't want them.
I know, but you changed it because initially it was sports that we will allow on ESPN according to Rick.
Oh, I thought it was Plays of the Day.
I did too.
All right. Well,
who thought it was Plays of the Day? Who thought it was Plays of the Day?
At least Plays of the Day I know now.
But you know what, Bubba?
Everybody but Bubba.
But let me tell you this: I got no issue. I got no issue
his
with
list, though.
I got no issue with banning them from the whole ESPN team.
Right.
So here we go, a brand new hour coming to you from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. The gang's all here today. Speedy, Greg Burgess, Adler. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us and allowing us to be here and share part of your life. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much.
No, Bubba, as we start this hour, you and I, and we got a couple stories we'll hit everybody with. We live in the deep South, as most of you know that have been listening to the show for a long time. So, we don't get a lot of winter weather. So for us, anytime that there is any sort of snow, there's always something that all of us are accustomed to seeing, and Bubba and I have talked about this for years, and that is, when will we all see the first Camaro that, of course, still has the primer on it because that sweet paint job is still yet to come, that will get out and begin to do donuts in the snow or on the ice to show us that they can do it.
Well, if you mess up the primer, the paint will look really good when it goes on.
Right,
so
yeah.
That's what I want to do is get it out on the road.
So anyway, on 5B, apparently, you want to do 5A and B? Do you think we need that to go with it? The little signal of everybody to clear the area? Because I see you've got in 5A, this was them sending the alerts, here comes the hurricane?
That's actually an animal's premonition about Milton coming. So those are crane birds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So these are crane birds, y'all. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Let's do that, and then we'll see the guy really concerned about it doing donuts right before the hurricane hits.
Yeah,
all right,
it's the weirdest thing.
All right, so these are the cranes, the birds.
That's royalty-free music is what that is.
Yeah, and they'll start freaking out.
Yeah.
Kind of like when we had the North Carolina bears climbing the trees.
Y'all listen to these birds. Look at those big old cranes.
Whoa.
So hours before Milton came through, residents in several neighborhoods have witnessed groups of sandhill cranes gathering and emitting sharp, urgent calls as if signaling the need to flee.
We got to go. We got to go.
Did they flee or did they stand around that parking lot making that weird noise?
I hope not.
Wow, those are big.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are those ones they shoot and they say they're real good to eat?
I don't know.
Don't think so.
That's
Greg.
what you
could be.
No, I'm saying
Look, they have them on the menu.
I'm not making that up.
Really?
Yeah.
Because most of those large birds aren't that good to eat.
I'm not saying I want to eat one.
It tastes kind of like a Canadian goose.
But y'all remember
anyway,
it's supposed to be like an
orange, like a pink flamingo.
Right, just a little like that.
Y'all remember
not quite as tough as a bald eagle.
Right.
The black bears that were going 50 feet up in the trees a day before or a couple days before.
They also made weird noises.
Helene. So it's weird how animals know this stuff. And we've heard reports of like when there's a tsunami, you just see all the animals running away. Yeah. And if you're ever in a situation where you see all the animals all around you running the same direction, I might just run with them. I might just go. Yes,
Greg, you get a ride again. They said they're called the ribeye of the sky.
I knew it was something.
Ribeye of the sky.
Ribeye of the sky.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Sandhill crane, delicious to eat.
That's funny.
Tastes like a ribeye.
Right again.
Before, here's an example of a Florida man.
Right again.
Downtown Tampa, this guy took advantage of a slightly flooded parking lot to do donuts.
But keep in mind what's coming. And this guy's out here trying to do donuts in
You want everybody to see.
Trying is the key.
Having a good time.
Right, look. He got a little bit
of a spin.
Got a little louder.
Oh, I think it's a grass patch, not a parking lot. I don't know.
So me wondering if everybody evacuated, I guess not.
No, not that guy.
Lieutenant Dan's in there with him.
They're out riding around.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, so also over in football, we were talking about yesterday how the Jets had fired their head coach. And Bubba, you and I both were talking, and I was listening to what you were saying in the break.
It's just a strange deal. It doesn't really add up.
It doesn't feel like he's been given much of a chance. Like you said, his first year, Aaron Rodgers plays 3 plays.
Yeah.
And then this year, they're 2-3, could have easily been 3-2, maybe even 4-1. They lost twice close games. Only really got beat bad once. And now their offense has been a little bit sluggish, but that seems a little quick, doesn't it?
I thought it was for the NFL.
Yeah, and so now Aaron Rodgers, people are saying that he didn't like the coach, and they fired the coach because of Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers, talking to Pat McAfee, said that he resents that. That he says, I don't have that kind of power. What say you, Mr. Bussey? He says it's ridiculous.
What was this little thing where he pushed him off and gave him the stink eye? What was that about? Did we ever hear?
Look good. Somebody said yesterday that was all a joke, that they started laughing later, but I haven't seen anything to.
Now, why would you do that as a joke?
I don't know.
So I've had him as head coach since 2021 with the Jets.
Oh, really? I thought this was on his second season.
21. I don't know. It just says 21 to 24.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think you reset the franchise when you got Rodgers. I mean, that's a whole new deal.
Yeah.
I didn't know you wouldn't judge him past. I mean, for anything before that, would you?
No, because that was supposed to be like you just said. All right, we've got the team together now. Let's go.
4th season.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, but Aaron Rodgers is saying that he thinks the allegations are ridiculous. I'm not going to spend more than a sentence. I resent the accusations. They're patently false. I do not have the kind of power some of you think I have. I love Robert.
Okay.
But did he explain the push off and the stink eye?
No.
I don't think he did he?
No, he did not.
So since he's been there, the Jets were 4-13 and 21, 7-10 and 22, 7-10 and 23.
Look, for the Jets, that's pretty good.
What's the problem?
I love the Jets fans too. I got an email from one of them that said the Giants will probably hire him and they'll go to the Super Bowl.
That's true. By the way, people are sending us what the beef looks like, the meat from the Sandhill Crane.
It's pretty good.
It looks just like a steak. Did you see those? Wind down.
You mean the ribeye in the sky?
Look at that right there.
Yeah. They were just trying to warn people about the hurricane.
It's already cut to a convenient size that you can either eat or put on the bag.
Wow, that
looks great.
That looks fantastic.
I kind of wish I had some Sandhill Crane.
Yeah,
I am reading that it's a protected species in Florida, though.
Okay, sorry.
So let's just kill them in Florida, in Alabama, and Georgia.
And I think there's limits.
So you go up to Mobile and harvest you one.
Yeah.
So where are people killing and eating them and not being in trouble?
I think there's a
they have a season?
Small window that you can shoot them.
Really?
A limit to what you're supposed to
The
shoot.
ribeye in the sky season?
Ribeye in the sky.
Yeah, okay.
Ribeye in the sky.
What they did call it that.
How about a Sandhill biscuit?
Ooh.
Have that on the inside. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Good.
Yeah, I mean that really does look like great. Now,
Really does look good.
have you ever? Has any of you ever had eaten a goose?
Have not.
Other than Larry and
duck.
Mark,
I haven't
I've had duck.
Yeah.
I've never eaten duck.
I know
goose,
they
none
gave
of
us
that.
duck before.
You never had duck?
No.
I've had duck.
I don't
had
think
duck.
so. Maybe
I'm not a huge duck person.
Maybe I had it with Larry.
No, they fixed everything. I mean, we had coyotes and crow.
I was there for the nutria.
Nutria.
That's ridiculous.
Speedy's favorite was the coyote.
Yeah.
Jeez.
A little chewy.
Was that on design? What the piece y'all would always give me?
Well,
okay.
I'm sure
We didn't serve
Was that
it.
like an internal joke that I wasn't in?
No,
on?
we didn't serve it.
We just saw a trend there, so we went with it.
At night.
Yeah, so there you go.
All right, they say you get drawn for tags in Alabama.
Okay.
Now in Texas, wear them out.
Wear them out in Texas.
Oh yeah, Texas, you can shoot everything.
When we come back, we'll take phone calls, 866 We Be Big.
Wow.
And we'll hear from you on our first phone troll of the day. All 10 lines just open, 30 seconds a pop, so you can move through the line quickly. We'll talk to you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Switzerland. Voters in the heart of the Swiss Alps on Sunday passed legislation banning naked hiking.
You know what? I think this may be a good call.
Sorry,
After dozens of mostly German nudists started rambling through their picturesque region. By show of hands of the citizens of the tiny state, they voted overwhelmingly at their traditional open-air annual assembly to impose a 200 Swiss franc, about $176 fine on any violators. Only a scattering of people on Sunday opposed the ban on the back-to-nature activity that took off last autumn when naked hikers, primarily Germans.
What is it? Why does they keep emphasizing it's primarily German?
Germans are the only one.
They started showing up in eastern Switzerland.
I would like to object to the ban on the nude hiking.
Double time.
I prefer to hike with no pants.
The local government recommended the ban after citizens objected to encountering walkers wearing nothing but hiking boots and socks.
That's funny.
This is the same naked skydiving people. You know about them. Same bunch.
The
Are they Germans too?
reactions,
Probably.
the reactions of the population have shown that such appearances over a large area are perceived as thoroughly disturbing and irritating, the government said.
I'd hate to be following somebody going up a ridge.
Oh, yeah.
Well, hello, friend.
Hey.
I don't know that I'd want them behind me.
They must not have
Coming back
briars. Do
down.
they not have briars in Switzerland?
Just let me know when you get to the top. I'll come up then.
I started to say there's so many problems with this activity.
Why are you not following me? I'm going up the incline.
A similar legal move is expected in the neighboring state or Providence, with legislation being prepared against this shameless behavior, is the quotation. German websites promote the activity and describe it as a special experience of nature, free and healthy.
I would like to get back to the way we used to be in nature, except for the hiking boots.
Hey, imagine the chiggers. Oh,
my goodness. Oh,
they must not have red bugs.
yes.
Hans, you should not have slept in the briars. I mean, really what they're saying is we want to get back to nature, but not the boots.
Yes.
We want to keep the boots.
Yeah, we ain't going barefoot.
Keep the gnats out of your face. Though.
It's just like the whalers that wanted to get back and hunt whale with spears,
same thing.
but they all had on Nike shoes, and they were driving in Toyota 4Runners out to the beach to get back to nature.
Right.
I'm like, that ain't getting back to nature.
I want to get to nature as I came into the world, except for the hiking boots. I want to keep the boots.
Now, the region in Switzerland has been regarded as a favorite for the nudist with trails because most of them are off the beaten path. The German side also promotes walks in Germany and France, where public nudity has roots going back to the 18th century through a movement that has has come to be called free body culture.
Let me tell you something. I have not seen one of these people.
That's a whole new definition to
Thankfully,
FBC, isn't it?
Yeah, thankfully, but I haven't seen one of these people. We all know anytime you hear a story about nudists, have you ever noticed the overwhelming majority of them are people you really wouldn't want to see naked anyway?
Right.
I know.
It's like, my
You are
goodness,
so
if you
right.
got the body for it, you can almost understand.
Yeah, you're not
But,
going to
I mean,
run into Cindy
never.
Crawford up there, trust me. You know?
No, it's going to be Cellulite City. I'm telling you.
I'm going to be the guy that they call Big Tommy. You know, that ain't
Even the bears are going, this is offensive.
right.
And his 65-year-old aunt's with him. And she's, it's never.
But y'all,
it's never
listen, out in the woods, you always run into the unexpected. Okay.
Sure.
Now, I mean, there's times that you're going to have to detour. You're going to have rock slides. You're going to have to climb. You're going to have to do this. You're going to have to do that. And, I mean, I don't want to be out there with no pants. I mean, you know what I mean? There's just too many things that stick and poke out
If there's
there.
one thing that moves us ahead of the animals is the fact that we've had the sense enough to put pants on.
Sure.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
You go down a steep incline, you know how your feet go out from under, you slide on your butt to the bottom.
I know.
What
Wow.
about that?
I know.
Nobody wants to slide into second with no pants on.
No.
You know?
I don't even like them playing in shorts. The softball girls don't know how they do that, much less naked.
That's crazy.
That's foul.
That's
Y'all,
crazy.
Can you imagine that?
primarily German.
Yeah,
they're not hiking far.
But I always go back to that first person who took his clothes off and said, "Let's go hiking." You know, I mean, was that first guy? Was he hot?
All right, here we go. Phone calls coming in on the Troll format, so you can dial us right now if you want to join us. Here's how the Troll format works. If you're new to the Rick and Bubba family, it's designed to get a lot of folks in one segment. We go 10 lines, making it easier to get in, providing a bigger sample. And then if you're part of that sample, we have the buzzer, which keeps people moving in 30-second clips. There are 2 timeouts available. Bubba has 1, Greg has 1, but don't count on that. Like I said, they're limited to 1 apiece. So let's get started. Let's go to Tanner out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Trolling.
Keep them phone to trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Tanner, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Hey, this may be about a week too late, but did you see the Bruce Springsteen endorsement of Kamala Harris? When I first saw it, I thought it was Megan Rapinoe from the women's soccer team. Did you see that?
I didn't. I didn't see it. No.
Look at the picture. Look at the picture of Bruce and tell me what's going on with his world.
So Bruce, not surprising, he did endorse. Bruce leans to the left politically. Well, he doesn't lean to the left; he's full left politically, which is kind of odd, being the voice of the blue collar man. But anyway, I haven't seen the particular endorsement picture. Is this it right here?
That's the video of it.
Yeah. Okay.
He looks sleepy as I feel.
He does. Bruce getting old. We continue. Let's go to Frederick in Anniston, Alabama. Frederick, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Listen, guys, please don't buzz me. This is a public plea. This is not a shameless plug, okay?
We'll see.
Give us a shot.
We'll see.
All right. I'm the principal at Sachs High School. We're one of 16 finalists for a T-Mobile Stadium makeover, and we just need people to go to Instagram and to like Sachs.
What?
Well, it was a shameless plug.
I was giving him a timeout.
It was a shameless plug.
Rick, the cats are back.
I mean,
come on.
It was a shameless plug.
You had the principal of the cats are back, and you busted.
How about?
I'm sorry, Mr. Principal.
Hey, just send us the info, and we'll help you with it. Okay, just send it.
And if you get it, all we ask is a giant banner across the back that says the cats are back.
The cats are back. So
thank you, Ryan.
I was going to say Speedy at rickandbubba.com, but based on Greg's hurricane relief, you might want to copy Greg on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. And we'll help you with it.
I didn't know T-Mobile was making over stadiums.
I must stick to the rules of the troll, even though we're willing to help if you'll do it another way.
Will they make over the in-house cable system? Do you know?
We continue. Nathan and Trustful. Nathan, 30 seconds. Go.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning. I just wanted to ask what y'all got on Alabama's future this year. I know they got a good team and a bright head coach, but I don't know if they're gonna see their way through that natty.
It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. I see another probably loss coming this weekend.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
No, that's a big.
You're gonna send him into convulsions.
I tell you, I don't like the way it looks. I ain't liking it. I don't like. They look uninspired. Ain't nobody having fun anymore.
They're all mad.
Everybody's mad. Got a little Vandy hangover. So I don't know.
They might get a punt blocked.
Sure. I don't know.
With the Beamer.
Mm-hmm. That's true. He's like his daddy, isn't he?
He passed it right down, didn't he?
We continue. Let's go to Casey.
Good to hear from all the Wildcat fans.
Right. I mean, how many total regular season games do teams play now?
In high school?
No, college. Is it 12?
Probably 12.
Is it 12? Yeah, no, 14.
23.
How many is it? Is it 12?
12-ish.
So Bama right now is what? 4-1?
Yes.
Okay, so they got 7 games left.
Are you asking about the college football playoff? How many teams?
No.
Oh, okay.
Prior to that.
I'm asking how many
games they play in the
regular
regular
season
season.
games does a team play now? It used to be 10, but I know we increased it.
Just say it's 12. Just go with that number.
So you got 7 more games left. I see the next 7 games. I see Bama at 5-2.
It's 12, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 losses, huh?
Oh yeah,
that puts you out of the national championship.
And that's me being gracious. This team's coming apart.
That's Rick Burgess. Just remember that.
we
send you card and letters.
Well, Casey in Alabama. Casey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all were talking about the grills the other day, and I just will make a comment. I've got a 4-burner Blackstone griddle, and one thing I've learned it has over the other grills is just portability. We were having a family get-together, and I was the only one who had a grill, and I was going to have to load it up and take it over there on my trailer, worry about something that happened to it. But I was able to actually break that thing down in about 10 minutes and load it in the back of my wife's SUV.
Have you ever put any Sandhill Crane? Well, he's out of time.
What kind
of? Let's go to Guy in Jacksonville, Alabama. Go Gamecocks.
Yeah, they tore them up last night.
Yeah, man.
Fear the beat.
Now, Bubba, when you was up at AM810, y'all had a contest called Diamond Keepers. Remember that?
Vaguely.
All right. Well, I was wondering who the first one was. He was some news anchor at WHMA Channel 40. I can't remember his name because I won that day.
You didn't win.
Did you win it?
Yeah.
You don't remember who it was?
Would it been?
I would have remembered if I had won a diamond from
What does
somebody.
he mean about asking about the anchor?
Oh,
what does he mean?
Rick, it was a. Do you really want to hear?
What?
It was a contest,
right?
Where you had someone who was holding a prize, and they would give it to whoever walked up to them and ask it. So you gave clues.
I got you.
And people would basically go on a hunt for this person.
So what's his name that was the main anchor at TV40?
Phil Cox?
Yeah, Phil Cox.
Probably. I don't know. Could have been Bill Hagler, Phil Cox, Mike Scruggs.
Well, Hagler was involved in all kinds of giveaways.
Quite an all-star team there, folks.
It was.
Okay. For those of you outside that loop.
Let's go to...
Might have been Harry Mabry. I don't know.
Watch out. Joe in Florence, WLAY. Joe, go ahead.
Jim Kidd.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, barely.
Oh, yeah, I was calling to tell you why that Aaron Rodgers said in a post-press conference about why he didn't do the chest bump with his coach.
Yes, okay.
He said that they had just scored and, taken the lead in that game, and he felt like the coach was celebrating too early, and he wanted to just keep his foot on the gas.
So it wasn't a positive. He was mad about it, hey, settle down. It's too early.
I'm going to tell you, the look he gave him.
Oh, it's awful.
You can't fake that look.
It's awful.
Aaron Rodgers is not that good an actor. If he is, he needs to put the helmet up and head to Hollywood right now.
Yep. David in Tuscaloosa. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank
Good morning.
You, Go ahead.
Well, the guy before me just touched on a little bit. I had that same info. Aaron was up in the game. He didn't. My story is, from what I read, he didn't really want to score again, and the coach wanted to score again, so they kind of kept the foot on the gas, and they didn't agree with that.
Well, that's two totally different stories on that.
Do you know where Lieutenant Dan is? Did he ride the storm out, or did they put him in the show?
Was he in the stadium?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Landon, Fort Myers, Florida. Landon, go ahead. 30 seconds. Landon?
Hello,
Landon. You know what's sad about that?
What?
It literally said underneath his name, calling from Fort Myers to give update on the aftermath of Milton.
Oh, no.
And then we couldn't hear him.
I thought he was going to donate to the Cats or Back Stadium makeover.
No, he's not. Greg's got that covered.
Right. Greg, you get involved in that?
Greg, that's Calhoun
I'm
County.
busy at the moment.
Greg, you're overseeing all things charitable in
That's
Calhoun
your
County.
new job here on the show.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
If that thing doesn't have that banner you talked about, I'm not getting involved. It better have.
That's all you want's a good banner.
It better have the Cats are back.
I would prefer for it to say, "Hey, Ryan, the Cats are back."
Yes.
You know, that would be my pick if I just was
right.
choosing. But.
All right, bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Florida dentist is being sued for allegedly dropping tools down the throat of an elderly patient.
There's your worst case scenario right there.
Not once, but twice.
Twice? Uh-oh.
Relatives for a 90-year-old Charles Gall Jr. recently filed a suit in Circuit Court, accusing Dr. Wesley Myers of negligence. Wow, that's a lot of hard words to say today.
Uh-oh. Dong.
An answering message at the doctor's office was not returned. The lawsuit says the doctor dropped a implant screwdriver tool in 2006 and a mini wrench in 2007.
Same patient.
That's what it says.
Look, you may drop the mini screwdriver down my throat in 06, but you ain't gonna get a shot at that wrench.
Well, wait,
you know what I mean? I'm not coming back in 07.
That's your fault.
The suit.
Shame on me on that wrench.
Yeah.
It says the man underwent several medical procedures to remove the tools, but never fully recovered.
He swallowed them?
He died in 2007.
It killed him. What?
Wait a minute.
That's what it says.
What kind of throat did he have that you could drop a screwdriver in it and you couldn't reach in there and get it out? You know, old hollow neck.
Oh, Greg.
Well, how'd you do that?
How about he only got fined $17,000 by the state?
What?
Yeah, he was found negligent and only got fined like $17,000.
I just dropped a screwdriver.
Yeah.
You know when you're trying to talk and you can't swallow, you got.
Well, evidently he don't have.
But I'm like, Greg, Bubba, how do you drop a screwdriver and a wrench and it just go down somebody's throat?
He must have swallowed.
I mean, I know they're little wrenches and little screwdriver.
When would you have a wrench in a patient's mouth? That don't even make sense. What are you doing with a wrench?
Look, I'm going to see Dr. Dunny tomorrow. I'll let y'all know if he pulls a screwdriver.
An Explorer, maybe that thing, a drill, laser.
He had to be an
lights,
old dentistry.
Yeah, he's old school. And I'm hanging there. I'm gonna get my wrench.
Look, you don't
what
put.
do we do with a wrench?
You don't put.
This is 2006.
You don't put fillings on with a nut. I mean, come on. What do you need a wrench for?
The first thing I'm gonna do is do my mini screwdriver. Then I'll get the wrench out.
Yeah, I mean, where are the screws at?
We're in the new millennium. What are you doing?
Again, open your mouth. How do you drop stuff and it go down your throat and you can't get it out?
Greg, now
I think if the doctor drops something, I'll reach in there
mini wrench.
Steel.
Might have been this big. I mean, no, that would be. I don't know how it happens, so quick and easy, but it killed him.
You could see something, getting gagged, but I don't.
But I know,
make you hurl a bit.
But
unless you dipped it in honey, how do you get it to go down?
What if you're the dentist though, and you do drop that, and you think, well, I'll just reach in there and get it, and the son of a gun swallowed it. What do you say? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Don't swallow. Whatever you do, don't swallow.
That's where you send him over to the emergency room.
Do you not mention it? You just hope, hey.
Here's what it sounds like. This guy's some old school dentist. He should have done this.
I've dropped my implant screwdriver. I'm gonna fish it out with a rod.
You know what I mean? Surely he's got a hook.
He's gonna put a flashlight in his mouth so you can see.
Hang in there. I'm gonna treat you like a brim.
There with them long needle nose
right. Well, but I'm telling you, I know that it doesn't sound much the settlement was to the family or whatever, but I still think that the Dental Association of the state, the fine of $17,000 for killing somebody is a little low.
Did he die of that?
Well, not directly.
Listen, Bubba, he didn't. He died in 07. The mini wrench went in 07. The same year he swallowed the mini wrench, he died. Said they were never able to get the tools recovered, and he died.
It said he underwent several medical procedures to remove the tools.
Because of the tools.
Well, I don't know.
I think calling the doctor old Butterfingers after that was a little much.
Bubba,
listen, if your doctor is old Butterfingers, don't be going in there because he can't hang
Well,
on
look, 07
we don't let him play receiver.
07 is the patient's fault. You dropped the mini screwdriver in 06, I'm done with you.
True.
I'm going across town to your rival.
I agree.
You know what I mean? But I'm going to tell you something. You do, Bubba. You're just acting like that. There's no way it's connected. That he died the same year that they were trying to get mini wrenches and screwdrivers out of him. They couldn't do it.
Here's the thing. He was 90 years old.
Right.
So you don't know
Good
if that's
point.
what polished him off or not.
Easily to be killed by mini wrenches and screwdrivers.
Okay, I can't get past the fact they just couldn't find him. They just
drop and they immediately disappear.
What did the guy do? Slip, fall, and here we go?
Was he a sword swallower? I mean, how do you have such a holiday?
What now?
That's not good.
I got to tell you, if you drop a mini screwdriver, an implant screwdriver, or a mini wrench in my throat, I'm going nuts in that chair, trying to get it out.
Do you think they were under the gas?
Ooh,
or he was?
I don't know. They put you on that gas, I may start trying to eat tools.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No. Let me have a hammer.
That tasted great.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if he's 90, and they ain't no telling what he was doing.
There's a lot of things.
If he didn't have his mind right, he may have been eating things around the house. Who knows?
That's right, baby. We're here. C's get degrees. All right, so I know we're closing in. I mean, October is slipping away, and November the 6th is going to be here before we know it. Pretty big decision in front of America. And
we got an election?
Yeah, big election coming up. You might have heard about it. You might have heard about it. amac.us/bigbox, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Yes, if you are a mature American citizen, don't see a lot of those these days. But if it is the age, and you've been approached by AARP, and you're like, I've checked into their lobby. I don't want any part of their ideology. I'll have to take a hard pass. Then you go, well, there go all my discounts. No, there's a conservative option, and that's what AMAC is all about. And right now you can join 1 year for $1, and you've got all the discounts that are available, over 100 different discounts with companies that share our point of view. Really, really helps you on travel, save some money. But if you are wanting a lobby there that is from a conservative point of view, need to become a member and join the 2.1 million of us who already have. 1 year for $1. If you go to amac.us/bigvox, that also gets you the bi-monthly magazine or bi-weekly magazine. You can pick that up as well. And so many of you have already reported the magazine is fantastic and you love it. So $1 for 1 year right now if you go to amac.us/bigvox and join the movement today. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, a lot of people are kind of put out with football. They don't feel like it's as tough as it used to be. Too many rules. Yes. Taking care of everybody. We've heard they put a skirt on the quarterback.
Everybody's laying out on the field. Get off the field.
So most people that feel that way will migrate to another sport. And most of them that I know, where do they go? And
they go to rugby.
And hockey.
Yes.
Hockey.
Actually, no doubt hockey.
Have you seen the new coach in the NHL that made her debut last night?
Did you say her?
Well, look at the video.
Did you say her?
NHL?
Look in the NHL?
Yes.
What are y'all talking about?
That's not her. And that was Jessica. She started playing college hockey at Cornell before winning multiple medals in international play with Team Canada. She worked her way up as a coach, eventually landing in the...
She's the assistant coach.
Is she?
Oh. She's the assistant coach.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I did think it was head coach.
Are you sure?
Yes. She is the Kraken assistant coach. Here's the whole clip.
Full-time assistant coach in the NHL, and I think head coach Dan Bylsma said it best. While it is monumental to see a woman behind the bench in the NHL, he was just trying to hire the best coach, and that was Jessica. She started playing college hockey at Cornell before winning multiple medals in international play with Team Canada. She worked her way up as a coach, eventually landing in the...
I'm sure them toothless guys are really going to take her serious when she's trying to tell them something.
Babylon B has wasted.
They'll listen in the locker room more than they used to.
Babylon B has wasted no time.
Oh, they already on it.
You ready for this headline? You're gonna love this. Despite loss, first female NHL coach says she was happy to see her team score so many touchdowns.
Okay, that's a good one.
That's fantastic.
That's funny.
That's awful.
That's Babylon B. We didn't do that.
Oh gosh.
That's there's some things that maybe it's all right. I mean, we have female hockey. I think she'd be great there.
I don't know. Does time just fly by? And I just don't realize that they do take more time off. But it seems like hockey season? Do they take like a month off and start a new one?
I agree. I feel like it just ended.
They play year round.
What was your
basketball's already back?
Yeah.
When you heard that, what was your what did you anticipate that the situation was going to be?
No, when you were telling me, here's where it went really south for me because you played with my emotions. Bubba told me not to look at the title of the video so he could get my true reaction. I thought I was about to see hockey people knocking each other into the stands.
Right.
I thought you were going to show me that I had a place to go where violence is still celebrated in a sport. But you trapped me into realizing that we now have a woman coaching an NHL team as an assistant, and then I wasn't ready for the commentary.
Yeah,
that threw me a little bit.
Yeah,
because everything you say now, when a female's involved, sounds like a terrible pun or innuendo, and you don't want it to be that way.
I don't know.
That's why I think
guess-
there's certain places that I have too much respect for women to put them in that environment, and men's hockey would be one of them.
I didn't expect her to look like a model. I mean, she's an attractive lady too. I don't know why I thought that, but I thought she'd be more
female hockey coach. Yeah.
Well, see, that I think Greg hit on it. It's according to what category you're putting her in.
Mm-hmm.
When you think of, let's take a look at what we would expect coaching men's hockey, I think in that division, you have the upper end. And, because you would be expecting to see something maybe a little more, I would say.
Manly.
Like Rosie O'Donnell kind of.
I wasn't going to say that.
Well,
The first thing I was
your email to add.
the first thing that I was surprised about is she did not have a flannel shirt on.
Right.
That threw me.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I was thinking more Rachel Maddow.
Yeah.
She is a big fan of Ani DeFranco, though. So there you go.
So, but there you go.
I did read.
I don't know who that is.
I did read. If you know who that is, it's funny. I did read that she was acting very upset. The team asked her what's wrong, and she said, "Nothing. I'm fine."
Okay.
I heard that she told the team was screaming, "What is our play right here?" And she goes, "You should already know."
Right, without me telling you.
Without me telling you.
She does have a good resting face. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, she does.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Very
It's
accomplished.
intimidating.
She's very accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And of course,
quite the resume.
She was playing when everybody probably she was playing against had 2 X chromosomes. So that you got to keep
That's
that
true.
into
Right.
account.
Back-
It's old
We
records.
call that back in the old days.
Yeah, old records.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They said the head coach asked her what the game plan was for practice one day, and she said, "Well, what do you think?" And then by the time she was done explaining it, practice was over.
Yeah.
So
She said she started. I just think
not
it's.
Bubba.
I just think it's funny that
I'm gonna leave out the iron in the uniforms joke because that's too easy.
it is. Don't do that. Yeah.
Well,
That's good. That's good,
I'm
Greg.
doing it.
That's big of you, Greg. That's grown. That's growth. That's growth, Greg. That's good.
Here you go, coach.
Head coach
Got
said
a
he
big
made,
wrinkle there in the back.
Head coach said he made the mistake of texting her. So how are you today? Oh well, that's a long one.
Hey, sorry, gotta go.
Right. They did tell her they're not letting her drive though. She can't drive the bus.
No, it will not.
No, they didn't. So we'll. They
gosh.
said she does sit in the back seat and tell the bus driver that he's going the wrong way.
Turn here. Turn here.
No, right here. No. Not
They're
here.
running
The
up
other
on
turn.
people.
Yeah, right.
I am reading though that the team's budget is all of a sudden totally blown out.
Oh, this is fun.
It's too easy.
It is. Well, good for her. It doesn't seem like the best atmosphere for a lady, but good for her if that's what she wants to do.
It's got to be tough to be in that sport.
Oh well, I'm telling you.
How about the lady on the other side of the glass behind her?
Who's that?
You've seen her? She looks a little bit more intense.
Where?
This lady
Right
here
there.
in the
Yeah,
glasses.
Yeah, she
Ah,
does.
I
In the
didn't see
video,
that.
I noticed her.
Isn't she just a fan?
She was all in. Yeah, she's just all in it. But she looks more what I was thinking.
No, I'm gonna tell you what that woman right there is thinking. This is the thing we always think. Oh, this will bring more female fans to hockey. It will not. Let me tell you what that woman's
They'll be
thinking.
critical.
That woman
They'll
right
be
there.
rough.
If you look at her face when the new coach walked by, you know what she says. I don't know who she thinks she is.
Right.
I can't believe that hairdo.
Yeah.
That's what you wear to coach in, please.
Yeah. They did say that they're not going to be asking her to parallel park the Zamboni. So.
All right. Hey, you need to stop.
All right, I'm done. That's the last one. That's the last one.
I don't think it will be. I don't think it will.
That's the last
See, I know
one.
my wife is listening. You must know yours isn't right now.
She's in school right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Hopefully, please,
That's
Lord,
what
please.
I thought.
Yeah. Well, good for her. You just pulled us right into that one. Yeah. Greg, I see your look. Greg's mind. He's just thinking. Just stop it.
And I know what you're thinking too.
Just leave
Speak
it
the
alone.
bed what you're thinking.
So we'll be back. That's too easy.
She's got good fashion. I mean, that's a nice power suit. I mean, she is attractive and good for her on her accomplishments. And I'm just trying to backtrack everything I just said.
All right.
We'll be right back.
For the clip.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba.com. As we come back, we just we read the study that young men who participate in athletics usually are more geared for life and seem to even be able to grasp more in the intelligence zone as well. Now intern Bruiser.
Don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes all day.
Played.
Yeah.
Not running up and down the court.
Like what age was that, you think?
I don't remember.
You
It was so long
It's
ago.
way back.
Right.
Way back. Yeah.
You ever ran a suicide or the dead man?
We did run suicides in gym.
I can't picture that.
Well, we did.
Let me ask you this: was you lighting it up from the outside, or were you an inside player? I mean, were you
question.
knocking people around, or
Good
could you get out in the
question.
corner and just loft them? Don't remember.
Bit of both, I think.
Bit of both.
Weaving in and out.
All right, we're thinking.
I try to follow the
Did
ball.
he just say
you know.
weaving in and out?
Weaving in and out. I'm picturing it right now.
He's trying to follow
I would
the
love
ball,
to,
you know.
if I could just somehow through movie magic see Bruiser like come in and rock it and jam one, a reverse tomahawk.
I'd lose my mind.
I want to see him do like that gorilla for Phoenix Suns, trying to flip off a mini trampoline and slam one.
All right, now
That looks dangerous.
So you're saying, Bubba, you think for him we might want to get him in a sport now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think it's too late.
Yeah. So, but when
And this could help you out, Bruiser. It counts. I mean, the Swede said it'll help you out. Makes you more intelligent. You make more money.
Yeah, 866.
And them dang Swedish people ought to know about it.
Yeah,
I'm going to step out. I say UFC fighting, mixed martial arts. You ever thought about that?
I don't see that one, Greg.
Okay.
What about?
I'm
let's
starting
think,
high. We're going to work.
I look at him now, Greg. You mentioned curling, where they chase that thing down the ice. But
Not sure why they call it curling. I call it like ice chasing.
Don't know.
But he doesn't live in a climate.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a local league for that.
Like I was saying to the break, it'd probably either be tennis or golf.
Mm-hmm. Now,
And I know that Bubba plays tennis, so if I went with that, he could probably be my coach.
this is what you're doing by giving.
And
people
there's
hope.
like 900 teams that you could be a part of any time of the year.
Yeah, there's always somebody.
Like I'm looking at Bubba's weight and Bruiser's weight. If you play tennis, it ain't gonna be doubles. We got to get you in sync.
It's a
Well, I
big
mean,
difference.
he could
It's a
probably
big difference.
We gotta
teach
get
me
him-
some tricks on how
What
to
about
hit the
cycling? Cycling
I
with
don't-
them shorts on.
No, no.
I don't think the bike could take it.
Do you think you could do tennis?
A lot of cornstarch involved. All that
He
golfing.
mentioned golf, but I don't. You know, with me, golf, I just gain more weight riding around eating chips.
Yeah. I'm
So
thinking.
it looks like tennis would be the way to go.
I
So
think
other than tennis, what are our
cross
options?
country running.
right.
And how old are you, Bruiser?
I'm 22.
Yeah, I don't think
catching
there's
up.
there's not a horseshoe league for that.
How do you like slow pitch softball?
You know, it has potential, but again, there's you gotta
Bridge don't count.
You know, I think if he got hit by a tennis ball, he'd recover quicker
You're right.
than a softball.
Good
Yeah.
point.
Because
I think-
a hot grounder would be
Why
bad.
do they call it a softball?
Yeah, it's not very
It's
soft.
really hard.
But
Good point, Bruce.
Here's what I'm
It ought to
thinking.
be called larger ball.
See, I'm picturing
Yes.
him. I'm picturing him at catcher. But then if somebody came home,
Yeah, I don't know. Any ideas? Anybody? Help us out.
Bruce, when's the last time you've ran like
you moved around?
The
Hey, I-
last time I ran was at turkey toss.
wow?
Now, you were hustling, but I didn't. Did you ever open
You
up? in a
called that
sprint,
running?
or-
I saw you. That wasn't running, was it?
Well, jogging, running.
What
fast
about
walking.
should we open up with like a personal trainer just to do some general
Bingo.
getting in shape before
Now,
we
if
do
there
the
was an
sport?
international force, what's it called?
Because right now we're just trying to get him hospitalized.
Foursquare
I mean,
league.
we need somebody to work with him and then put him. You play
Yeah.
Foursquare?
What is that?
Or Foursquare or dodgeball, you know.
No, what is Foursquare?
Foursquare. I keep wanting to say Fourscore for some reason.
And
7
Foursquare
years
is
ago.
that thing in gym where it's like you're boxed in, like you throw the ball to the other person and then they catch it, and it like just goes between.
You like that?
No, you could play that with tennis rackets too.
Yeah.
Over the net. We've seen that.
Let's get some suggestions here. Frank and
What
Bernie.
about fencing?
Fencing's good.
Definitely.
Frank, what do you think?
I think Bruiser should join a place in Shelby County called Sports Blast. They got a thing out there that you can play flag football, soccer. It's all indoor. It's indoor even in the winter sports
So
you
he-
can play.
So he can't use rain as an excuse.
Yeah, but Frank, we can't put him out there in some football contest. I don't care if it is flag. I mean, I just don't have a good feeling about
Well,
that.
Rick, we just got to get him moving first, and then we'll build him up till he's a killer, and then put him out there.
11:60 a.m. The great state of
A
Kentucky.
beast.
John,
He'll be a
what,
beast.
John, what do you think?
I think he should get a Wii and start out slow so that he
I'd
can
love
build
a
up
Wii.
doing something.
That's not a bad suggestion, by the way.
Well, here's our problem. We could get the Wii and get the Wii Fit, but I have a feeling that it would quickly that the whole system would be on something else.
Yeah.
You can do it right there in the station.
Well, as long as you don't give me any games, you know.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. All right, so some of you that are a little more hip to the social media groove will have to help me with this. We had the principal from Sachs High School out of Anniston, Alabama, called during a phone tro, and it was a violation of the shameless plug rule. And got buzzed, and we said, look, Ryan Greenwood went to Sachs. I mean, the Cats are back, and
the Cats
are back. That's our old stomping ground in the county.
Brown went there too.
Ryan Brown went there.
Yeah.
My first Mr. Lucky show was there.
There it was, yes. Of course, we were rivals. We were rivals in sports. You don't remember us doing that there at the Sachs Stadium?
Oh, I said, yeah, I remember.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, it was quite the event.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, best I remember.
It really was.
I'm telling you.
It was.
I hadn't seen a game that good in a long time.
No. So we have a lot of ties to this high school. They were big rivals. We would usually beat them in the opening game. Sachs High School. Now, but it tells us how to help them, and this is when it all gets complicated. Do you have to put this little underscore thing in there?
That's right.
Yes. What is that called?
Underscore.
That little is that it? Is that what it's called?
Yep.
All right. So it says that this whole contest is with T-Mobile. They can get a complete stadium makeover if they win. And the deadline, I don't know when it is, but it starts today.
Mm-hmm.
And it says if you go to Instagram and you publicize and share their Instagram information account, Sachs, S-A-K-S, because some of you on the text option are thinking we're saying something else. No, it's not spelled this way, but it's like you put something in a sack. Sachs, S-A-K-S, _ football.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does it have to be in the parentheses, or is that just them showing that to us?
Yeah, it's just him showing that at Sachs _ football. It looks like to me I went there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the school with the most likes wins.
Now, are they using Ryan's picture with this?
They should.
Because I think that would really drive this.
It is funny because
everybody's favorite cat.
Yeah.
I
mean, cat number one.
Uh-huh.
When I searched him, it does show he does follow them, which is kind of funny.
Of course he does.
Anyway,
he's a legend.
They're saying share it across social media and encourage your friends to show some love because they want as many likes as possible.
So give me that address again, Rick. I was trying to follow that. I got lost in there.
S-A-K-S _ football.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it. I just liked
Did
it.
I say that right?
I just liked it. Yep.
Okay.
You did.
So we're going to win. And I think they said that it's that's our county. We can't that's Ryan Greenwood and Ryan Brown School. We can't leave them.
Come on.
We got to be there. Cats are back.
Come on, Cats.
By the way, the person who sent it to us, that is the principal, says they've been listening to the show since we were behind the skating rink in Gadsden.
Mm-hmm. Really?
That's a long time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, principal.
I went in talking to him. I believe he said he's from Oxford, Mississippi, too. And I said, I won't hold that against you. We'll still support it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Yeah. So there you go.
Ole Miss tie there. It's a joke. That's a joke.
Yeah,
right.
I know how you are about it.
That was one of the nicer ties you usually do to that city.
Yeah, I said, hey, it's all in fun, you know? Sure.
I thought you was going to really give him the business.
No, we want them to win.
Yeah, well, you're saying this year you don't give anybody business.
Oh, no,
if you're a state fan.
not with Mississippi State football. You kidding me?
No.
And we only got Georgia this weekend.
It'll get easier.
No, we're fine.
Hey, let me tell you, Kirby Smart, this is his last season before he goes to coach the Jets.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
Knows that.
I heard he might leave mid-season. Go ahead and get there.
Maybe. From the wacky world today. A little look around the wacky. Bubba, you'll love this headline right up your alley, my friend. Man who allegedly damaged a police vehicle while wearing a banana costume has been arrested. He damaged a police vehicle while dressed as a banana.
Well, did he come from a baseball game or what?
It says that he was wearing a banana costume during an illegal car meetup, whatever that is. The action cam was in the Plymouth Township. This is around Philadelphia. Well, it's in Pennsylvania, Plymouth, Pennsylvania. Says the dangerous and violent scene unfolded 2 weeks ago. Hundreds of people and vehicles gathered for approximately a dozen-car meetup. What is this? That ended with thousands of dollars of damage to a police officer who got injured, and the man who damaged the vehicle was dressed in a banana costume.
Is this when everybody gets in their cars and just goes nuts?
I guess so.
Cut circles.
Yeah.
Yes. Catch them on fire.
So the guy dressed as a banana hit one of the police vehicles.
Picture him getting cuffed as a banana.
Yeah, they say now they see the police report Kanye West has been arrested.
Yes, he has.
Now that does like something he would wear, doesn't it?
Do you think before they put him in the police car, they pinched the top off? Is that possible?
I hope that. Just for safety measures. Yeah. So, Greg, I haven't heard about these. So we have like cars just get together in parking lots and just start driving.
They go
crazy.
nuts. It's
They're
awesome.
called
They'll even light
illegal car
stuff on fire and
meetups.
go through it.
Why?
Because they're just
for what reason?
showing
Why
off.
is he screaming something? What is
Right.
that?
What
he
is
was
that?
cursing out the photographers and reporters that were showing him get arrested.
Who, Banana Man?
Banana Man. Yeah.
Banana Man.
Well,
Some of the footage of these things
That'd
were
have been a big old banana.
These
Is
cars.
that Banana Man now out of the banana suit?
Yeah, when he was arrested, he was not in a banana costume.
Right.
How about?
Have you heard about car meetups?
Yes. Look.
Oh, yeah.
Have
It's
you
a
seen the
problem in
ones where?
Birmingham.
Yeah, that happened here.
You see the ones where the person that's got to video it because they got to get on their phone and get real close. They get run over.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of those.
Yeah.
Because they'll be doing donuts, and surprise, surprise, the person behind the wheel is not really great at driving.
Right. Get out of control.
Or they'll dump out something flammable and light it on fire, and everybody spins out
in
in
a
it.
second.
Greg, you know a lot about this.
I do.
But would y'all agree that dressed as a banana could adhere your ability to drive safely?
Yes.
Yeah, but look how cool he looked.
As a banana?
As a banana. Rick a banana doing donuts in a police car?
Yeah.
Our mayor just recently had a big old press conference about it, saying, guys, we have got to stop doing this. People are going to get hurt. This is illegal. It's loud. It's dangerous.
Have you seen in some communities where four-wheelers are just a thing now?
They just fly around everywhere.
Oh, I mean fly around.
Well, to me, that's about as dumb as you can get, because if you get in a bad situation in a four-wheeler with a regular car, it's going to go poorly.
Here they are, Rick.
This is in Portland just a year ago, but it happens all the time in these cities. Fireworks, donuts, burnouts.
Fast and Furious was just a movie.
Right.
Yeah,
You don't have to
they're
live
living
it.
it.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Can you give me video one?
That's impressive.
Bubba, we love Trump and all his nicknames for everybody. He's on a podcast called Flagrant, and he begins to educate the podcast crew on how to make a good nickname.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well, this
so-
ought to be good.
Yeah, as he's running to be once again leader of the free world. So here he is giving pointers. It appears on this podcast.
Like Comrade Kamala. It's a little hard to say. She's comrade because she's obviously a communist. Yeah. She's horrible. So I call her comrade. And it's not bad. But when you put the names together, it's a little. You got to be able to pume.
What is he on here?
You got to be able to. Don't. But
You know, I really didn't think we could book him for Rick and Bubba University now.
I think we can.
I really feel better.
Well, he makes a good point. He said even though Comrade Kamala, it's I want to get that one.
It's got to have a little ring to it.
But he
It's gotta
said
be
it's,
easy
it's
to say.
harder to say than it needs to be. You want something you can say easy and everybody gets it. To me, you want.
That's good.
He did go on to say that he most of the best nicknames that he had were during the Republican primaries, but he can't use those anymore because he's actually friends with those
That's
people.
right. Well, you know, he gave DeSantis. He took it that nickname.
Retired it.
He did.
He
Said
retired that
retired it.
nickname.
Yep.
Yes.
And
yes.
once DeSantis got in line, the nickname was removed.
You got to be able to.
Sanctimonious.
Pew! Can we hear "pyong" again?
See, that to me, Ron's was hard to say.
It was.
Yes. Yes.
Horrible. So I call her comrade. And it's not bad. But when you put the names together, it's a little. You got to be able to pume.
I've never heard it described that way. I know what he means, but I don't know. I've never heard
Yeah, you
it.
got to be able to. Thanks for being with us today as we wrap up another hour If you missed any of the show today, go back and catch what you missed in the daily archives on the YouTube channel or podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.